design is an implicit part of achieving good design as required by government and local planning policies.
I agree.
Okay, and you mention in your proof that the professional practice guidance on planning and noise introduced this concept of good acoustic design, yes?
Yes, that is the first time when the phrase good acoustic design is presented.
Okay, and we have that document at core document 12.8. I see you have a hard copy version. I'm looking at the PDF. So on the hard copy version, I'm looking, actually, they're the same. It's page 4.
The forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see the third paragraph on page 4? Good acoustic design is about more than numbers. It's a holistic design process that creates places that are comfortable and attractive to live in, where acoustics is considered integral to the living environment. Yep, can we agree that that's what good acoustic design means?
That's what's stated in the document.
Yeah, and you agree that that is what good acoustic design means?
I would also draw reference to the following paragraph.
Yeah.
Would you like me to read it for you?
I'm happy for you to read it if you'd like to.
So it says good acoustic design can involve, for example, careful site layouts and better orientation of rooms within dwellings.
Yeah.
Good acoustic design does not mean gold plating or significantly increasing costs. The
Yeah.
guidance seeks to encourage and promote design outcomes that are proportionate and reasonable in particular circumstances of each development site.
Understood. So good acoustic design can involve careful site layouts and better orientation of rooms within dwellings. You agree with that part of the guidance?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. And at paragraph 2.2, which is on page 7, it advocates and describes a 2-stage process, with the first being an initial noise risk assessment. And then we see at 2.3, stage 1 initial noise risk assessment, and stage 2, then there's a systematic consideration of 4 key elements, which are set out below: demonstrating good acoustic design, observing internal noise level guidelines, undertaking external amenity noise assessment, and other relevant issues. Yeah, all facets of good acoustic design.
They are, again, but I would draw a reference to the wording of 2.2 at the start. It says the ProPG advocates a systematic, proportionate, risk-based 2-stage approach.
Yeah, okay. And can we agree that good acoustic design involves careful planning of a development right from concept design, having regard to existing noise sources?
Yes, that's the purpose of the document.
Okay. And it's a process that begins as soon as land is under consideration for development?
It's a process that starts as soon as the acoustic consultant is involved with a project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they should be appointed as soon as land is under consideration from development?
Yes, at a reasonable stage, yes.
Yeah. Okay. The objective is to achieve optimal acoustic conditions, both internally and externally?
Yes.
Okay.
Optimal.
Yeah,
Sorry,
optimal.
did you say optimal or optimal?
I said optimal. Optimal acoustic conditions, both internally and externally?
Yes.
Yes.
Considering the constraints and the risks of the site,
Sure.
the noise sources,
Yeah.
and again, referring back to the proportionality
Yeah.
requirement of ProPG.
Yeah. Okay. And that's because when people are at their home, they do are entitled to enjoy both internal and external areas.
Correct?
Yeah. Okay. And solely relying on sound insulation of the building envelope to achieve acceptable acoustic conditions, where other methods could reduce the need for that approach, is not regarded as good acoustic design, is it?
Again, you need to refer back to a proportionate approach.
Yeah.
In metropolitan areas such as Hounslow, there is no escaping significant noise sources. And so in those instances, the only mitigation you have available is the use of the facade to mitigate noise to internal living conditions.
Right. So could you just look at paragraph 2.22 of the ProPG on page 11?
Yep. Yes, I've got it.
Thank you. So there's a discussion about openable windows, and then about halfway down, solely relying on sound insulation of the building envelope to achieve acceptable acoustic conditions in new resi development when other methods could reduce the need for this approach is not regarded as good acoustic design. See that?
I do see that.
Okay. So if there were other methods of reducing noise impacts on residential development, it wouldn't be good acoustic design to solely rely on the building envelope.
No, but again, let me caveat that this is a holistic design of a site, and so needs to consider other design factors such as layout, massing, orientation, in demonstration of the delivery of the whole site.
Yeah.
And in doing so, making optimum use of a site, you are going to get situations where development is at periphery next to significant noise sources.
Sure, but you accept that as part of that process, it's incumbent on the appellant to consider noise impacts as part of that design process when looking at building orientation, massing, location.
Yes.
Yes. And can we agree that good acoustic design then involves a hierarchy of noise mitigation measures that should be considered? So at the top would be maximising the separation of the noise sources and receptors. And then you'd look at the layout to reduce noise propagation across the site.
Sorry, could you give me the reference in ProPG that you're referring to?
Yeah, it's the point that Mr. Scrivener made about the supplementary document to ProPG and the hierarchy that it proposes.
Is that the one that's not in the core documents?
It is. Are you familiar with it?
I don't have a copy in front of me.
Okay.
But I understand the concept.
Yeah, okay. And do you understand that it provides for a hierarchy of mitigation measures to be considered?
I do.
Yep. And that starts with maximising spatial separation of noise sources and receptors. That would be at the top of the hierarchy.
Correct.
Okay. And after that, it would be using the layout of the scheme to reduce noise propagation. Yes. Yep. Okay. And after that, it would be using the orientation of buildings to reduce noise exposure to noise sensitive rooms. Yes.
If you say so. I don't have the list in front of me. So
okay. Okay.
Well, I think I said the other day, if we're going to be using it, then I need to have a copy of it. So
well, okay. I can certainly provide a copy of it. I suppose for present purposes, we can agree that there is a hierarchy of mitigation, or can we agree that there's a hierarchy of mitigation and building envelope is at the bottom of the hierarchy?
So those elements are all considered. I would also draw reference to the London plan, which references similar elements but doesn't provide a hierarchy.
Well, we'll come on to the London plan, and you say they're all relevant, but there is a hierarchy. That's the point, isn't it? There is a hierarchy of mitigation.
There's a logical stages to design, yes.
Yeah, okay. And building envelope is, reliance on building envelope is at the bottom of that.
Correct.
Okay. Fine. So we know from ProPG, good acoustic design is something that should begin from initial concept design, include assessment of existing noise sources, consider internal and external, and seek solutions that separate noise sources from sensitive receptors in preference to relying on the building envelope. Is that fair?
That is fair, but I would also draw reference to 2.20 of ProPG on page 11.
Yep. And what's the point you want to make by reference to that?
Again, just to reiterate that good acoustic design should avoid unreasonable acoustic conditions and prevent unacceptable acoustic conditions under element 2.
Yeah.
Again, good acoustic design does not mean over-design or gold plating, but seeking to deliver an optimum acoustic outcome for a particular site.
Understood. But it wouldn't be gold plating, would it, Mr. Leach, to seek to separate a noise source from a noise-sensitive receptor before looking at the building envelope? That wouldn't be a gold-plated approach.
Again, it depends on the context of the site, and if you were to provide separation from noise sources, then we would hardly have any of the development that we see around us where we are looking at residential development adjacent to road networks. You'd be looking to move massing back away from the edges of sites, and it just wouldn't enable appropriate land development.
Yeah, and so there might be some circumstances where you say, look, this is particularly noisy, but we've looked at various other constraints in the site, and in fact, all we can do is rely on the building envelope given other considerations. But that doesn't excuse an applicant from looking at noise sources and seeing first if separation or orientation can address the noise impacts.
No, I agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Could you please take up the London plan, which is policy D13, please, which is called document 10.1.16. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Thank you. Now, there's been much discussion about the agent of change principle being just about avoiding significant effects on new receptors and avoiding unreasonable restrictions on existing uses. So let's just have a look at what policy D13 actually says. So part A, we've got that the agent of change principle places responsibility for mitigating impacts from existing noise and other generating activities or uses on the proposed new noise sensitive development. So can we agree that as the appellant is proposing to introduce the noise sensitive receptors, it bears the responsibility of mitigating impacts of noise from the Gurdwara?
Can I just draw your attention to the word that you missed in that paragraph, which is it's noise and other nuisance generating activities,
I said
therefore
that.
noise nuisance? You missed
Okay.
nuisance, I'm afraid.
Okay, sorry. I thought I'd read that word out. So places responsibility for mitigating impact from existing noise and other nuisance generating activities or uses on the proposed new noise sensitive development. Okay, so can we agree that as the appellant is proposing to introduce this noise sensitive development, it bears the responsibility of mitigating impacts from the Gurdwara on those properties?
It bears the responsibility of mitigating nuisance, noise nuisance from the Gurdwara, yes.
Noise nuisance, okay. So in those circumstances, it wouldn't be appropriate, for example, for the appellant to say, well, there are some existing dwellings that are already exposed to comparable noise levels, so we don't need to worry about the impacts on the new residents. That wouldn't be an appropriate response.
I disagree. I
Disagree.
believe that understanding the context in which a noise generating source operates in an environment will give indication of nuisance,
Yeah.
which the agent of change principle is seeking to avoid.
Okay, but the fact that no or few complaints may have arisen in the past doesn't exonerate you from applying or complying with the agent of change principle, does it?
No, it doesn't exonerate you.
No. Okay. Then if we look at, so there's part B, development should be designed to ensure that established noise and other nuisance generating use remain viable, continue to grow, etc., without unreasonable restrictions. C, new noise and other nuisance generating development close to resi and other sensitive usage should put in place measures to mitigate and manage. And then if we look at D, development proposal should manage noise by 1, ensuring good design mitigates and minimises existing and potential nuisances generated by existing uses and activities in the local area. 2, exploring mitigation measures early in the design stage with necessary and appropriate provisions, including ongoing and future management of mitigation measures. And 3, separating noise-sensitive development where possible from existing noise sources and uses through distance screening, layout, soundproofing, insulation, and other acoustic design measures. Okay, so can I just check that do you accept that this policy, in particular here in Part D, it's concerned with mitigating and minimising noise from existing uses?
Noise nuisances.
Noise nuisance, okay. Is it your position that this only applies to significant noise impacts?
It's my position that the agent of change applies to potential noise nuisances.
Okay, and do you say that noise nuisances can only arise where there's a significant noise impact?
That is the position of the noise policy statement for England, yes. So a significant adverse effect level.
Okay, so your position is that you're only obliged to mitigate and minimise.
No, sorry, to avoid noise nuisances.
Right.
Below the significant adverse effect level, the policy is to mitigate and minimise.
Right. So you accept that under the agent of change principle, even if the noise is not significant to adverse, you are still required to mitigate and manage it. That's part of the agent of change principle.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and then if we look at paragraph 3.13.3, this is the explanatory text. It's not policy, but it helps to understand what the policy means. So 3.13.2, we can see final sentence that if a new noise generating use is proposed close to existing noise, that's working the other way around. I think it's 3.13.7. Again, final sentence, we see that point, don't we, about measures to mitigate potential noise impacts should be explored at an early stage in the design process. And that relates to and reiterates what we've seen in the Pro-PG about good acoustic design. Yeah?
Correct. But again, as I said earlier, the policy doesn't provide a hierarchy.
Okay, but you say that you have complied with the good acoustic design in Pro-PG.
Yes, the principles
Okay.
of good acoustic design have been
Yeah,
achieved.
and they do provide for a hierarchy.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and there's no reference in policy D13 to significant effect, is there? Or the explanatory text?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay, so just on that then, we agree that this principle, which embodies the agent of change in the London Plan, itself includes or requires, in order to secure compliance, requires developers to consider noise impacts at an early stage and to mitigate and minimise them, even if they're below significant levels.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Of course, this policy, which is the agent of change policy in the London Plan, itself requires developers to assess and consider noise impacts early in the design process and to mitigate and minimise them, even if they fall below a significant level.
That is the wording of the policy, yes.
Okay. And that accords with your understanding of the policy?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And just while we're here, on Part E of the policy, boroughs should not normally permit development proposals that have not clearly demonstrated how noise and other nuisances will be mitigated and managed. At the time the application was refused in this case, you hadn't carried out any assessment at all of noise from the Nagara, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
It was raised as a concern by Clear Acoustic Design to the council, although not to us, but the time frame of determination wouldn't have allowed for measurements of the biannual flag raising ceremony.
Okay.
So we undertook surveys of the typical operations, daily operations for normal services and for Saturdays, when I understand that services aren't in place, but the operation of the Gurdwara still remains. And the concerns that were raised were about both the daily operation as well as infrequent events,
Okay.
such as the biannual festival.
Would timescales have allowed for you to assess or measure the noise from a monthly GATCA?
As far as I was aware, the GATCA wasn't raised as a concern until the proof of evidences.
Okay, so not something you were aware of?
It wasn't something that was raised by the Gurdwara or the council as being a concern.
So it's not something you were aware of?
No, it's not something I was aware of
No.
having any impact. I mean, we undertook significant periods of monitoring, and it wasn't detected in terms of the monitoring periods that we undertook, the GATCA events weren't significant enough that they were detectable through the data set. So no, it wasn't something that we were explicitly aware of.
No. Okay. So if you didn't know what the noise levels produced by the Nagara were at application stage, it would be difficult for you to demonstrate at that stage that it would be appropriately mitigated and managed through the design of the buildings.
So again, I'd refer back to the commentary from Tetra Tech in CD 3.2 and 3,
Yeah.
where they provide an assessment of the Nagara noise on behalf of the council and consider it to be so infrequent that it would not prohibit development or be applicable under the standards that they were recommending were used to control noise impact.
Right. And they said, didn't they, at that stage, that on the basis of their understanding, they didn't know or they didn't think that these Nagara instances were typical to weekly and monthly operations. But we know that's not the case now, don't we?
That's correct. It's 3 times a year in the courtyard, in the car park, and up to 12 times a year in the courtyard. Yeah.
Okay. Understood. So it was only after the application was refused that you've carried out an assessment of the Nagara noise.
That is correct.
Okay. And that's even though you were told in pre-application advice in June 2021, 4 months before you prepared your report, that you would need to demonstrate compliance with the agent of change principle in respect of the Gurdwara.
That is correct. And I believe the agent of change principle has been complied with. The use of Nagara is so infrequent that it would not give rise to nuisance based on the evidence that we have in front of us.
Yeah, I'm exploring the position at the time the application was refused. Okay.
Certainly, I understand that.
Okay, so at the time the application was refused, you had been told to demonstrate that the agent of change principle had been complied with in respect to the Gurdwara. Yes? So far, so good?
Correct.
Okay. You hadn't carried out any measurements of the GATCA or any ceremonial event.
No.
Okay. And you hadn't carried out at that stage, or you hadn't understood that the GATCA took place every month.
That's also correct.
Okay. Okay. So at that stage, can we agree that you had not clearly demonstrated how the noise and other nuisances here from the Nagara would be mitigated and managed?
At which stage in the timeline?
At the stage when the application was refused, when you hadn't even measured the Nagara.
So at the point of committee?
Yes.
So we had not measured the Nagara ourselves, but we had the commentary on the measurements of the Nagara.
Yeah.
And the fact that it was a biannual event and so considered occasional and therefore would not result in nuisance.
Right, but you didn't know about the
change is
GATCA.
looking to avoid.
Okay, but you didn't know about the GATCA.
No, we didn't know about the GATCA.
Okay, so given that you didn't know about that, you didn't present any evidence to show that that could be appropriately mitigated or managed at the point at which the application was refused.
If you were to consider the GATCA to be frequent and applicable to the caveats, outside the caveats that Tetra Tech provided to the committee, then yes, it would need to be considered further.
Right, only if you consider it frequent. Otherwise, do you say that it can just be entirely ignored? It doesn't even need to be assessed because that was the position at the application stage when it was refused. Or do you say it would need to be assessed so that you could demonstrate that it's been appropriately managed?
My position is that the use of the Nagara is so infrequent.
I understand that, but I'm asking about your position when the application was refused. You didn't say that when the application was refused. You didn't know about the GATCA. You hadn't measured it. It's a simple point. You hadn't demonstrated that that noise could be appropriately addressed at the point at which the application was refused.
No, the GATCA was not assessed.
No, I understand that. And as a result, you had not demonstrated at that stage how noise would be mitigated from that source?
At that stage, no.
No. Okay. Could you turn, please, to policy D14 of the London Plan? Core document 10.1.17. Okay, let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Thank you. And do you accept that policy D14 is one that's relevant to your evidence and that is a facet of policy that good acoustic design will be required to comply with?
Yes, I agree that policy D14 would be relevant.
Okay, and that provides at Part A that in order to reduce, manage and mitigate noise to improve health and quality of life, residential and other non-aviation development proposals should manage noise by A, avoiding significant adverse impacts on health and quality of life, then reflecting the agent of change. 3, mitigating and minimising the existing and potential adverse impacts from noise without, etc., without placing unreasonable restrictions on existing or noise-generating uses. Can we agree that that's akin to, comparable with the agent of change principle in D13, that part A3?
Yes.
Okay. And can we agree again that that part, A3, which is akin to D13, doesn't mention just significant adverse impacts? It mentions adverse impacts.
Correct.
Okay. And then at 5, there's a policy direction to consider separating new noise sources from major noise sources such as road, rail, air, transport and some types of industrial use through use of distance screening, layout, orientation, use and materials, in preference to sole reliance on sound insulation. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And can we agree that in the context of this site, the noise from the Nagara, albeit it's occasional, when it's, in your view, when it's played, it's a major noise source?
Sorry, did you repeat that? I was reading the policy again.
Of course. Can we agree that when the Nagara is played, it's a major noise source affecting the appeal site?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the policy requirement then in 5 is to separate new noise sensitive development by using distance screening, layout, orientation, use of materials in preference to sole reliance on sound insulation. Yeah.
That's the policy.
Okay, so when you said a moment ago when I was taking you to Pro-PG that there is no hierarchy in the London Plan policy, you were wrong about that, weren't you? Because we see that same hierarchy here.
But it doesn't state it as a hierarchy. It states
Right.
design obligations, but it doesn't state it as a hierarchy.
Right, but when it says in preference to sole reliance on sound insulation, does that not indicate that that is something that comes below the other options in a hierarchy?
No, that does indicate it would.
Right.
It falls as a lower position. Yeah.
As a lower position in a hierarchy. Okay. And then part 6, where it's not possible to achieve separation of noise sensitive development without undue impact, etc., potential adverse impact should be controlled and mitigated through applying good acoustic design principles. So that only applies where it's not possible to achieve separation from the noise source and the receptor. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. So again, both parts of this policy making it clear that separation better than building envelope.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And given that it says where it's not possible to achieve separation through design, layout and orientation, etc., that would require a developer to show that it wasn't possible to do those things consistent with the principles of sustainable development before moving on to interventions in the building envelope.
Correct.
Okay. And again, we're told in this policy, just for completeness, paragraph 3.14.1, that the management of noise, and it's the second sentence, I think, the management of noise should be an integral part of development proposals and considered as early as possible. So that reflects what we've seen in D13 and Pro-PG, doesn't it?
Yeah, but can we please read on through 13.1?
Please do.
So it says managing noise includes improving and enhancing the acoustic environment and promoting appropriate soundscapes.
It does.
This can mean allowing some places or certain times to become noisier
Yeah.
within reason, while others become quieter.
Yeah.
And that's what the layout of the development sought to do, to provide appropriate external amenity spaces and the school development in the centre by providing shielding to the primary transportation noise source, which is Hanworth Road. So that forms the
Understood.
material consideration of where the buildings are positioned.
Yeah, and so what you're saying there is when we looked at Hanworth Road, we considered that was a major noise source, and so we considered how best to mitigate that through the design of the scheme. Yep.
It's one facet of
Yeah.
the analysis, yes.
Sure, and it's a facet you took into account, and you said, all right, because of the major noise source from Hanworth Road, we'll lay the buildings out like this and we'll provide a courtyard that's sheltered. Yeah?
Correct, but we also took into account the noise from aircraft
Yeah.
and the consideration of that, and also the noise from the Gurdwara in its typical operation. And although we didn't measure the Gurdwara directly in the initial survey, I mean, if the Gurdwara was producing significant noise at the point of the original survey, then it would have been specifically sort of another microphone would have been positioned on the boundary of the Gurdwara's car park to pick up any potential noise from the typical operation. But the initial surveys and the site visits indicated that the primary constraints on the design would be noise from Hanworth Road, including HGVs and buses, and then potentially noise from the commercial properties to the rear on Clarence Terrace and Thompson Road. And so those were the positions of the original noise survey.
Yeah.
We never ignored the existence of the Gurdwara. It has been identified in the reports as being the Gurdwara in its location. But in determining sort of the initial application stages, this is a temple. It's a community use. We internally drew reference to the use of churches and mosques. Typically, these are placed in extensive residential areas, built-up residential areas, and we didn't think that the inclusion of a Gurdwara in a residential area would prohibit residential development to such an extent.
Okay. Now, when you carried out your initial survey, the Gurdwara was closed as a result of COVID restrictions, wasn't it?
That's that's Mr. Adan's evidence.
Yeah, and he hasn't been challenged on that. No. Okay. So unsurprising, if you didn't know about Gurdwara operations, typical, not affected by COVID, that you wouldn't pick up noise from the Gurdwara in your initial surveys.
No, and that's why at the point when it was raised, we returned to site and undertook further measurements of the typical and daily operations prior to the report going to committee.
Well, we'll come on to what you did. At the moment, we're interested just in what the policy requires.
Okay.
Okay. So then, EQ5, please, from the local plan.
Do you have a reference?
I do. It's core document 9.5. No, that's wrong. Sorry. It's core document 11.1.20. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. So our approach at the top will seek to reduce the impact of noise from aviation, transport and noise generating uses, and require location and design and new development to have considered the impact of noise and mitigation of these impacts on new users and surrounding uses according to their sensitivity. Okay, so here what it's explaining is that applicants will be required to consider the impact of noise and how best to mitigate those in their applications, planning applications. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And then at C, one of the ways in which this will be ensured is by ensuring noise-sensitive development is protected against existing and proposed sources of noise through careful design, layout, use of materials, adequate insulation of building envelope, as well as protecting external amenity areas. So there's that same run through. It's not expressed as a hierarchy, but we can see that building envelope is at the end of that list.
Yes, building envelope is at the end of this list, as is written in the policy.
Thank you. Now, The PPG on noise, please, core document 9.5. So on PDF page, or I think, and hard copy page 2, there's when is noise relevant to planning? Do you see that? Yeah, it's 9.5.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. So when is noise relevant to planning? Needs to be considered when development may create or will be sensitive to the prevailing acoustic environment. May also be opportunities to make improvements. Good acoustic design needs to be considered early in the planning process to ensure the most appropriate and cost-effective solutions are identified from the outset. And again, that reference to early in the design process is consistent with all the other policy and guidance references we've seen. Yep. Considered early in the planning process.
Yep, correct.
Thank you. And then PDF page 7. Do you see the subheading, how can planning address the adverse impacts of noise sources, including where agent of change is engaged?
I do.
Okay, thank you. So it says it will depend on the type of development being considered, type of noise involved, nature of the proposed location, and then it says in general for developments likely to generate noise, there are 4 broad types of mitigation. And then again, we just see that's engineering, layout, conditions, building envelope. That's for noise generating. And then for noise-sensitive developments, mitigation measures can include avoiding noisy locations in the first place, designing the development to reduce the impact of noise, incorporating noise barriers, optimizing sound insulation provided by the building envelope. And then there's reference to warning people about the noisy events. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so same hierarchy, building envelope at the bottom.
Same text, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And that is also reflected in the British Standard, isn't it? A core document 12.7. And it's 5.2.2.2. It's CD 12.7. And it's PDF page 16.
Did you say 5.2.2?
5.2.2.2.
Oh. Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah. So this is when noise is generated outside of the building that's going to be constructed. And it sets out a number of options. And the second to last is building envelope, and others are location, positioning, orientation.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So we can agree all of the policy and guidance is at one on the in terms of the importance of identifying noise sources at the outset and ensuring careful design which appropriately responds to those noise sources. Can we agree that?
We can. Can we go back to the PPG on noise?
Yeah.
Because there's a section in there, paragraph 6, which says when noise could be a concern.
Yeah. What page are you looking at?
I'm just trying to. I've got it in. But it was. Sorry, I've lost myself.
That's
in the core
okay.
documents list.
Is it? How can it be established when noise is likely to be a concern, or is it what factors influence whether noise could be a concern?
So, do you have the CD for PPG noise?
Yeah, 9.5.
9.5. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's paragraph 6 of the MPG on noise.
Yeah.
It says the subjective nature of noise means there's no simple relationship between noise levels and the impact of those affected. They depend on various factors. These factors include, and it does state in there, for non-continuous source of noise, the number of noise events and the frequency and pattern of occurrence of noise.
Yeah. Okay. Can we agree, which is the question I asked you, that the policy and guidance is at one, in terms of the importance of identifying noise sources at the outset, assessing those noise sources, and ensuring careful design, which will involve considerations of layout, location, orientation, to appropriately respond to the noise sources?
Yes, the policies and POPG are aligned.
Yeah, they're aligned in the way that I've just described.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. So then I just want to turn to your assessment. Now, plainly, the layout of the scheme, including the location and orientation of the buildings, was informed prior to the submission of the application, and it hasn't changed since then.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Can you please then?
Yeah, I think you're going to answer my question. I was going to say, which of my acoustic reports are you referring to?
Well, my question was the layout of the scheme, including the location and orientation of buildings, informed prior to the submission of the application? And has it changed since then?
Yes, it was informed prior to the
Yes.
submission, and no, it hasn't changed
Thank you.
since. There were some amendments made.
Yeah, but not to the layout or orientation of the buildings
No.
or location.
Well, there were some changes to the massing of C and D.
Yeah. Okay. Not in respect to the Gurdwara, no changes.
Not straight to
No.
the Gurdwara, no.
Thank you. So your original noise assessment then is core document 1.3.19. And this, as I understand it, was based on measurements that you took, I think it was in May and June 2021. Is that right? But you didn't take, one of your colleagues took.
Yeah, my colleagues undertook the measurements.
And that was in May to June, was it, 2021?
Yeah, 26th of May to the 2nd of June 2021.
Okay. Okay. And on PDF page 6,
So is that?
it's hard
6
copy
of-
page 2. It's, yeah, if you've got the hard copy.
I have, yeah. I'm there.
Okay, so, section 2.1, in the third paragraph, there's a mention of the site being the western boundary adjoining the Gurdwara. Yep.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and then over the page on the plan, there's an annotation showing the Gurdwara.
There is, correct.
Okay. There's no other mention of the Gurdwara in this report, is there?
No.
No. Okay. And PDF page, sorry, just looking back at the previous page, so your page 2, PDF 6.
Yes.
Section 2.1, penultimate paragraph, identifies the principal noise sources, road traffic noise from Hanworth Road and aircraft noise from Heathrow. Yeah.
Correct. They are in my opinion, the significant noise sources which affect the daily impact on the proposed residential development as required under the standards.
Yeah. Okay. But you do accept that the noise from the Nagara is a major noise source. You've accepted that a moment ago.
When present,
Yeah.
it's transitory. It's there for a very limited period of time, so it's occasional.
Okay, major noise source when present. Now, in the statement of community involvement that was discussed last week, we've seen that there were a number of meetings between the appellant and the Gurdwara. I think it was 5 or so, four meetings up to August 2021. So before you produced your report. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Were you involved in any of those meetings?
I was not.
Okay. Mr. Adan confirmed in his oral evidence that he had told the appellant's representatives about the activities at the Gurdwara during those discussions, including external events. Did you hear him give that evidence?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Your noise report was produced several months after the last of those meetings. Last of the meeting was in August 2021. You produced your report in October. Did anyone in the appellant's team tell you what the Gurdwara had told them about the external events that they held?
I personally am not aware.
Did anyone tell you? Did anyone tell you before you produced your report of the external events held at the Gurdwara?
So no one told me, but I can't comment for my colleagues that produced the report.
You've told us you produced the report.
No, I undersigned the first report. I reviewed the first report, but I'm not aware of the conversations that my colleagues had during initial design team meetings.
I see. So did any of your colleagues mention to you that there were external events that the team had been told about?
No.
No, they didn't. Okay. If they did know about that, when your team had produced the report, do you think that's something they should have mentioned?
If they were considered to be significant noise
Well-
sources, then yes, they
Well-
could have been included in this report.
Well, it should have been included, Mr. Leach, surely.
It depends on the magnitude of the noise source and the discussions that were had at the time.
No, Mr. Leach, come on. You've accepted this is a major noise source when it's played. Do you really think that's something that a professional acoustician should not mention in their proof if they knew about it, in their report if they knew about it?
I think if they're aware of the Nagara's use, it would have been included in the report.
I see. So we can safely assume that when the noise report was produced by your colleagues and signed by you, none of the acoustic team knew about the Nagara events, because otherwise they would have mentioned them.
No, that's a correct assumption. I
Correct
believe.
assumption. Okay, so what we know then is that the design process was not informed by any understanding of the noise from the Nagara.
At the initial outset, no.
Well, the design hasn't changed since then, has it, in respect to Block A? The
No,
orientation
but
and
it has been
location.
reviewed. It has been reviewed.
Yeah, it's been reviewed, but good acoustic design requires assessment and consideration early in the design process, doesn't it?
It does. As I
Okay.
said, in following the good acoustic design process, it's not just designing to a singular noise source. It's taking a holistic view of the entire environment.
Yeah, and that includes the Nagara, which has been left out of account. So that has not been factored in to the design of this scheme, has it?
So the standards are concerned with the daily operation.
We'll come on to the standards. We'll come on to the standards. We'll come on to the standards. I'm talking about the process of good acoustic design and whether the noise from the Nagara was factored in to the location, layout, and orientation of the buildings. And it can't have been because none of the acoustic team knew about it.
No.
No. So not factored into the design process.
Noise from the Nagara,
Yeah,
not noise from the Gurdwara.
that's what I said.
But to fair, I understand where you're going with this. We're spending a lot of time on process though, and really it's the final outcome that I'm particularly interested in. I understand that the design process is important to your case.
I do understand that, sir, and I will come on to that. But I would say that the agent of change principle embodies good acoustic design.
As I say, I understand the point you're making.
Okay. Okay, I just want to run through, please, a couple of the other stages. So core document 2.12.
Yes.
This was a technical note that you produced in response to the Gurdwara's comments as they had been relayed to you, because I understand you didn't have the clear acoustic report at this stage.
No, we requested it, but it was confirmed that it was requested to be kept private and confidential, so they did not want to share it with us.
Understood. Okay. At this stage, then, you refer in the second page to the second full paragraph. So there's a bullet point and then there are two paragraphs. And here you set at your understanding, small number of events may be undertaken. Vast majority in the clear acoustic report are PDF page 2 and page 2, I think. Are you there, Mr. Leach?
Yeah, I'm there, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so small number of events in external grounds, majority set out in the clear acoustic report are within the building and are unlikely to generate significant noise impacts. So that was your understanding at the time. Can I just take you, please, to the penultimate paragraph on that page? While short-term duration events have the potential to give rise to an adverse impact, they're outside the scope of current British standards. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So short-term events, you say they're outside the scope, but you do recognise that they have the potential to give rise to adverse impacts on noise-sensitive receptors?
Yes.
Okay. And if that's right, if they do have a potential to give rise to adverse impacts, it's right to identify, assess, and mitigate those impacts as far as reasonably practicable, isn't it?
Under the policy, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And still at this stage, as I understand it, you hadn't carried out any assessment of the Nagara.
No, so I held discussions with Tetra Tech on receipt of their letter, and it was identified that this was a biannual event, and the next opportunity to measure the noise would have been November 2022, for which we did actually undertake measurements, but that was obviously to say post-determination.
Okay. So you didn't speak to the Gurdwara at that stage and ask if you could go and carry out an assessment?
As I say, the understanding was that the festivals are biannual.
Yeah, that was the understanding from Tetra Tech, but you didn't ask the Gurdwara about that?
So I actually did speak to the Gurdwara at this time.
Okay.
It's referenced in my report that was updated. Let me find the reference for you, the CD. Sorry, just while I find the reference.
Yeah.
So when I became aware of the use of the Nagara,
Yeah.
when
was that?
So when the Tetra Tech letter was sent across. So obviously we were.
Sorry, which Tetra Tech letter? Because there are a number. What was the date when you became aware?
CD 3.2, the one that my response that we just looked at, it was in response to.
Okay, bear with me a moment. CD 3.2. So that is dated the 7th of June 2022.
Yeah,
is that
June,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. And was it that letter that told you about the Nagara?
Yes, that was the first time that we were aware that the Gurdwara had raised concerns regarding the use of the Nagara.
Right. Did the letter mention the Nagara specifically?
I'll need to check through the seat core document just to refresh myself. But before that, can I just find this point that I was trying to make previously? Yeah. Apologies for not having it to hand. Apologies, I can't find the exact reference.
Okay.
I produced quite a volume of work on this.
That's...
But to précis what I was trying to reference.
Yeah.
So when I became aware of the Tetra Tech letter,
yeah,
I made contact with the Gurdwara.
Yeah.
I had 2 phone calls with the Gurdwara to understand their daily operations, to understand because
yeah.
The services are.
You may need to pause if the alarm's about to go off.
Sorry.
The fire alarm system is about to be tested. No action is required. This is a building announcement. The fire alarm system is about to be tested. No action is required. Attention please, a fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit.
I don't think I'd need much encouragement to leave with this going on.
Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit.
No, sir, it normally does it about 3 or 4 times and then
Attention
stops.
please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit.
Right, I wonder if we should take an adjournment at this point rather than
Attention,
waiting. So
please.
let's adjourn until
Attention,
11:15, please.
A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the
I
building
understand a bit
immediately
better.
by the nearest exit.
It's like that Faulty Towers sketch, isn't it? That's not the burglar alarm, that's the fire alarm.
Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Attention please, attention please. A fire
Right, okay, let's resume then, please. Let's pick up where we left off, please.
Thank
Mr.
you, sir.
I found my reference.
Okay.
It was actually in 2.12, which was the acoustic technical note.
Yeah. So, sorry, is that the one that is appended to your proof?
No, that was the letter in response to the clear acoustic design survey that was submitted through Tetra Tech.
All right. So that is core document
2.12.
2.12. Yeah.
So, as I was saying earlier, when I was made aware of the comments from the Gurdwara regarding noise from both daily services as well as the events that they'd measured, we contacted Tetra Tech to discuss the objections because they weren't presented directly to us.
Yeah.
And then also for further understanding the Gurdwara's operation, as you see on the first page of that letter, and it's the paragraph just above the bullet points, not the one that leads into the bullet points, but the one just above, which says, Sol have undertaken a review of the Gurdwara operation, including speaking to the Gurdwara directly, reviews of their websites, the monthly newsletters, and other media available online. It was that point we made contact with the Gurdwara. So I phoned their office using their public telephone number, and I had 2 conversations with the Gurdwara to try and better understand the types of noise source that they operated, so that the instruments they use for daily services, the types of services they put on, because they are given specific names which Mr. Adams provided a glossary to, but at that time I didn't have the glossary to hand, so to speak.
Understood.
So just to understand how many of the alleged, so there was mention of 800 events per year, and how many of those actually related to specific external events or daily events or services, and just to understand. And then that was then used to define a survey that was undertaken in June to like as I previously said, to categorize the daily operations of the Gurdwara.
Okay. So Tetra Tech had told you then, as I understand it, in their letter of early June, the one that you were just talking about, they told you that concerns have been raised by the Gurdwara about typical daily services and about events. Is that right?
Yes, correct. So
Okay.
the Tetra Tech, let's turn up 3.2.
We can do.
And again, it should be read in reference that
What should be read? Sorry,
the
what part of
3.2, the whole document should be read in the context that we were not provided the original report, which this letter was responding to.
Yeah, understood.
We only had the information in this letter.
Understood. So Tetra Tech.
So the bullet point at the final position, page 1, where it talks about a total events per annum of 808, up to 808 per year.
Yeah.
And then it was Tetra Tech's position that it was not clear how many of those had a significant outdoor portion or the potential to result in significant outdoor noise. And then there was discussion of the events from the 17th of April and the request for more information. And then Tetra Tech, in receipt of the full report, drew conclusions and proposed a condition to be applied should the development be permitted.
Okay. So a couple of points.
So,
you were told specifically that there were concerns about typical daily operations and about events. You understood that?
yes.
Okay. The condition proposed by Tetra Tech at that stage is at the bottom of page 2, and that included noise tests shall be carried out considering events and any other noise associated with the Gurdwara, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, so that was the suggestion. So on the understanding that there were events and also typical daily operations, you then provided an updated assessment, which is core document 2.13. Is that right?
So 2.13 is the result of the surveys that were undertaken in June that were referenced in 2.12.
Sure.
So yeah.
So you were told about concerns about events and typical. You went and did some more measurements, and then you produced 2.13 on the 30th of June, 2022. That's a chronology, yeah?
Yes, but there is an additional Tetra Tech letter, CD 3.3, that was also produced in that interim period. So
Okay.
The final report is an amalgamation of all that information. up
Understood,
until that
because
point.
Tetra Tech had raised some other concerns unrelated to the Gurdwara.
No, the CD 3.3 is relating to noise from the Gurdwara that they were raising.
Okay,
And it's,
fine.
and they were clarifying the events being
Sure.
biannual and therefore
Okay. So when you did your 2.13 assessment, you didn't carry out, that didn't involve any noise measurements of external events, did it?
no.
No. Okay. Even though you had been told that was an area of potential concern.
Yes, we were told that the biannual event was an area of concern.
Okay.
The-
And then fine. So then we see at core document 2.13 what you were proposing at that stage in terms of glazing. Can we just have a look at that on PDF page 24?
So is that 2.13?
Yeah, 2.13.
Do you have the document page?
Yeah,
rather
so
than the PDF
starting on
page?
page 19, it's actually PDF 23 to start
Page
with.
23. Yes, I'm there.
Okay, so here we can see that the red in the table 10, do you see that? Do you have that?
Sorry.
Table 10 on page...
Yes, no, I'm there now.
Great, okay. So the red is the higher specification glazing that was proposed. And for the living rooms, that was a reduction index of 32 for the living rooms.
Just to slightly correct you,
Yeah.
it's a weighted reduction index with the CTR correction included. There is different reference in some of the other documents to just a single weighted reduction index. They are different acoustic metrics.
I see. And this was the first stage when you were proposing that enhanced glazing on the western facade of Block A.
Yes, so this is following discussions with Tetra Tech and looking at, although in their opinion and our opinion, the biennial events are occasional such that they would not be considered under the British standard that they were suggesting for the condition. Nonetheless, an increased glazing standard would be applied to those facades to mitigate further any potential impact.
Okay, and did you agree that that would be appropriate?
Yes, that was our agreement. Yeah.
That was your agreement, okay. To address occasional events.
Yes.
Okay, so, okay, and you consider that would be a necessary measure to mitigate the impacts from those events?
Yes, as I've demonstrated through my evidence.
Okay. Fine. Okay. Just finally in the chronology, core document 8.3.
Can I just, one point on that glazing specification? The sentence directly above that table needs to be read in context.
I understand they were initial specifications.
A REBA Planner Works Stage 2 concept design.
Understood.
They're not final design specifications.
Understood. Okay, so then core document 8.3, this was the document that was submitted with the appeal statement in February, and it's dated February 2023.
Correct. Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, thank you. And we see on PDF, and I hope no, they don't correspond. PDF page 3, which is the executive summary.
Yep.
Okay, can you see on the left-hand column, the penultimate paragraph sets out the purpose of the report, and that's to provide a response for the reason for refusal and to consider the acoustic performance specification of the building envelope. Yeah?
Yes.
So focus here, as in the previous reports, was on building envelope rather than layout, separation, orientation.
So the purpose of the report was not to redesign the architecture of the scheme. The purpose of the report was to confirm the suitable acoustic strategy based on the updated noise surveys undertaken in June, November, December 2022, January and February 2023, which included Gurdwara events.
Yeah.
Okay. And significant religious days.
Okay, so we can agree that the acoustic conditions resulting from the Gurdwara were not considered, did not inform the original design, and when you became aware of those, there was no advice to go back and reconsider the design.
No, because they were assessed and
Yeah,
the scheme of mitigation was considered appropriate.
Yeah, sure. At the bottom of the hierarchy, building envelope. That was what you were relying on.
Yes, one element of the good acoustic design process.
Yeah, okay. And this was the first report that was informed by any measurement of the Nagara, is that correct?
No, I disagree, because the original position and the discussions with Tetra Tech were informed by the summary of the reports of event noise put forward by Clear Acoustic Design.
Right, but you just rejected their measurements and you hadn't carried out any of your own measurements at that stage?
No, we questioned the 101 dB that was being put forward as representative of events that were lasting day, night, 24 hours.
Yeah.
But we did understand that there were biannual events, and that the infrequency of the events was part of the consideration of the discussions and the scheme that was presented to committee. So it's incorrect to say that this is the first time we considered noise from events at all.
First time you'd carried out a measurement?
It's the first time I directly measured events myself, yes.
Thank you. That was a non-attended measurement, was it, on the 8th of November?
It was non-attended, but we used audio recording throughout all of our measurements so we could listen to data, as well as capturing weather data. That was all logged continuously.
Understood. And then we can see the glazing that was proposed here. This is on page 24.
Is that 24 of 97?
It's your hard copy, page 24, PDF 30.
Yes.
Is that, so 32 in the living rooms, is that the same or different from what, because you've just explained that sometimes these are expressed differently. Is that the same or different to what you previously proposed?
That's the same.
The same. Okay.
There is a difference in that table. Would you like me to point it out to you?
Well, only if you think it's relevant. I'm happy for you just to answer my question.
For context, Zone A is the same. Zone B, the living rooms were increased by 3 dB, and that is following more extensive survey work. The initial survey was undertaken during COVID, as we've all stated previously. Aircraft contours from Heathrow were used, and a spectrum from aircraft overflying the site infrequently was used to inform the glazing specification. On further work with Heathrow operating normally, we discovered that actually the low frequency noise was higher than we expected from aircraft, and therefore we had to increase the glazing specification for all other areas of the site. But it doesn't materially impact the glazing specification for Block A and the Gurdwara.
In the Statement of Common Ground addendum on table 3, page 2.
Do you have the addendum, sorry, yep. Yes.
There we see your construction one is 36 dB RW. Is that the same or different from what you were proposing in core document 8.3?
Sorry, let me just find.
Yeah, page 2, table 3.
Yep.
Your construction one.
Yes.
Is that the same or different as the specification you were proposing in core document 8.3?
Acoustically, that is the same specification.
Okay.
And I can explain the reason behind that. We clarify that the values in the acoustic report were R-W plus CTR, and CTR is a negative correction. It's always negative and it's applied. And so the value in table 3 of the addendum is just an R-W. It doesn't have that negative penalty. So the CTR for these glazing configuration that we provided was acceptable was 4 dB. So 36 minus 4 is 32.
Understood.
So they are the same.
Understood. Now, as to whether the inspector should consider construction 1 or construction 2 when he comes to make his assessment, it was put to Mr. Scrivener last week that the council has the power to control the glazing specification through condition 15, so it could insist on the higher specification in construction methodology 2. Do you recall that?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. Can I ask you please just to turn up core document 8.5, which sets out the draft conditions. And it's PDF page 9 when you're there.
Is that 95 of X on the page itself?
On the bottom of the page, it's 95.
Yeah, I'm there.
It's condition 15. Okay. So we see The development shall be built in accordance with the approved noise impact assessment and noise technical note. Can you, do you know what those documents are?
I do.
Which ones are they? Are they?
So that is, this is going to be the assessment. Let me just find the core document reference for you. 2.13.
2.13. So that's,
And that's the report.
Is the report. So that's the June 2022 report.
Yeah, the report submitted before committee.
Yeah. Okay.
And the technical note is that of 2.12.
Okay. So then we see at B, this sets the internal noise levels by reference to BS 8233, which we'll come on to. Part C says, prior to the development being occupied, internal ambient noise level tests shall be submitted and improved in writing by the LPA. Noise tests shall be carried out considering typical daily noise associated with the adjacent Gurdwara. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so this noise condition doesn't allow for glazing specification to address the events at the Gurdwara, does it?
It does not.
Okay.
It's text position that the events were so infrequent that they would not fall under the requirement of the standard for this condition.
Okay, and what you're proposing under construction 1, the 36 dB, is that then necessary for typical daily events?
Not for typical daily events.
Right.
No, it's a combination of an enhanced glazing performance to take into account. It's derived by the aircraft noise, in order, which is the primary source of noise on the site.
Okay, so if 36 dB, well, if the council thought it was necessary to require your construction 1, it couldn't do that by reference to events held at the Gurdwara.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I'm sorry, is Mr. Strawn telling his
No,
witness
no,
to
no,
say
no,
that he
no.
doesn't understand?
I was looking
okay,
through
well,
my
you don't need
papers.
to understand it.
I do. I think we all need to understand it.
Well,
don't we?
Mr. Leach, if he doesn't understand it, he can tell me without a prompt from you.
No, no, no.
Okay, but Mr. If the council did think that construction method 2 was
Okay.
necessary, I would have expected to have heard about it in the council's evidence.
So I'm talking about construction 1. I'm talking about whether construction method 1 is actually secured by this condition.
Right, well, clearly there is some confusion then. So if you could put... Again, I've asked for the conditions to be discussed between the parties, and I didn't mean in the inquiry. So have there been some discussions?
Well, sir, can I make it clear that the conditions in the normal way have been discussed and agreed without prejudice to the council's case? If the council thought these conditions were sufficient, none of us would be here.
Well, that's not consistent with Mr. Scrivener's evidence that he gave last week, Mr. Furr. I asked Mr. Scrivener expressly about the noise levels that were being achieved, and he gave very clear answers. So I'm not clear at the moment and that's why I said I didn't understand the question. What different condition the council's proposing, if not the one that they've already agreed?
So can I just come into this point? This is a point that I would have been raising if Ms. Stafford hadn't raised it. As she mentioned in the preface to the question, last week, questions were put to Mr. Scrivener on the basis that the condition that was in the draft already secured the specification that was set out in the addendum statement of common ground. In my view, it doesn't. Obviously, Ms. Teffer shares that view because it relates entirely to typical daily event noise, and so it was put on that basis by Mr. Straw, and we don't think that's right, and that needs to be drawn to attention.
Can I?
So let me just be clear. This condition that's proposed does not do what the council thinks it needs to do. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Strawn said it
Or the Gurdwara?
No, can I answer? Can I answer? I think.
Well, let me just hear
Yeah, certainly.
from the advocates first, please.
So what I would say is no, it absolutely doesn't do what the council think is necessary. First, because the council don't think 8233 is an appropriate standard to deal with noise of this nature. They think 4142 is the appropriate method. And so this is a condition by reference to 8233 without prejudice to our case on the assumption that you don't accept our case ultimately. So that is the first point. And the second point is whether construction method 2, which it was put to Mr. Scrivener, could be secured through this condition, could actually be secured through the condition. And if so, whether it's relevant to look at construction 2 or if it's not, because it couldn't be secured. And so even construction method 1, if that's required to deal with events from the Gurdwara, that couldn't be secured through this condition, which doesn't cover events.
Okay, so I would have expected then for the council to have suggested a condition that would do what you're seeking. Is that why have you agreed that these ones?
On the assumption, sir, that you reject our case. But we certainly haven't abandoned our case. This is without prejudice to our case that this condition would not overcome our concerns.
But the council could suggest a condition that secured construction method 1 or construction method 2, couldn't it?
Well, we certainly could suggest a condition that covered events.
Right. Okay. Well, continue with your questions, and let's hope that it becomes clear where we're going with this.
So I don't want to prolong this debate, but just for the record, I don't accept what the council's putting as to their case in light of Mr. Scrivener's answers. But you've got a note of that. I just want to. I don't want it to go left unsaid. That I'm somehow accepting Mr. Furr's characterisation of the council's position.
Yes, I understand. It doesn't undo what I've already heard. Right. Thank you.
To answer your question regarding the suitability of condition 15 to secure construction type 1, can I draw your attention to table B1 of the Statement of Common Ground Noise Addendum?
B1. Of the addendum?
Of the addendum, yeah.
Yep.
So that's page 19 of 22, the physical document.
Yep.
So that is the intrusive noise calculation for the external environmental noise environment, which is a combination of road traffic, daily use of the Gurdwara, and aircraft. And as you can see, the external facade noise level is 66 dB.
Yeah.
The glazing type 1 results in an internal noise level of around 32 dB, and therefore construction type 1 would be required in order to discharge that condition.
Okay.
So it's the primary noise sources which are, again, driving the glazing specification.
All right. So construction 1 is required to address the aircraft noise and the road traffic noise. That's your position.
Yes.
Okay.
So it would need to be secured in order to discharge condition 15.
Okay. Understood. Thank you. Just turning, please, then to the applicable standards. And we've looked at these before, but 8233, please, if you could. It's core document 12.7. And it's section 7.7.1. It's PDF 30, sir.
I'm there.
Thank you. So we've looked at this. The subclause applies to external noise as it affects the internal acoustic environment from sources without a specific character, previously termed anonymous noise. And then it explains that occupants are usually more tolerant of noise without a specific character than, for example, that from neighbours, which can trigger complex emotional reactions. For simplicity, only noise without character is considered in Table 4. And then we've got the note underneath those A and B. Noise has a specific character if it contains features such as distinguishable, discrete and continuous tone, irregular enough to attract attention, or has strong low frequency content, etc. So can we agree that anonymous noise is noise that doesn't have a specific character?
So anonymous noise is no longer used by the standard.
Yeah.
So the previous standard was applied to railway, aircraft, environmental noise sources, which do have character. So
Right.
I disagree to say that not all anonymous noise, as previously termed, would be without character.
So when it says here, it affects the internal acoustic environment from sources without a specific character previously termed anonymous noise. So that's a reference to the previous standard, you say?
It is a reference to the previous
Okay.
standard, yeah.
And what was called anonymous noise was...
Previously is now called noise without specific character.
Right. Okay. So they're one and the same thing then. Anonymous noise is now called noise without a specific character, and they're one and the same.
I disagree that all anonymous noise has no character.
So you disagree with the clear wording of this standard here, do you?
No, I believe that the wording of the standard was updated, and the use anonymous noise was dropped in
Right.
the standard because not all anonymous noise has no character.
So is it wrong to use the phrase anonymous noise now?
I prefer the phrase without specific character.
Okay,
as per
so
the
when
standard.
you use the term anonymous noise in your proof, were you wrong to do that at paragraph 4.30?
So on reflection, perhaps I should have used the wording in the standard. Yeah.
Okay, and
Correct.
when did that reflection occur to you? Was it after the questions were put by Mr. Strawn to my witness and to Mr. Duncan?
I mean, I've used anonymous noise in quotes in my proof
Right.
of evidence.
Right.
And I've clearly defined that it was previously termed anonymous noise.
Right.
The point I'm trying to make is that I don't believe all anonymous noise, as previously defined by or applicable under 8233, would be without specific character.
Okay, well, I would like to stick with the wording used here then,
Okay.
which does equate anonymous noise to that without a specific character. Can we agree that it does equate those two concepts?
It does.
It does. Okay. And then we can see that at 7.7.2, in general, for steady external noise sources, it's desirable to achieve the levels set out in Table 4. See that?
That's what it states, yes.
Okay. And it's the council's, well, non-adopted SPD. We can turn it up if you want to. It's called document 12.9, but that says for steady continuous noise without a specific character, it's PDF page 24. Yeah, PDF 24, section 6.3, if you want to turn that up. Sorry, PDF 25, sorry.
Oh, I'm there.
You're there, thank you. Do you see section 6.3?
I do.
Second para?
Mm-hmm.
For steady continuous noise without a specific character, the guidance on suitable internal noise levels in Table 4 of BS 8233 may be relevant.
Correct.
Okay, and the SPD is right to characterise 8233 as appropriate for steady continuous noise without a specific character, isn't it?
8233 is the correct standard to use in that.
Okay, that's not the question. The question was that SPD is right to characterise 8233 as appropriate for steady continuous noise without a specific character, isn't it?
Yes, Table 4 is appropriate for steady noise without character.
Okay.
BS 8233 doesn't preclude the use of Table 4 for noise with specific character.
No.
It just states that for simplicity, it's not involved. It is not included within that table.
Yeah. Okay. And what it suggests is that it might be appropriate where it does have a specific character to apply a lower threshold. That's how it deals with characterful noise.
Might be appropriate.
That's what I said.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And you accept that noise from the Nagara is not anonymous noise?
No, it's not anonymous noise.
Okay.
Sorry, I agree with you.
Yeah. Thank you. So if it's not anonymous noise, it must by definition have character.
Correct.
Okay. And so it's not the steady continuous noise to which 8233 generally applies.
Correct.
And the approach in 8233 in respect of steady, continuous noise without specific character is to set thresholds by 16-hour averages. Yep.
Correct.
Okay. And for steady, continuous noise without specific character, it makes sense, doesn't it? Because the noise, to apply 16-hour average, because the noise is steady and continuous.
Yes, and I believe that's why in the document they've included note 3 to clarify that point, that it's based on annual average data, not achieved in all circumstances.
Yeah.
And normal to exclude occasional events.
Yeah, okay. But the point is, where noise is steady and continuous, then one can understand why a 16 average might be appropriate because of those characteristics, steady and continuous.
The standard doesn't preclude its use against sources which are non-continuous. So, for example, rail traffic, aircraft, then they are included under the standard.
Right.
But both of those have character.
Yeah.
Both of those are intermittent. And to put the point that on the might be appropriate, both of those sources would have different corrections potentially to the values presented in Table 4.
They might do, but certainly in Hounslow, with the way Heathrow operates, there are aircraft passing for significant parts of the day, and one might expect on a railway line there might be a regular schedule which would make it appropriate because those noise sources would be continuous. But to use Mr. Scrivener's example, if you just had an RAF airport which only operated planes for 1 hour a day, in that circumstance it might not be appropriate to apply a 16-hour average. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, but to go back to your example of rail traffic, there are different types of rail traffic. Freight, for example, would have a completely different character and profile, and maybe intermittent, so not continuous throughout the normal rail traffic profile during the day.
Sure, and someone might decide in those circumstances with which we're not concerned that it was not appropriate to average it out over a 16-hour period. Yeah.
You might, but the standard would still apply that you should average out over 16 hours.
For short-term events, the way people experience them is short-term, isn't it? They don't get to the end of the day having had a particularly noisy 1 hour period and say, well, over the 16 hours of today, the noise was acceptable. That's not how people experience noise.
No, people experience noise in the environment, and it's just as incorrect to assess the noise from a single event without context of the daily noise environment.
Yeah.
So, for example, the noise from aircraft, the noise from road traffic, rail, it all combines. And I think that's why the WHO guidance, as was discussed with Mr. Duncan yesterday, is, for annoyance is based on long-term statistical averages, not individual events.
Right, but you do accept that individual events have the capacity to result in adverse impact and annoyance?
They would, but it would depend on the frequency of the occurrence, the duration, the level. It's not just a case to say that because there's a single event, it would result in an adverse impact.
No.
I think that point is illustrated in 8233, where it gives the example of fireworks night or New Year's Eve, where you get very high levels of impulsive noise for sustained periods of time, and yet it's not an adverse effect on people, so much that it would be considered a nuisance, that it would be, avoided under the agent of change principle.
Understood. I understand. Are you equating fireworks night and New Year's Eve with the nature, duration, and frequency of the events at the Gurdwara?
No, I'm just drawing comparison to the fact that the standard is not, it is looking at average noise levels.
Understood.
Based on the research from the WHO, it's not intended to be applied prescriptively to all events.
Now, the reason we're looking at standards is because we're interested in understanding people's subjective response in Block A to noise from the Nagara, yes?
Yes, although individual subjective response it would be difficult to quantify.
Yeah, because people respond differently to noise, but generally what we're interested in is how people subjectively are likely to respond, because that will influence whether they're likely to make complaints.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
in doing so, I drew comparison and reference to the established noise receptors of surrounding the Gurdwara,
Yeah.
and why I submitted an FOI request to understand if the operation of the Gurdwara was leading to regular complaints or annoyance. And the evidence presented to me was that no, it's not.
Okay, so you say that the lack of regular complaints.
Regular complaints to the authority or action and sort of serving of notice to the Gurdwara would be a strong indication that perhaps their operations would likely lead to nuisance and further complaints. It is one aspect of the assessment. It's not the only point.
Okay, can I ask you please just to take up core document 1311, which is the Old Trafford decision. Turn to PDF 10, paragraph 50.
Sorry, I'm just... Yes, I'm there.
Okay, so previous concerts at the Old Trafford had generally attracted a low number of noise complaints, save for 2 concerts in 2016, where there were significantly higher numbers, and that was because of atmospheric conditions. That led to the complaints for those concerts. That said, regardless of the number of complaints received, it hasn't led to the licence being reviewed. Everyone accepts no current nuisance caused by holding the concerts there. Do you see that?
Yes, but to put that in context, they're discussing, they're not saying 0 complaints.
Right.
It's a low number of complaints.
Low number of complaints. So you're drawing a distinction.
Then in the 2 examples under specific atmospheric conditions, this was complaints over a 10-mile radius. It's not it's not comparable to the operation of the Gurdwara.
Right, I see. And notwithstanding though the low number of complaints, that didn't prevent the inspector from going on to find, for refusing the scheme, in part because of the impact from the concert events, even though there'd been those low number of complaints.
So again, this decision notice needs to be considered in context.
Yeah.
Which I'd like to do now, if possible. So the concerts at EOT, so I wasn't expecting just intense discussion on the background documents through the decision, but I have reviewed the noise reports.
Sorry, I'm not going to go through that because I haven't got those noise reports, and
No,
they're not
those
before
noise
us.
reports
Well, I'm
are-
sorry. Look,
No,
my time.
Let him finish. You
No,
asked him about
my time estimate is
Sorry.
finite. Yeah, and I don't want to hear long. I just want you to answer the questions I'm putting, please.
Yeah, but
No,
Okay.
no, I'm
Right,
sorry. I'm sorry.
Let's just try to stick to the questions because we're going quite off track time-wise and for the questions that are being put.
So I think it's a material decision a material fact in the inspector's decision.
Well, I'm sorry. You should address that in evidence in chief if that was the case, and you should have put in the additional documents
If
there.
you're going to refer somebody to that, then there needs to be an opportunity to answer.
He's answered, sir, but he's now talking about underlying noise reports that he's reviewed behind this document that none of us have seen.
Yes, and I don't want to hear about that, thank you, because I don't have any of those documents before me. Mr. Fur, how long do you think you have left?
I would say another 10 minutes, sir.
Right, let's try to complete that then,
Thank
please.
you. I hope Mr. Leach will work with me so that we can do that. Can we agree that the methodology in 412 seeks to predict the subjective responses of people exposed to certain types of noise?
Industrial and commercial noise sources, yes.
Okay, to predict their subjective responses. Do you agree that that's what 4142 does, seeks to predict people's subjective responses to those types of noises?
So I'm just reviewing the introduction of the standard.
Right, that's okay, Mr. Leach. If you're not able to answer that, that's fine. Let's move on in the interest of time.
Sorry. So I appreciate we're under time pressures, but Mr. Fur can't dictate answers from the witness merely because she's running up against having spent most of her time talking about the context to the scheme. And we're only now getting on to the substance of noise levels. That's her choice. But if she wants to answer a question about BS 4142 and the witness is getting up the document, so that he can look at it to answer it. He's got to be allowed to do that. And her time constraints can't prejudice the evidence. I'm trying not to interrupt too much, but that is just inappropriate on her part.
Okay, well, as I said with previous witnesses, they need to be given the opportunity to answer. So if Mr. Leach is just looking for the document, then I think that's reasonable. So let him answer.
Sorry, I have the document in front of me now.
Okay. I'm not asking you to look at a specific part of the document. I'm just asking you, am I right to understand that 4142 does seek to predict the subjective responses of people exposed to certain types of noise?
It does in a
Yes.
limited capacity. It
Yeah,
says
I
that it doesn't
understand.
go-
Industrial commercial.
and
I
also
understand.
it doesn't determine nuisance.
No,
either.
I didn't ask that. Okay. And can we agree that people's subjective reactions to noise are affected by the characteristics of the noise that they hear?
Yes.
Okay. And that will include factors for non-continuous noise sources like number of events, frequency, pattern, and tonal characteristics, intermittency, impulsivity. Yeah.
Those are characters of noise that would be considered. Yes.
Yes, because people's subjective responses are likely to be influenced by those factors.
Potentially.
Okay. And a feature of 4142 is that it allows for penalties or corrections to be applied to reflect those characteristics, intermittency and impulsivity, for example.
In the application of industrial and commercial noise, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And that's because industrial and commercial noises have characteristics that are, in layman's terms, more liable to annoy or disturb.
Yes, but 4142 is also considering the continuous daily operation of commercial premises,
I see.
not the
Yeah.
impact of singular events.
Right. In your proof, please, you explain why you don't think 4142 is appropriate. Bear with me. Where I just find that. It's 4.73.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, I've just heard what you said about daily impacts, and I heard the question, typical daily operations, and I heard the questions put by Mr. Strawn, but this is where you set out the reasons why you don't think 4142 is appropriate, isn't it? It's not intended for recreation activities,
Yes, but
music,
I have
people, not appropriate, therefore not appropriate.
I have qualified that it should be the typical daily operations in my report that was submitted previous to the appeal.
Right. Now, all three of the noise experts agree that the characteristics of noise produced by the Nagara is of a type that warrants corrections for impulsivity and intermittency under 4142. Yes?
If it was defined as music, then it would be outside the scope of the standard, and other standards for music would not apply rating penalties.
That isn't the question I asked, Mr. Leach. All three of the noise experts agree that the characteristics of noise produced by the Nagara is of a type that warrants corrections for impulsivity and intermittency under 4142. Yes?
If you were to apply 4142
Yes.
to the Nagara drum, then yes.
Yes. Okay. And an assessment that failed to reflect those characteristics would be likely to underestimate the reaction of residents because it wouldn't make allowance for the annoyance caused by those characteristics. Yes?
No, I disagree, because you wouldn't assess the Nagara drum under 4142 because it is excluded from the standard.
Right. Okay. So you say that even though it has characteristics that are more liable to annoy and disturb than continuous noise, you don't think that's a relevant factor for the inspector to take into account? Is that
Sorry,
right?
could you repeat the question?
Yeah.
I was trying to think.
You think even though the Nagara has characteristics that are more liable to annoy and disturb than continuous noise, that's not something the inspector should take into account?
No.
No. Okay.
No, I think music, if it's defined as music, is characterful by its very definition, and the rating penalties in the standard aren't appropriate for the rating or correction for subjective response of music.
Understood. But you say that the music standards don't apply to the noise from this source, as I understand it.
No, I do not consider the Nagara, the infrequent use of Nagara, to be either commensurate to an entertainment venue or to be appropriate under COP 95 because it's not amplified music.
Understood. Now, your current position, if you were to apply a 4142 assessment, is set out in the Statement of Common Ground addendum.
It is.
Okay. So your assessment shows an initial assessment of exceedances above background of between 19 and 30. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
Okay. Without going back through the documents, you've produced 3 4142 assessments throughout the history, and they each have incrementally increased the increase above background noise levels. Is that fair?
I'll take your word that you've reviewed the documents and that's correct, without going back through and looking individually. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Fine. If you wanted the references, I can certainly give them to you. So the first is core document 8.3, and that showed an exceedance of 18 dB above background. The second was, actually, I think there might have been, I think the second was the one produced in the appendix to your proof of evidence, the technical note addendum to your proof of evidence.
Yes.
And that showed an exceedance of...
I think Mr. Leach has accepted the principle.
Okay,
so what's the
fine.
question, please?
Okay. So am I right that represents an evolution of your understanding of the noise environment and the noise impact from the Nagara?
Not entirely.
Right.
The assessment, I should caveat that I didn't agree that 4142 should be applied. I just provided
I
an
understand that,
indication
Mr.
if you were
Leach.
to.
I understand
So the
that.
first example you put from 8.3,
Yeah.
core document 8.3, was based on the measurements of the event on the 8th of November.
Yeah.
It was then updated based on an additional assessment was provided based on the events of the 23rd of April,
Sure.
14th of April, sorry, 2023. And then due to an agreement on, because 4142 says you should use the representative background sound level, but it doesn't define exactly what that is. There was, a discussion on the range of background
And
sound
49
levels,
was agreed.
and 49 was agreed, and
Exactly.
therefore the results of that table were updated.
Yeah,
in the
I
addendum.
understand that,
Yeah.
Mr. Leach. I don't think it's wrong
It's
to
not
say...
an evolution of the understanding, though.
Well, it's an evolution of your understanding of the background noise and the noise from the Nagara. You've just said the second one was informed by a further assessment. The third one was informed by an agreement as to background noise levels. That is an evolution of your understanding. Okay, now, just to be clear, you say that 4142 doesn't apply. You say that the music standards don't apply, but you do recognise that the noise with a particular character like this one is more liable to annoy and disturb. How is it that you say the inspector should account for that in his assessment?
No, I've not said that noise with this character is will be more impactful, because you need to not only consideration the duration and the duration of the event itself and the occasional events.
Sure, I
think
understand
it falls
that.
outside the standard, and there's no...
I understand that.
Yeah.
You said falls outside the standard.
I say that the sound of the drum does have character.
Sure.
I didn't say that it then requires a rating penalty to reduce its impact.
No,
increase its impact.
Exactly, Mr. Leach. That's the point. You accept it has character.
Yes.
You accept its characteristics make it more liable to annoy or disturb. Impulsive, intermittent, yes.
And for the example I gave I drew a comparison to fireworks. Yes.
Understood. So you do accept those factors, but you don't, or you say the inspector shouldn't account for those features in considering the likelihood of complaints. Have I understood? I just want to check I've understood your position correctly.
What I'm saying is that all noise has character.
Could you just answer my question, please? Are you asking the inspector to take account of the characteristics of this noise in any of the assessments that you suggest he undertake?
Yes, he needs to understand the character of the noise and consider it as
Right.
part of the assessment. Yes,
He
that is
does.
correct.
Okay. And under 8233, your 8233 assessment, that doesn't make any allowance for the character of the noise in your table 4?
No, because
No.
8233 doesn't say you have to provide a reduction. It said it
No.
might be appropriate.
Okay. You haven't considered it to be appropriate?
No, due to the
Okay.
occasional nature of the event.
Yep. Okay. Now, can I just please, I want to just look very briefly, I hope, at internal levels. And you rely here on the glazing and acoustic specification. And in table 4 of the Statement of Common Ground addendum, please, you provide hourly internal noise levels for a 1 hour period for the sound power level of 106 in the bottom 3 rows.
I do.
Yep. Okay. And then we've got your construction 1, and we can see that that's intended to control noise from steady continuous noise to 35 dB LAEQ 16 in the living rooms. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I've provided in
Can we,
that table-
if possible, can we just? I'm going through a series of questions, and I just want to understand if that's what you've done.
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, of course. The glazing and facade that you've proposed is intended to control noise levels for steady continuous noise sources to 35 dB inside the living rooms. Is that right?
It is, yes.
Thank you. And for the 1 hour that the Nagara is played in the ceremonial area or background, or balcony, it will exceed that level by 6 decibels according to this table for the 1 hour.
Sorry, could you?
Of course, if we look at your table 4,
Yes.
for the 1 hour the Nagara is played in the car park or balcony, it will be 41 dB, so it will exceed the internal levels by 6 decibels for that 1 hour. Yep.
But you're not comparing.
I'm just asking you, for 1 hour, will it exceed? I understand your
The
point.
criterion is based on a 16-hour
Right.
value, not a 1 hour value.
Okay,
But for that 1 hour
yeah,
event,
Yeah.
it would exceed the criteria based on a 16-hour average, but
Yeah.
that's not the application of the standard.
okay. Now, can you turn up your proof of evidence, please, and turn to paragraph 4.95? Page 28.
I'm there.
Okay, this is where you set up what your, because there are no numerical thresholds of lol and sol in the document, so it's a matter of judgment. Yeah?
Correct, yeah.
Yes. All right.
yeah.
All right. Well, this is your judgment anyway as to what lols and sols are. It might also be set out in Pro PG, but this is your understand. This is your judgment. Is
Sorry,
that right?
to qualify, when you asked me about lol is not clearly defined. Sol is defined in Pro PG and the SPD. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. That's helpful. Thank you. So, but this is your own judgment as to what appropriate lols and sols are in this case.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you. And we see they're set by 16-hour averages. Yep.
Correct.
Okay. So can you then turn, please, to page 32, table 5. Well, paragraph 5.15. Do you have that? 5.15?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. Detailed calculations were presented in Appendix H. Summary of results are set out in Table 5. Internal ambient noise levels below LOL are shown in green. Noise levels that exceed LOL, i.e. those in observed adverse effect, but don't exceed SOL, are in orange. Yeah?
Correct.
Okay. So orange are the ones you consider to be above LOL, below SOL, so at observed adverse effect level. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. And so we can see that in your view, the event on the 14th of April 2023 for the event duration would be at observed adverse effect level. Yep.
14th of April. Sorry, could you just...
Of course, 14th of April, living room.
Yep.
Event, complete event, 40 decibels. And in your view, that's observed adverse effect level because it's in orange. Yeah.
Well, it's against the NR in that case.
Yeah, well, that's what you provided us with. That's your view of observed adverse effect levels are in orange. You haven't provided any qualification there in the text. This is your view of what's observed adverse or what's below Lowell. So we can see that 40 decibel is observed adverse effect level in your view.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. And that's without having any regard to the particular characteristics of the noise. Yeah, because is that correct?
Yeah, the
Correct.
character is not a specific penalty for character.
No, or a lower threshold or anything. So that's without having regard to the characteristics of the noise.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. And in the statement of common ground, that 40 has actually increased to 41, hasn't it? If we look at table 4.
Yes.
Okay. And it's for a 1 hour event.
Yes.
Because the unchallenged evidence is that those events do take place for an hour, and in fact, sometimes 2 for the bigger events. So what we've got here is an observed adverse effect level in the living rooms caused by the Nagara, without taking account of the specific characteristics. Yeah?
If one were to take the event
Yeah.
independently, I have qualified in the following text that it's based on a 16-hour average, and therefore you should use the second column.
Well, you haven't said that, have you? You've said even in the worst case, the corrected 16-hour level is below Lowell, but you haven't ever said, I don't think the complete event is below Lowell. You've said it's observed adverse effect level. That's why it's in orange. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So now, in your proof, please, paragraph 4.5. Well, actually, let's just turn to page 10.
Page 10.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Leach. I do actually want to just have a quick look at 4.5 on page 7.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. So this is a reference to the noise policy statement for England.
Yes.
Okay.
4.5
of your proof, page 7.
4.50.
That's okay.
Uh, 4.5, yes.
Yeah, where noise level from proposed development is between Lowell and Seoul, the noise policy statement for England says all reasonable steps should be taken to mitigate and minimise adverse effects, etc. This doesn't mean such adverse effects cannot occur. And you rely on the second bit that you've highlighted. But can we agree that here we do have impacts between Lowell and Seoul? And so the requirement under the National Noise Policy Statement is to take all reasonable steps to mitigate and minimise.
So I suppose just qualify that the results in my table with the colour coding
Yeah.
are if you take the event in just for the event.
Well,
I've set my criteria for Lowell and Seoul based on 16 hours and then qualified in the following statement that it should be the second column that's assessed.
Well, what you've done is you've told us that you set your Lowells and Souls by reference to 16-hour averages, because we've seen that in your table 1. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what that is, sir, but I'm going to ignore it. So you've set your levels by reference to 16-hour averages in table 1, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then you've told us what you consider is to be observed adverse effect level, and you've done that for the complete event. So comparing, as I understand it, the event with the 16-hour, which is the very criticism that was put to Mr. Scrivener, it's an approach that you've taken, and you haven't anywhere told us that actually you don't think that is an observed adverse effect level. If you're looking at the event, have you? And then if we look at your paragraph 5.19, you talk about the event held on the 14th of April, representative of a larger event, temporarily increased noise environment to 40 dB, which is above Lowell, but well below Seoul. Yeah, so that's your view. Observed adverse effect level. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
That is-
So Yep. So then if we look at what the national policy, the noise policy statement for England says we should do when we're above Lowell and below Seoul, it's take all reasonable steps to mitigate and minimise. Yes?
Yes,
Okay. And
based
that,
on a 16-hour.
well, that's not
sorry.
what the noise policy statement for
Oh, sorry,
England says.
noise policy statement. So I thought you said
No.
energy. Sorry, my
No.
apologies.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we're in the category of between Lowell and Seoul. We should take all reasonable steps to mitigate. And that would include consideration of layout, design, orientation in accordance with good acoustic design. Yes?
Yes, Pro-PG also qualifies that.
Okay, I just, sorry, did you
Sorry.
agree to that first? That what all reasonable steps to mitigate and minimise were in that category, and that would include considerations of building layout, location and orientation.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So if all reasonable steps, including build out, layout, location and orientation, had not been considered, then the noise policy statement wouldn't be complied with if you have an impact between Lowell and Seoul.
Yes, but there are.
Sorry, no, it wouldn't be complied with. Is that what you meant?
So, no, it wouldn't be complied with, but there are more factors than just looking at one element of the acoustic design.
Yeah, of course there are. We've looked at them several times. There's a hierarchy repeated in a number of places. And when the noise policy statement for England refers to all reasonable steps, that will plainly include consideration of building location, layout and orientation, won't it?
Yes, with regard to all sources.
Yeah, including noise from the Nagara.
If considered to be a significant, an adverse impact.
Well, you do consider it to be an adverse impact. You've just told us.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, fine. So failing to consider layout, orientation and design when you have an observed adverse impact would result in a breach of the noise policy statement England. Agreed?
Correct.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions, sir. Thank you.
Right, thank you. The Gurdwara is also going to cross-examination. Mr. Leach, do you need to have a short break before we move on to that, or are you okay through till lunchtime?
Another bottle of water would be handy from my colleagues if that would be appropriate.
Okay, but subject to that, are you ready to continue?
Yeah, 2 minutes and
Minutes just to sort papers out and go out. Thank you.
Okay, let's adjourn until 5 to 12. Thank you. Right, okay, thank you everyone. Let's resume then, please. Ms Clutton, we're not going to finish before lunch, I don't think. So if you could find a suitable point around 1 o'clock for a...
We ought to turn this on as well, didn't I? I will keep my eyes out for that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so just obviously for the avoidance of any doubt, we have liaised over the content of the cross-examination. So I don't expect any points to be taken about me not cross-examining on things where they've already been covered with Miss Tafur.
Yes, I'm sure Mr Strawn will appreciate that. And yes, it's helpful for me not to have any duplication. Thank you.
I will try not. There are one or two topics where I need to go back and pick up some other points, but I will try and avoid any duplication. So nearly good afternoon.
Nearly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For a few moments at least. Yes, I'm afraid I can't really move it much closer because I need to have. Yes, unfortunately, I need to have access to my papers as well. So is that better? Good. Okay. Mr. Leach, we've obviously heard this morning that you've been the lead acoustic consultant on this project since its inception. That's right.
Correct. Sorry, correct.
We've also heard that you were responsible for, or at least certainly signed off on each of the previous SOL acoustic reports that we have before the inquiry.
That is correct.
And save to the extent that any parts of earlier reports have been updated in later reports, we've not suggested to the inquiry that any parts of those are inaccurate or otherwise in error.
Believe not, no.
A number of questions were put to other witnesses on the basis that they were obliged to alert the inspector to any matters of which they were aware that were inconsistent with their own cases or any parts of evidence that they wish to correct. And we can assume, can we, that that's a standard that you've applied to your own evidence?
I have sought to do so. I issued an errata note this morning trying to clarify some points which may have been, well, one was a minor typo, and as the inspector
But you've sought to make those corrections where they apply?
I've tried to, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to, in terms of where we're going to go, just to provide you with a route map so you know where we are in the cross-examination, we're going to look at a very brief matters on policy to start with. Then we're going to look at the standards. Then we're going to look at your approach to assessment and then the output of assessments, okay? So turning first very briefly to policy matters, the development plan in this area, all agreed, comprises both the London plan and the Hounslow local plan, yes?
Yes.
And the principal London plan policies with which we're concerned in respect of noise are D13 and D14, agent of change and noise.
Yes, yes.
And the principal local plan policy we're concerned with is EQ5.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the London plan policies, I'm going to just try asking this question without going to the documents first, but if we need to, okay, that's not a problem. In relation to D13 and D14, neither of those policies dictate the standards or methodology by which the extent of any noise impacts are to be assessed, do they?
Sorry, could you
Yes,
repeat
of
that
course.
for me?
Neither of those policies set out or dictate the British standards or methodologies by which noise is to be assessed.
No, that is correct.
That's a matter that's left to the judgment of the acoustician in any given case.
Yes, correct.
Turning to local plan EQ5, that requires, perhaps we ought to have the wording of this one up just so you've got it to hand. It's a CD 11.1.20. That policy, do you have that?
I do, yes.
Good, yes. So at section H, that policy says that ensure that noise mitigation measures are implemented to demonstrate compliance with BS 8233 as appropriate, yes?
As appropriate, yes.
Yeah, so it expressly contemplates that 8233 may not always be the appropriate measure.
Correct.
And that's further reinforced in the reference in the notes, where it says that both BS 8233 and 4142 should inform the noise assessment. That's the third bullet in the notes.
Yep, that's what it states.
But the policy doesn't preclude reference to any other metrics in the production of noise assessments, does it?
No.
Again, that's left to the judgment of acoustic professionals.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, I just want to turn to pick up on a point on design, which is raised in your rebuttal proof, please. Can you take up your rebuttal at paragraph 3.6, page 18?
.6.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Now, in that, you refer to section C42 of the 2020 draft Good Quality Housing for All Londoners document, yes?
I do.
And you refer there to the section dealing with minimum balcony sizes, and you emphasise in your bold text a minimum depth for balconies of 1.5 metres. Do you see that?
I do.
And the consequence of that, you then say in 3.7, you say the depth of projecting private balconies are 1.5 metres, and you consider that the provided balconies on Block A are more likely to be defined as a small balcony rather than a large balcony for the purposes of BS 8233.
I do, yes.
We can agree, can't we, that the size of a balcony is a function not only of its depth, but also of its width.
Yes.
And the London plan, and indeed this consultation draft, explains that there is a minimum width for balconies too, and that's also 1.5 metres.
Yes.
And if a balcony had the minimum dimensions, 1.5 metres by 1.5 metres, that would be a total floor area of 2.25 metres squared, wouldn't it?
You would.
And that would be a small balcony, yes?
Would also be a small balcony, yes.
Okay. Can we take up the appellant's accommodation schedule, please? It's CD 1.2.38. And this is the accommodation schedule for Block A, yes?
Yes.
And if we look at the size of the balconies referred to in this document, according to the appellant, at the smallest balcony we've got for single person units is 5 square metres, yes?
Yes.
At 6 square metres then for a 1-bed 2-person unit.
Yes.
7 square metres for a 2-bed 4-person unit.
Yes.
And I think there's 1 80 square metre unit.
Yes.
Okay. The 5 metre and the 80 metre squared balconies seem to be outliers. I think there's only 3 5 metre balconies within 5 square metre balconies within Block A and 1 80 square metres. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe the 80 square metres would be the example of a roof terrace that 8233 discusses.
Well, there's there's terraces referred to. This is identified as a balcony.
You'll have to clarify that with
Mr. Which I did take that up with Mr. Mannering if I need to.
I can't.
That's fine.
I can't comment on that.
We don't need you to. Okay. So at an absolute minimum, the balconies being provided in Block A are more than double the minimum standard, aren't they, in terms of depth and width?
Sorry, double the minimum standard.
Double the minimum depth and width, double the minimum area created by the minimum depth and width, which you agreed was 2.25 square metres, and the smallest balcony you're providing is 5 metres squared.
There are also design concerns for the minimum square meterage depending on the occupancy.
Yes.
Which I don't think is reflected in the 1.5 by 1.5.
No, it's not, because it contemplates that although you'd have to provide a minimum amount of amenity space for the property overall, you can have, as a balcony, it only has to be 1.5 by 1.5. So the point we're talking about is balconies at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And the minimum balcony size, which we agreed would be a small balcony, equates to 2.25 square metres, yes?
Yes, but my position is that I don't believe that these are also not small balconies at the sizes that they've been given in here.
So they're not small balconies?
6 metres squared, 5 metres squared. No, I believe those would be considered small balconies.
So you believe, and what about
in the terms of 8233,
Okay.
not in terms of the spatial planning requirement under the guidance document that is in the
Okay, so you say they're small balconies. Let's just get this clear. So hang on. You said 5 and 6 metres squared are small balconies for the purposes of BS 8233, yes?
Yes.
Well, no, he didn't say 7. That's what
Oh,
I'm just
sorry,
about to ask
sorry.
him for
All
7.
said, I believe 6 square metres and 7
No,
square metres.
he didn't. He said
Sorry,
5 and 6.
Can I
Sorry,
qualify
that's why I'm
this?
asking about 7.
So all of the balconies on Block A, with the exception of the 80-metre balcony, which is potentially mislabeled, I believe would be considered small balconies under the auspices of 8233.
Okay. And that's notwithstanding the fact that they are, in the case of the 5 square metre balcony, more than 2 times the minimum size that you're required to have under the consultation draft you've referred to.
Again, the consultation draft's not looking at the acoustic definition of a small balcony. It's looking at other design requirements.
So why did you, if it's not related to acoustics, anything to do with acoustics, why is it relevant to your evidence? Why did you refer to it?
It was to provide an example that 1.5 metres depth is the minimum depth.
Right.
So that you couldn't provide a smaller depth to balcony, not the width, but the depth. Because
but if the size of a balcony is a function of both its depth and width, we need to look at both, don't we? We can't just look at the depth in isolation, because if your 80 square metre balcony is only 1.5 metres, you're still not going to say it's small, are you? Just because it's got a depth of 1.5 metres.
No, but the use of small in 8233, if we could turn up the section, which I will 7.7.3.2.
Yeah. It
talks about, with regards to balconies,
yes.
that for small balconies, noise limits should not be necessary for these uses, and referring to such larger balconies, roof gardens and terraces, it's saying that achieving the levels might not be possible at the outer edge of these areas, but should be achievable in some spaces, which is clearly not achievable on a balcony that's 1.5 metres depth, because you don't have.
Now, it's interesting because that point was obviously made by Mr. Strawn in a question that was put to one of the other noise witnesses. Can you just tell me where you make that point in your proof, please?
I haven't specifically made.
No. Let's look what you say in your proof about this. You haven't made that point, have you? Or your rebuttal. You can go to either and tell me whether you've made it in either place.
No, I've not made that explicit point. I've just highlighted.
No, have you made it at all?
No, I've not explicitly.
What have you said about the size? Why you say it's not? Why the size doesn't apply?
So in my proof of evidence,
Yeah.
I've just highlighted the clauses within 8233 to say that guideline value is not achievable in all circumstances where development is desirable. City centres and urban areas adjoining strategic transport networks, a compromise is required. In such a situation, development should aim to achieve lowest practicable levels, but should not be prohibited.
Yeah.
And then in other locations, such as balconies, specifications of noise limits is
You
not
just
necessarily
quote-
appropriate.
You just quote from the
I do, yeah.
guidance, don't you?
Yeah.
You don't there say that this guidance doesn't apply because large balconies are ones where there's a differential noise that are sufficiently large to have differential noise impacts, do you?
No, I do not.
No. And okay, can we look at your rebuttal, please, where you explicitly deal with this point about the size of balconies and the relevance of that?
Which part of the rebuttal are we going to, Ms. Cleven?
Paragraph 3.5.
Thank you.
Do you have that now, Mr.
3.5 was that, sorry?
3.5. Page 18.
Yep, I'm there.
Yeah. So in that, you again quote from the same bit of the guidance, but you explain at 3.5 your view. You say there are no definitions of small balconies within 8233, and it said nor does it define that they only allow for drying and washing of growing of plot plants. And then you go on to refer to good quality housing for all Londoners, and then you refer to minimum balcony sizes. And you say, basically, this point we went to before, because they're only 1.5 metres depth, they're more likely to be defined as a small balcony than a large balcony. Nowhere do you say that that's because large balconies are ones that would have differential noise impacts within different areas.
Correct. That's not
Okay.
not explicitly stated.
Now, we can agree, can't we, that in all cases of the balconies we've looked for, so this is 5 metres squared, 6 metres squared, 7 metres squared, and certainly 80 metres squared. They would, as a matter of fact, be sufficient. There would be, as a matter of fact, sufficient space for sitting out and for placing a table and chairs on there.
I'm not a design expert. I can't comment on the minimum areas required for tables and chairs, but yeah, in general principle, yes.
Yes. Okay. I appreciate you're not a design expert, but you can work out broadly how large they are, and you could fit certainly a bistro table and chairs, a small, a bench, something like that on there.
Yes.
They are also the only private amenity spaces provided for these flats, aren't they?
Yes.
And so in the circumstances, it's not a surprise that they would have been designed in such a way that would allow for relaxation and enjoyment to take place upon them.
Yes.
Can we just take up Pro PG, please?
Yep.
And if we just look at CD 12.8, page 16.
So which reference?
And it's paragraph 2.47.
2.47.
Yes. So actually, it starts on 16. And in this section, sorry, it keeps skipping over to the page when I'm trying to look at the bottom bit. So it refers to what BS 8233 says about guideline values on balconies. And then it says PPG noise states, if external amenity areas spaces are an intrinsic part of the overall design, the acoustic environment of those spaces should be considered so that they can be enjoyed as intended. Do you see that?
I do.
And then if we head over to 2.48, Pro-PG recognises the tension between 8233 and the PPG, and it says it's notable that both documents require a decision to be made regarding whether or not an external amenity area or amenity space is intrinsic to the required design for acoustic or other reasons. However, the advice in 8233 says resulting noise levels outside are never a reason for refusal as long as the levels are designed to be as low as practicable, whereas to comply with policy guidance, an amenity space must have an acoustic environment so that it can be enjoyed as intended. Do you see that?
I do.
So we can agree, can't we, given that the balconies have been designed in this way, that the amenity that's achieved in those spaces, designed for the purpose of relaxation, is an important consideration for this inspector.
It is.
Good. One final point then on policy to pick up, please. And again, I don't know if we'll need to go to it. I think you'll probably be able to answer this without. We'll try first of all. EQ5.
Can we just reflect on Pro-PG's guidance on balconies?
Yes.
And that the element 3, the element 3 within the box,
Yes.
which does suggest that to offset the impact of noise on balconies, and these are projecting balconies that are experiencing noise from aircraft and transportation noise sources. You can offset some impact by providing access to other external amenity areas for the use of small groups of residents, which has been designed within the scheme.
Okay, we are going to come back to that point, so we note that. But just to be clear, you say it can be offset. It's partial offsetting, isn't it?
Partially offset, yes.
Yes, and that doesn't change the fact that the amenity achieved in the external spaces is an important consideration for this inspector.
Yes.
Good. Okay, just going then to that local plan policy in relation to EQ5 and the point I said, I don't think we'll need to take it up, but we can agree, can't we, that in places where new plant is being proposed, you will normally be required to demonstrate that that will be 10 dB below background.
New plant?
New plant and machinery, yes.
Yes, new plant and machinery, yes.
Okay, and that's consistent with your agreed draft condition 37, which I think deals with that. Yes, good. Okay, thank you. So standards then, please, and we'll start with 8233. The battle lines about the application of this are now relatively clear, but there are a few points that I want to pick up on. The battle lines, as I understand them, are the application to the event noise from the Gurdwara as a matter of principle, and as part of that, the appropriateness of 16-hour averaging of the Gurdwara noise, and also the application of a 55 dB limit to balconies, and if that limit doesn't apply, what else is required in terms of mitigation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in relation to the application of event noise as a matter of principle, you have already dealt with the anonymous point with my learned friend, so I'm not going to go over that. Just in terms of Gurdwara event noise and occasional and comparable, we can agree, can't we, that as a matter of fact, there are 15 events annually at which the Nagara is played in external areas.
There are, but I would suggest that they are experienced differently.
Okay, we'll come back to that. There is not a month in the year where residents would not be exposed to the playing of the Nagara.
No.
Both New Year's Eve and Fireworks Night are annual events, aren't they? They only take place once a year.
They do. There's also other religious events that use fireworks as well to consider.
Are you thinking of Diwali?
I am, yeah.
That's once a year as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of the individual events, residents are only exposed to fireworks night or Diwali once a year in 1 month of the year, aren't they?
Yeah, although fireworks are traditionally used New Year's Eve as well. So
Yeah, but that's a different event, isn't it? We're not saying we lump all the firework events that happen in the UK together and assess them.
no, they are different events.
Okay. And so in those circumstances, it is not directly comparable to the playing of the Nagara, where you agree with me that residents would be exposed to it at least every month.
As I qualified, the experience of the Nagara in different areas of the Gurdwara estate would be received differently.
Okay, it's received differently, but they still experience it.
Yes, there would be. Yes, sorry.
Okay. Now, whether or not events are occasional for the purposes of 8233 has been the subject of previous consideration by a colleague inspector, hasn't it?
It has.
That's covered in the Old Trafford decision.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Yes, okay. Can we take that up, please? It's CD 13.11. Do you have that?
I do.
Good. Now, you were asked about this in examination in chief in the context of the frequency of the cricket events under consideration. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said it wasn't comparable because Old Trafford was used frequently for cricket, and here we only have 3 events plus 12 Gatka. Do you remember that answer?
Yes.
Now, we can agree, can't we, that there were 2 types of event under consideration in this decision. That's cricket and concert noise.
Yes.
And you've dealt with one of those, cricket, yes?
I have.
Now, in relation to concerts, can I ask you to take up paragraph 40? You've read the whole decision on this, I understand, just to be clear.
I skipped over the bits on daylight sunlight, but yes.
Yes, okay.
All the relevant parts.
Yeah, all the parts that dealt with noise. Good. Yeah, that's a yes, isn't it, on all
Yes,
parts?
yeah.
Okay. Yes, I've skipped over the parts on daylight and sunlight too. So take up, please, paragraph 47.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just having
Oh,
difficulty.
sorry.
It's my PDF just keeps skipping back to bits that I don't want it to do. So this is the section, this begins the section dealing with concerts, yes?
Correct.
And we're told that based on the premise, paragraph 47 says, based on the premises license, concerts can take place at Old Trafford up to 7 times a year with 55,000 in attendance. Each would have sound checks on preceding days, which takes the maximum number of affected days to 14, yes?
Correct.
That is in total 1 fewer event than we have here, yes?
In number, yes.
Yeah.
The duration is different.
Well, where does this inspector refer to duration?
I don't believe he explicitly does.
Okay. And when you say doesn't explicitly, you mean he doesn't?
No, but it was a consideration of his.
You're inside his mind, are you?
Okay.
Do you know that?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
Okay.
right. Well, let's not speculate about what was in his mind. Let's look what's in his decision letter. Now, we see then in this section that there's a debate between the parties about whether COP 95 or 8233 should be applied. We can agree that, can't we?
Yes.
And if we go to paragraph 56, the inspector explains that the local planning authority were relying on BS 8233. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And in this section, he refers to the council's position and he talks about the ambient noise levels. And then he says this, he says, the maximum number of concerts and sound checks in EOT would not, in my view, be occasional events in the same way as those cited in note 3 to this table are. And we can agree, can't we? Because footnote 23 tells us that he's referring there to table 4 of BS 8233, and the note in that is the one that relates to fireworks night.
Yes.
So he is clearly only talking here about the concert events numbers, 14.
Mm-hmm.
And he is clearly talking about the occasional reference, the reference to occasional events in BS 8233, the fireworks night point.
Correct.
And he concluded that 14 events per annum was not occasional for the purposes of B8233, didn't he?
He did in his determination, and as he sets out, the events of the EOT are compressed into a relatively short period.
Okay.
So those 14 events are within summer months, and that is set out. Let me find you the period.
Yes.
But so he doesn't 47,
say. Yes, I accept that it says that, but he doesn't say that that has anything to do with his view that they're not occasional, does he?
Well, I mean, you've got 14 days in a short duration during the summer. That, you know, these are full concerts at the EOT. I think we can agree would last longer than the 1 hour event noise of the. So, in that context, yes, there may be more than occasional.
You may now. So their occasion. The occasion relates to quantum, doesn't it? He's saying there are 14 events in a year. That is not occasional.
That's what he's written, yes.
Right. Now, you obviously do refer to this decision in your evidence, and so you were plainly aware of what it said, and that presumably did include an awareness that an inspector considering exactly this point, whether something was occasional, had concluded that 14 events per annum was not occasional. Can we agree that?
He did, but he also went on to...
Sorry, you were aware of that, weren't you? No, I'll let him say, I'm going to get the answer to the question, which was about awareness. You were aware of that.
He said he did, and then you cut him off.
My question was he did the inspector. He didn't say he did about himself.
Let's just have a clear answer to the question,
and
please,
then I'll allow.
and then you can caveat.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes,
please?
the question is, you were aware, weren't you, that an inspector had considered exactly the point of whether or not a number of 14 events was occasional. Yes, you were aware of that.
Yes. Yep.
And yet we don't find, do we, any reference to that in your own evidence?
No, because in my evidence, I draw a comparison to the cricket noise events, not that from amplified music at concerts.
But in terms of the cricket noise events, it was relevant, wasn't it? It's relevant for this inspector to know that another inspector has found that 14 events per year that involve music noise, which the Gurdwara also produces, was not occasional for the purposes of B8233.
Okay.
Do you accept that?
The point I was trying to make.
Do you accept that?
Can I make the point?
Can you accept? I asked another question first, and then you can make the point. Do you accept that that is relevant to this inspector?
Yes, if the Gurdwara are putting on concerts, then this part of the inspector's decision would be relevant to the inspector. Can I now make the point I wanted to make?
Yes.
So the inspector, as stated in the decision, the noise level at the facades was 90 dB.
Mm-hmm.
The resultant noise level inside the apartments with the best available glazing was above the sole.
Yeah.
So I think that is a material consideration.
Well, that goes to the question of why he found that ultimately there wasn't compliance and why it wasn't acceptable. That does not go to the question of whether 14 as a number of events is occasional, does it? It's nothing to do with that. Yes or no?
I think, again, as I said,
no.
Considering the context of
no. Has the actual output of the assessments got anything to do with whether or not 14 events was occasional? Yes or no?
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Yes, I've asked you.
No,
okay,
sorry, I just want to make sure I say yes or no the right way.
Okay.
Sorry.
of course. So the actual output of the assessment, i.e. what the overall effect of the decibel levels achieved was in the apartments, has absolutely nothing to do with the question of whether 14 events was occasional.
So I'll agree with you.
Agree. Thank you. Now, you said, well, it would be relevant if the Gurdwara was putting on concerts, but they're not. And you said, so you drew attention to the cricket noise. The Gurdwara's not putting on cricket matches either, is it?
No, but the typical noise sources during the cricket, as I list, are more comparable to the Gurdwara's worshipful ceremonies than they would be to a concert.
Okay. I mean, I again, that's not a matter that's relevant to frequency, is it? Which is what's dealt with in the point about it being occasional.
Okay.
Did you not put this in your evidence because it's unhelpful to you?
No, I don't believe it is unhelpful to me.
Okay.
I believe if you read it in context of concert noise, it's not appropriate for comparison with the Gurdwara.
So if you had been proposing 14 cricket events, would you have said that wasn't occasional?
Well, cricket events last all day, which is why I consider they would be not occasional. They would be regular.
Occasion doesn't refer to duration, does it?
No,
It
no, it
refers
doesn't.
to
You're
quantum.
right. No, you're right. Quantum. By quantum, it would be.
Okay. So we can agree, can't we, that it's important that planning inspectors make decisions that are consistent, yes, as a matter of general principle?
Yes.
We're agreed that it was relevant for this inspector to know that there that another inspector has found that 14 events is not occasional for the purposes of 8233.
As we've just gone through, yes.
And given that there is a greater number of events here, there is no reason for this inspector to take a different approach, is there?
Again, I disagree with you because the quantum of events is a value, yes, but the events at the Gurdwara will be experienced differently. The events at the concerts at the EOT are, they're experienced all the same by the receptors. There's no difference between Gatker and ceremonies. It is a rock pop concert for an extended period of time every time. It's not.
Well, it might be a different. It might, depending on the music. If you've got, rudimental playing and it's drum and bass, and as compared to if you've got a classic FM spectacular or something.
Potentially, but generally they are.
Potentially.
You have a reinforced sound system that is calibrated to a reference level at the mixing desk. Not. It's not.
But I'm going to ask a last question on this, sir, because I reckon you'll have got the point that I'm making. But you agree with me that duration does not go to the number of occasions, don't you?
Duration does not go to the number of occasions, no.
Okay. I think I have everything then. Thank you. Now, I just want to be clear. If the inspector agrees with his colleague that 14 or 15 events a year is not occasional for the purposes of applying BS 8233, what do you say the correct methodology for the assessment of BS 82 of the Gurdwara noise is?
So the inspector didn't say that. Sorry. So can I?
No.
The inspector didn't say that because it's not occasional that it falls outside 8233. The starting point would be to apply 8233 to non-occasional, so regular noise. If it was regular, considered to be regular, it would still be 8233 would be applicable.
Okay, so I'm just trying to be clear here because I'm asking the question on the basis that this inspector finds that 14 events a year is not occasional. Okay, and I appreciate that that's not your case, but I'm just asking you to work on that assumption.
Yeah.
If 14 or 15 events a year is not occasional, and you've already agreed that the noise that's from the Gurdwara is characterful, you dealt with that with Mr. Furr earlier, what do you say is the correct methodology by which the noise from the Gurdwara events ought to be assessed?
BS8233.
Okay.
As I discussed in earlier cross,
Okay.
it doesn't preclude the use of itself as a standard if the events
Okay.
have character.
I still wasn't clear whether that's what you're saying. And so that is notwithstanding the fact that it is characterful noise. And your case to the inspector is that he shouldn't account for the characterful nature of that noise.
My case to the inspector is that starting point is 8233, and you need to consider the character, the frequency, the duration. All those need to be put into account.
How do you say he takes into account the character? Because you say that you're not applying a lower level.
so
You
if we-
say that
if
you're
we
not applying
turn-
4142. So how do you say that he should take into account that character?
So if we turn to table 4 of the addendum, and we see the internal ambient noise levels that are predicted on a 16-hour time basis, the ones in brackets.
Sorry, just bear with me. I'm just getting my own copy.
Yes, sorry.
No, it's not. I want my own because I've got it marked up. Sorry. Oh, it's in here. That's fine. Okay, so we're at table 4, yes?
Yeah. So if we were to look at the 106 rows, the
Yeah.
bottom 3 rows, and the values in brackets based on construction 1, so that's the
Yeah.
5th column. The point I would say is that the resulting indoor ambient noise level for all events in the courtyard or the car park are below the LOL that I've defined in my proof, and they are significantly below the SOL that I've defined. So if the inspector was to provide a lower, either a character correction or, as 8233 suggests, a lower threshold, he'd have to consider whether or not the appropriate threshold would be sufficient to then make these resultant values exceed a SOL, for which there may be an agent of change issue and the reason for refusal 1. But the guidance doesn't provide advice on the numerical value to apply.
Okay, but what are you asking the inspector to do if we're in a situation? Because we know from your, for example, your 4142 assessment that you do apply a rating penalty in that context. So what you recognise that the noise is characterful. How do you say that he should account for the character on the basis of 8233 if that's what he applies?
So again, caveat that my 4142 assessment was not. I don't provide reliance on the 4142
I understand
assessment.
that. Yeah, we don't need to repeat that. We do know it.
I think it's an agreed position from Mr. Duncan and Mr. Scrivener. It would be considered music noise in their application of COP 95, and COP 95 does not apply a rating penalty to music. So therefore, I think if it is music noise and the inspector is looking at a rating penalty, that it would be 0 in line with other guidance for comparable to concerts. And
so that's what I've been trying to understand. So your case to the inspector is that if he applies 8233, notwithstanding your agreement that this is a characterful noise that's likely to be more annoying, your position is that there should be no adjustment or penalty that he should take into account in order to address the characterful nature of this noise. That's your case, is it?
that's my position.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sorry, I've just got some points that have been dealt with already, so I'm just So I just want to address them, please. Just we're still in 8233 here. It was a point that was made by Mr. Duncan, where I just want to understand your position. We can agree, can't we, that the internal environment within flats has, within the flats that are proposed in Block A, has been designed to achieve 35 dB over 16 hours in respect of the noise with which the BS 8233 deals with, so non-characterful noise.
Well, it's been designed based on the impact of noise from Heathrow on worst case westerly operations, which, as I've previously stated, aircraft do have character.
Yes. But that has been designed to achieve 35 dB in the flat over the 16 hours, yes?
Yes.
So when one is standing in the flat, the noise climate is generally likely to be around the 35 dB level.
Correct.
Where there are peaky events or characterful sounds that exceed that, they will intrude into the noise climate, won't they?
Could you be more specific about which events you're talking about in that case?
Okay, well, when the Nagara is being played, if it's at a level that exceeds 35 dB, that will intrude into the noise climate, won't it?
Yeah, so based on my...
We'll come and look at outputs.
I think it's important because you're making a statement.
All right.
So if we turn back to table 4 in the statement of
Yeah.
common ground addendum, so for the courtyard, we've got an event noise level of 25 dB internally based on the construction that's proposed.
Yeah.
So that is 10 dB below the value you've just stated. So I do not believe that would be considered intrusive. So then the levels for the car park and the balcony, which obviously are not simultaneous, they are either or.
Yeah.
Level of 41 is above the level, the baseline ambient noise level in the apartment during the daytime.
And even on your own case, and we don't need to go to the 115 yet, but we know that that's our case. But even on your case, if it's at 41 dB, that will be intrusive, won't it, into the noise climate within the flats?
It will be audible, yes.
It will be clearly audible, won't it?
It would depend on the use of the apartment at the time, but yes, potentially.
If someone's just enjoying their living room in the way that it's designed.
If you were sat without any other internal activities going on in your apartment, then a level of 41 would be audible and identifiable.
It'd be clearly audible, wouldn't it?
You'll be able to identify that it was the event.
Because it's clearly audible.
Yes.
Just a final point then on balconies. If we are in a position where specific noise levels aren't appropriate, guideline levels don't apply to the external areas, we can agree, can't we, that the standard does make clear that consideration is required to be given to protecting external areas through screening and building design?
Yes.
And also that they should be designed to achieve the lowest practicable levels of noise?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
But again, can I caveat that the statements in Pro PG, and which is a commentary on 8233, are based on the typical daily average of noise, not for individual events.
So you where there are known events, it's your case, is it, that you don't need to mitigate to lowest practicable levels?
I believe there needs to be a balance.
And what is that balance?
Well, for example, the GATCA events are more numerous, but they are at a lower noise level. They're at a level which will be masked by the ambient noise level outside the apartment. The two flag ceremony events are going to be louder than the ambient environment, but they are for a 1 hour duration. And so Pro-PG is about a proportionate response and, providing a suitable design to that proportional response. And so, to provide effectively a sealed facade, which is the highest level of mitigation to external sources for balconies, may have negative unconsequential effects as raised in Pro-PG.
Okay, but just to be clear, so your position is that in relation to the event noise, you haven't sought to achieve lowest practicable levels.
For which event?
For the event noise.
The all event, or are you
Well, so you
separating
tell
them?
me, which have you dealt with them separately?
So I've looked at them separately.
Okay.
The impact on them on the balcony separately, and so as I just qualified, the courthyard, which is more numerous.
So for the courtyard, you don't. Sorry.
No, you can make your point.
No. You've looked at them separately. So for the balcony, have you sought to achieve lowest practicable levels from GATCA?
Yes, I would say that in the balance of good acoustic design, yes.
Okay, and what about for the events?
They are of a higher level. Whether or not providing enhanced mitigation would be practicable and sustainable is a point that I would refute in terms of.
Is it a point you haven't considered?
No, I have considered it. I just don't believe it to be appropriate to design a balcony scheme to protect against elevated levels of noise for 3 hours a year.
Okay, so you haven't designed that to achieve lowest practicable levels?
For those 3 events, no.
Thank you. I'm going to just ask you some questions now about Pro-PG, and then I think that's probably a sensible point to pause. Can I ask you to take that document up, please? I haven't actually remembered to take my own core document reference, but it's page 25 of it when we do.
12.8.
12. I'm grateful. So 12.8, page 25.
Is that 25 of the?
They're the same. They're the same in my version.
No, I've objections on noise grounds.
That's right.
Yep,
yes.
I'm there.
Okay. So this gives guidance on.
Sorry, Ms. Clatton, I'm not there.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Could you give
sir.
me the reference again?
It's a CD 12.8 and it's page 25.
25. Thank you.
So the purpose of this section is to give guidance on when planning permission ought to be refused, either to avoid or prevent a significant observed avoid significant observed adverse effects and prevent unacceptable adverse effects from occurring. Do you see that?
I do.
And we have 2 sections here. We have section C and section D. And section C identifies when refusal ought to be recommended in order to avoid significant adverse effects. Do you see that?
I do.
And D relates to refusals, recommendation for refusal in order to prevent unacceptable adverse effects. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, in the scenario postulated by C, we can agree, can't we, that recognises that there may be overwhelming reasons to the contrary. So it says accepting that there may be overwhelming reasons to the contrary, i.e. other planning benefits. The noise practitioner should recommend consent for new residential development on noise grounds if, and then it sets out a series of issues that are that are in the alternative. Yes, we've got number 1, there's a failure to follow good acoustic design. Number 2, internal noise levels are regarded as unreasonable and the applicant has not shown this impact has been mitigated and minimised. Number 3, there's an unacceptable external amenity area noise assessment, or 4, there's an unacceptable assessment of other issues. Do you see that?
I do.
And so they're expressed in the alternative, those scenarios, aren't they?
Sorry.
They're expressed in the alternative. So any one of those.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes,
Yes.
all. Yes, sorry.
Yeah. And then D is slightly different. That recognises that basically, notwithstanding that a good acoustic design process has been demonstrated, a noise practitioner should recommend refusal of new residential development, regardless of any case for the development to proceed, in circumstances where either internal noise levels are regarded as unreasonable and there is an unacceptable external amenity area assessment, or there's an unacceptable assessment of other relevant issues situation, or there's internal noise levels that are unacceptable. We agree that.
I agree.
So basically, either the internal climate is so unacceptable as to merit refusal alone, or where there's a combined unreasonable internal assessment, but also an additional unacceptable external assessment, yes?
Yes.
And just picking up on that point, it recognises, doesn't it, that humans don't experience the internal and external environments in isolation. I think, as you agreed with Ms. Taffer earlier, they're entitled to enjoy all of their properties.
Yes.
Yeah. And what we understand from Pro-PG, and this is on page 13 of the PDF, I think it's note 7 of this.
Yep.
And this is the blue. It says, the more often internal average noise levels start to exceed the internal average noise target levels by more than 5 dB, the more that most people are likely to regard them as unreasonable. So, and where such exceedances are predicted, applicants should be required to show how the relevant numbers of rooms affected have been kept to a minimum. And then once internal average noise levels exceed the target levels by more than 10 dB, they're highly likely to be regarded as unacceptable by most people, especially if such levels occur more than occasionally, yes?
Yes.
So an unreasonable assessment is where something is more than 5 dB over the average noise limits.
Yes.
And an unacceptable one is where it's more than is 10 dB or more over the average.
Which is what I've defined
threshold.
as the sole in my criteria.
Exactly.
Is it worth at this point turning to table 4 to compare the internal ambient noise levels to those values?
Well, I promise you we will come and look at those. We're going to look at Lowell and Sol later, but so that is part
Is
of
it
it.
also worth exploring the point about made to avoid the relevant rooms and the number of rooms? Because this analysis only applies to, I think it's 4 or 5 living rooms on the corner of Block A.
Okay.
The bedrooms are significantly lower, and the living rooms, as obviously the facade noise level, as we discussed in evidence of chief yesterday, decreases across Block A,
Yeah.
as well as the glazing area is reduced on a number of apartments, and
Yeah.
therefore the internal noise levels are lower on those. So it's concentrated to a small number of apartments in Block A, this analysis.
Yes, I mean that's a slightly different point to showing how that's been kept to a minimum, though, isn't it? The fact that it affects a particular number of rooms doesn't necessarily mean that that's the minimum rooms that it could affect through good design.
So it would reference 2.64 of Pro-PG.
Mm-hmm. What page is that?
20. I'll just read it out. It is recognised it's not always be possible to achieve the internal noise level guidance in all rooms within noise-sensitive developments, where it is not possible to achieve the recommended standards in every respect. Regard should be had to the number of dwellings and number of habitable rooms in each of the dwellings where the recommended standard cannot be achieved.
Yes, but that doesn't change the point that's made in note 7, which is that you're still required to demonstrate that those numbers of rooms have been kept to a minimum. That's a separate point, isn't it?
I think it still provides context to my answer. But I agree, they are separate points.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. I said that's an appropriate point to finish, but actually I've got 1 point on BS 4142, which we might as well take now because I think it'll take 2 minutes. In relation to its application to event noise, you've obviously been over that in principle with my learned friend, and I don't think I need to go over that again, although I'll check that.
I mean, I wanted to comment on, you touched on ProPG and the recommendation for refusal on the objection of noise grounds.
Mm-hmm.
And you stated out that they are, the recommendation refusal of or. So there is internal ambient noise levels are unreasonable, and we said we'd touch back on it. Do you want to touch on it now?
We are going to come to outputs. Remember, I set out a route map at the beginning of the cross-examination
where
I
you
said
asked questions on this particular element, and it's important that it's read in conjunction with this document.
Yeah, well, I'm dealing with it in policy terms at the moment, and we will come back to the application of that in due course.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so BS 4142, the very short point is this. And actually, you may have answered this already. I'm lost track now. But in relation to the kitchen extract fen assessment, we're agreed, aren't we, that BS 4142 is the relevant metric?
Yes, BS 4142 is the relevant standard.
Good, thank you. Okay, well, so then I think that we're just shy of 1 o'clock, and I think that is a good point to break.
Yes, okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. Leach, you'll have to have a solitary lunch break, I'm afraid, but we'll come back and finish cross-examination afterwards.
Thank you, sir.
We'll adjourn now until 2 o'clock.
Now, you drew attention to the fact that element 3V explains that where, despite following a good acoustic design process, significant adverse noise impacts remain on any private external amenity space, then that may be partially offset through if residents are provided through the design with access to one of four things. And I just want to look at whether any of those apply in this case, okay? Firstly, a relatively quiet facade or a relatively quiet externally ventilated space as part of their dwellings. Now, if we're dealing with noise impacts from on the balconies on the western side of that block A, we can agree, can't we, that residents of those flats don't have access to an alternative quiet facade?
No.
In relation to point B, or the second bullet point, those residents also don't have access to a relatively quiet alternative or additional external amenity space that's for the sole use of their households, do they?
No.
The residents of those flats also don't have access to a relatively quiet, protected, nearby external amenity space for their sole use or by a group use by a limited group of residents, do they?
I disagree on that point.
Okay. Now, what part do you say? So you say that they do have access to a relatively quiet, protected, nearby external amenity space that's for use by a limited group of residents, do you?
I do.
Okay, and what space is that?
Those are the internal courtyard spaces within the block A/B and, although not relevant, C and D.
Okay. First of all, are they limited? Can you confirm, are they limited to use by residents of only block A or the relevant blocks?
It's my understanding, but
Okay.
it's my understanding.
And then in terms of them being relatively quiet, can I ask you please to take up your own proof of evidence at page 66?
'66.
It should be your appendix I. Do you have
Yes,
that?
yes, I've got that.
Yeah. And appendix I2 is the exposed is the
67, sorry.
67, I'm sorry, yeah. Figure I2. Do you have that?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. Is the internal courtyard that you're referring to the one that sort of looks like a flag because it's got three colours?
Yes, the southern portion.
Yes, in between the buildings marked 71, 71, 64, 61 and 65, 63.
Correct.
Okay. Now, during the times when the Gurdwara is going to be playing, those are exposed, aren't they, to noise levels across most of it that exceed...
You said during the time the Gurdwara is playing.
It's events. The Gurdwara events are operating. That's what this figure's about, isn't it? Yeah.
Sorry, it was just a question. I was
Sorry.
wondering whether you were saying
Yeah.
Nagara playing. You said
Yes.
during the time that the Gurdwara is playing.
Yes, I
And
think
that's
we all...
why I wasn't under.
Okay,
Are
well-
you talking about Gurdwara events or when the Nagara is playing? Or
Well, they are Gurdwara events when the Nagara is playing. That is what this particular map is about, I think, isn't it, Mr. Leach?
So this particular map is relating to the use of the Nagara on the balcony.
Right.
If it was used in the car park, which I understand is the more common position from Mr. Adan's evidence, the colours would be changed, and I'd expect there to be significant screening provided by the building so that you'd get a larger proportion of green and yellow areas.
Okay.
To clarify.
Right. But you would accept when we don't. Do we have that in front of us at all?
No,
No.
we don't.
You'd agree, wouldn't you, though, that there will be the majority colours in that area would nonetheless still be red and green, wouldn't they?
For the duration of
Red
the
and
event.
yellow, sorry.
For the duration of the event, I
The duration of the event.
to point out this is slightly misleading, and I apologise for that. In that the colour map is labelled LAQ 16 hour, the references, but that's actually a 1 hour event noise level.
Okay.
And so the the levels would effectively would be reduced by 12 decibels, as we've previously discussed.
That's because you're trying to represent in this what the experience will be during the event, aren't you?
Yeah, this demonstrates during the event the levels
Yeah.
in the external amenity areas.
What we can agree is that in all cases, it's shown above 50 decibels.
No, the green area is below 50.
Oh, it's below 50. Okay. So for yellow and red is 55. So the majority of the area is going to be 50 or above 55.
No, the majority of the area I think would be 55 or lower.
Okay.
I don't have the area calculations to hand, but just from my visual interpretation of the data, I think the yellow and green is a larger proportion than the red in that area.
Okay, but 50 to 55 is still within the guidelines for the upper end of the ranges for external amenity noise, isn't it? Below 50 is quieter.
Yes,
but the
so for
guideline-
desirable development in urban locations, 55 is more appropriate. I think that's been agreed.
But that's the threshold limit. It's not what's quiet, is it?
Quiet's a relative term.
Yes. Well, it's going to be at noise levels, at least in part, and possibly in as much as half of noise levels that are at or exceed the upper limits in the guidelines for external amenity spaces.
With the caveat that the guidelines are based on a 16-hour average, not a 1-hour average, as
Right.
demonstrated in this map.
Yes.
So,
but the answer to my question is yes, isn't it?
no, your question was slightly incorrect because obviously you're applying a 1-hour.
Well, so are
assessment
you
period.
in this
You
map.
know, this is illustrative,
Yes.
but if we were to compare it to the guidance and the upper range in the guidance, then we can't rely on this map. We'd have to use the 16-hour value.
It's illustrative of the fact that when the Nagara is being played during events, and you say this is on the a balcony,
This is the balcony, yes.
that in this area, the noise levels that are experienced by people using this area will be, on the whole, in excess of 50 dB and will in large part still also be in excess of 55 dB. Can we agree that?
I disagree that the green area is not indicating it's above 50. It's lower than 50.
No, but there's plenty of red and yellow on this as well, isn't there?
There are red and yellow areas.
Right. And on this one, which I accept you say would be slightly different with the car park, but we don't have it, so we're looking at the balcony. On this one, the lion's share is made up of red and yellow, isn't it? Yes.
Yes, that's not incorrect.
And so most of the area that you're saying is a relatively quiet, protected external amenity space would be exposed to noise levels that are 50 dB or above, or in large part also above 55 dB.
So can
you answer that question?
But I think it's important.
No, I'd like you to answer it and then you can qualify it.
Okay. So sorry, what was your question?
The question was that what this shows is that during the events where the Nagara is being played, that the area that you are relying on as a relatively quiet, protected external amenity space will be exposed to noise levels that are in excess, for the most part, in excess of 50 dB, and also in large part in excess of 55 dB. Yes or no?
Yes, if the Nagara is played on the balcony, which I understand to be infrequent. Could I please draw your attention to figure A2 of the Statement of Common Ground?
Okay.
No, the original. Sorry. A2.
A2, okay.
So to explain, sorry, let me know when you've got there.
Oh, is it the table?
No, it's a figure. It's a full page figure. Sorry, it's
that's the
on
addendum,
page
that's
8
fine.
of 12 of the document.
Bear with me. Apologies.
It's okay.
Oh, no, I know. All right, I'll just put it in a different folder. Okay.
So apologies if it hasn't printed in very good resolution, but to qualify, the colours on the map, so light green is less than 45 dBA, and the medium green, to qualify it, would be less than 50. And so when the Nagara is played in its more common position in the car park, and I use that term interchangeably with ceremonial area, the noise level from the Nagara in the ground floor external amenity space will be, for the large majority, less than 45, and for the vast majority, lower than 40 dBA.
Yes.
For the 1 hour.
But that's on your 106 sound power, isn't it?
That's how I understand the Nagara to be played.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. We're going to come to that. But if we look at figure A1,
okay,
and that relates to the 115 decibel sound power level.
It does.
What we see there is that most of the protected external amenity area has a noise level in excess of 50 dB, and part of it has a noise level in excess of 55 dB, doesn't it?
Yes, if the Nagara was to be played at a level which hasn't been measured during those events, it would result in a higher noise level.
Okay, but on this, now, because I'm putting my questions obviously on the basis that our case relates to. In relation to this figure, presumably you would agree with me that if during Gurdwara events, so when the Nagara is played, the noise levels in the courtyard that you're referring to, so the quote protected external amenity area, were 50 dB or 55 dB or greater, in those circumstances, that would not be a protected, relatively quiet amenity space, would it?
I mean, again, that quiet is a subjective term.
That
would be a suitable level for traditional gardens. So, and gardens are used for relaxation and resting. So it would be an equivalent standard to other properties where amenity is valued.
Sorry, we're not talking about other properties. It would be equivalent level to the upper guideline values that are in BS 8233, wouldn't it? Between 50 and 55.
No, 55 is the upper limit.
Okay.
The desirable level is lower at 50.
Right. So it would be above the desirable level?
In small areas, yes.
Okay. And if the purpose of this relatively quiet protected external amenity area is to offset the effect of having a noisier space on the balcony, it's not acceptable. It wouldn't be relatively quiet, would it? Because it would still be in parts above what was desirable. That is not relatively quiet, is it?
I mean, you're provide the appeal site in context. This is within an urban metropolitan environment. It is naturally a busy and noisy area. The point is that this is 3 times a year for an hour in this position. And so there is the offset, the partial offset is that there are areas of the development which, achieve suitable levels. And again, this is a 1 hour value. It's not a 16-hour value.
But we're looking at what the offset is at the time of an event, because what we're dealing with is a situation where the inspector has found, because remember, we're putting the questions on the basis of our case. We're dealing with a situation where the inspector accepts that on the balconies, there is a significant adverse effect. And we're talking about whether that's partially offset by the provision of another area. The other area that you rely on, and which you say is relatively quiet, itself has sound levels during that same event, which are equal to or greater than the desirable level.
So again, if the Nagara is played at a level which I do not agree with, then for those 3 hours a year, residents would have access to an area where the noise limits comply with the guidance for traditional amenity spaces in 8233. And that's based on the 1 hour event noise level and not the 16-hour value that's in the criteria.
Yes, but that's not what this requires, is it? This talks about a relatively quiet, protected amenity space. That is not something that is at the limits of what is acceptable is not relatively quiet and protected, is it?
Again, this is 3 hours a year.
That's not the question.
I disagree with you. I believe it is relatively
You believe it is relatively quiet and protected?
Yeah, based on my event noise levels, I believe that is relatively quiet and protected.
Based on yours, but what about based on mine?
Based on yours, I still think it's a suitable amenity space.
No, that's not the question. Is it relatively quiet and protected based on mine?
Again, as I previously qualified, quiet is a subjective term.
Can you just answer the question,
to
please?
me, in an urban environment, that would be a relatively quiet space.
Even on my noise levels?
But I
Yes
don't agree
or
with your
no?
noise levels, but yes, on your noise levels, I do agree. I would say,
With me or with yourself?
well, obviously I agree with myself, but I agree with you in the instance that if you use your noise levels, which I don't agree with,
Okay.
the resultant level of less than 55 would still be considered a suitable, quiet, protected space.
Not suitable, relatively quiet and protected. I'm
Yes,
sorry, it's really
yes,
not
yes,
difficult.
those particular words, yes. Sorry, I'm getting,
What?
to reiterate, I think I've answered the question, but if you're not clear, based on your noise levels of 115 dB sound power,
Yes.
I believe, it's my professional opinion,
Mhm.
that based on predicted noise maps that are shown in that document, that those would still be considered relatively quiet and protected spaces and would
Okay.
partially offset any impact for those 3 hours on the balcony.
Okay, well, we have our positions now. That's helpful. Thank you. In relation to point D, we don't have, do we, a relatively quiet external amenity space, such as a public park within a 5-minute walk?
I've not assessed that. So.
Okay, not assessed. Thank you. Good. Now, let's move on to COP95 then, please. That's CD 12.1. If you forgive me, I'm just going to close some PDFs because it's moving very slowly as a consequence of having too many open.
Unfortunately, I don't have page numbers on any of my version of COP95, which is
Okay, don't
not very
worry.
helpful.
There's only a few pages, I
Yeah.
think, to it anyway. But I'm afraid I'm getting the beach ball, so I'm just trying to close down some of these. Okay, so CD 12.1. Now, I think we are now all agreed that the drumming and related sound from the Gurdwara's events is music, yes?
I consider it's community noise, as I state in my evidence, but it would be akin to music, yes.
Well, I think earlier you did say that it was.
Okay, if
It
I
was
said
agreed
if
that
it was
it's
to be
music.
treated as music earlier, but
Okay.
for the purposes of this, and we are going through COP95,
Yeah.
I consider it to be more like music than I would noise egressing from an entertainment venue.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, the simple point that's between us now on COP95 is whether it only applies to amplified music. Is that right?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you accept, in light of the cricket decision, that it has been applied by other inspectors to assess impacts on new development?
I believe the inspector's wording was it was used as a benchmark, and then they went on to look at internal ambient noise levels
Yes.
under
He
BS
looked-
8233.
He looked at both, but he did consider it appropriate to apply it to new development, didn't he?
Yes, because there was an existing license that was reliant on COP95 for the operation of the EOT. So it seems a sensible starting point in that situation for large-scale music concerts.
Okay, it has been applied to new development.
Yes, in that situation, yes.
Okay. Now, your position on amplified music begins at the outset where there's a reference in the introduction to, and I'll just go to the front page to, it starts off, and we went through it. We went through it yesterday with Mr. Duncan. It talks in the introduction about the fact that large music events involving high-powered amplification held in sporting stadia, etc. And it says these events give pleasure to hundreds and thousands. And then it talks about the purpose of the code being to give guidance on how such disturbance or annoyance can be minimised. Yes?
Yes.
And so we can agree, obviously, that that paragraph does refer explicitly to amplified music. There's no dispute between us there. And so we can agree, can't we, that when the author wants to refer to amplified music, they do so.
Sorry, restate.
When the author of this document wants to refer to amplified music, they do so in terms. They say amplified music. They talk about amplification.
They do?
Yes. Now, this document also helpfully contains definitions, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
Okay. And the purpose of that, purpose of any definition section in a document, is to be clear as to the meaning and scope of the terms used. Yes?
Yes.
And one of the definitions that's within this document, and it's page 4 of the PDF, is music noise. Do you see that?
I do.
And, sorry, music event. It does have music noise too. Music event.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Now, looking at that definition, we can see that it refers to music event as a concert or similar event, or concert or similar event. Do you see that?
I do.
So we can note from that that it doesn't have to be a traditional concert. It can be something that's similar to a concert.
In my interpretation, that would be with the use of large high-powered amplification as introduced.
We'll come to that.
We have a differing opinion.
So you say you infer amplification from the use of the word concert.
No, I infer the use of the word amplification by the introduction of the standard.
Okay, we're not looking at, I understand
No,
that's,
I know,
that's why we went to that. So I want to look at
yeah.
the words used in a definition, because when one is interpreting definitions in a document, one looks at the words used, okay? So concert or similar event, we're agreed that it doesn't have to be a traditional concert, yes?
It just says a concert or similar music event.
Yeah.
Where live
So,
or recorded music is
wait,
performed by...
sorry, Mr. Leach,
No,
I'm
I'm allowed
taking
to
you
read
through
out.
each step.
Can I just raise
No.
a point? We're obviously going to have a lengthy debate about the interpretation of the document. Just to flag up for you, sir, as a matter of principle, the interpretation of documents is a matter of law. So we can have a debate, and the witness can give. You can continue this debate, but in fact, ultimately, there's a right or wrong answer.
Yes.
And I'm not sure it's going to be particularly fruitful to
Yes,
exchange
no
blows
doubt
there.
it's something that Ms. Clutton can pick up in closing submissions. But
I can, but I think I thought this was a short point, to be honest, sir, and I'm a
if it's
little
a
bit
short
surprised.
point, let's hurry up and do it.
Well, perhaps if the witness assists me with that.
I'll try.
So we'll look at this. We're going to look at the parts of this one by one. Concert or similar event. We can agree, can't we? It does not have to be a traditional concert.
Agree.
Okay. Live, and it then says for live or recorded music. So it distinguishes a situation where the music is performed live or where it's recorded. Yes?
Yes.
It also explains that it's music whether performed by a solo artist or by a group. Yes?
Correct.
And it even specifies that it has to be before an audience. Yes?
Correct.
And so we have a considerable amount of detail on what this event will be, whether it's live music, recorded music, solo artist, group, concert or not, or a similar event. It's got to be before an audience. And notwithstanding that it descends into this level of specificity, the author here makes absolutely no mention that the music has to be amplified, does it?
So the music event definition doesn't define whether or not the performance is then re-amplified
No.
or not. But
That is
it
no
does allude to the fact that it is by the introduction and also the definitions of such things as delay towers and the use of noise monitoring positions and be able to have a noise consultant who's controlling the noise level, i.e. being able to turn down the amplification if appropriate.
Well, of course, this can apply to amplified music, so it's not a surprise that those things are defined. But what I'm saying here is that the definition of music event, which if one had expected it to only apply to amplified music, given the level of specificity that is otherwise in this definition, one would have expected it to say that it applied to amplified music, wouldn't one? Yes or no?
Yes, it appears to be a shortcoming of the document.
Okay. You classify it as a shortcoming. It could be a deliberate decision, yes?
It could be.
Yes. Okay. Now, we can agree, can't we, that the festivals and GATCA are take the form of a similar event to a concert. They have lots of people in attendance there to enjoy what's being performed.
No, I disagree on that. I don't believe the congregation are an audience. I think they're in participations. They're in, it's a worshipful ceremony. They're not there to witness other people practicing their religion. They're there to practice religion with the congregation. There's a difference.
Well, they're there to witness.
Entertainment.
They're there to witness the service, aren't they?
Well, they're there to be part of the service in a spiritual meaning, but it's not the same as, in my opinion, it's not the same as paying money for a ticket to go witness a concert or other licensed event.
Well, what about the GATCA? The GATCA people go to enjoy watching the martial arts, don't they? They're not participating in the martial arts.
If you were to suggest that the GATCA was a concert or a music event, I don't think the martial arts is music. The drum provides an accompanying rhythm, but it's not. The performance of the GATCA is not for entertainment. It is for martial arts, and again has a spiritual connotation for the Gurdwara. It's not there for, it's there for demonstration and education, not necessarily there for licensed entertainment.
Well, it's not there for licensed entertainment, but people are going and enjoying it, aren't they?
I imagine the congregation would agree that they do enjoy their religion. Yes. Okay.
And it performed with the drum is live music.
If you consider the playing of a drum during the GATCA martial art event as music, then
which
yes,
we have agreed that it was for the purposes of this. It's live music.
Right.
And it's performed by a solo artist. And I have your views on audience. Okay. Now, let's just think about this point. Why would, this is a question that I have to ask myself, why would non-amplified music be excluded? So I'm going to take this step by step. We're all agreed, aren't we, that the Nagara is capable of producing decibel levels without amplification that breach the guidelines.
Which guidelines are you
in
referring
COP95.
Yes, the Nagara is capable of breaching the guidelines.
Without amplification.
Without amplification, yes.
And for affected receptors, so people who are experiencing the noise from music, what matters to them and their experience of it is the actual noise level and not whether it's achieved through amplification.
Correct. Although the character of the noise does have some consideration, and the consideration of very low frequency noise from concerts is of particular concern, as referenced by the previous inspector.
Yes, but COP deals separately with low frequency noise, doesn't it?
Let me just have a look. Sorry.
That's dealt with at paragraph 3.4 on page 7. That talks about additional criterion being applied where it's low frequency noise.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, good. And so if, as we're agreed, what matters is the noise level and not whether it's achieved through amplification, and if other matters are dealt with, so the low frequency noise you make with is dealt through additional criterion, what possible basis would there be for excluding non-amplified music that achieves or breaches the relevant thresholds in COP95? What would the justification for that be?
the justification would be the interpretation of the use of COP95. As I mean,
So what's
live
right.
music is performed as part of the cricket and the EOT event, so it's used both reproduced and live from trumpets, drums, and that wasn't applied in accordance with COP95 because it's a different type of noise to noise from large scale concerts for many thousands of people.
That's okay. Let's use an example here. Okay. Did you ever play a musical instrument at school, Mr. Leach?
I did.
You look like a brass player. Were you a brass player?
No, far from it.
What were you playing? What did you play?
I played bass guitar.
Okay.
Yeah.
So an amplified, something that does require amplification.
It does,
Well, I was a
unfortunately.
trombone player, Mr.
Okay.
Leach, and I played in a big band. And let's imagine here for a moment that we've got a school big band. And that school big band is playing to students or parents every weekend throughout the summer on their school playing field. Okay. A big band doesn't need amplification.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. And we could, with a big band, you could achieve and exceed the decibel levels in COP95, yes?
You could.
Okay. That would be, in my example, a concert or similar event.
Yes,
Yes.
it's performed to an audience, I agree.
Yeah, it would be live music.
It would be live
performed
music.
by a group.
Yes.
It would meet the definition, therefore, of a music event in COP95.
Yes, it's being performed to an audience for entertainment. Yes.
And there would be no basis for excluding that from COP95 simply because it wasn't amplified, would there?
In that instance, no. But I point to my earlier answer that the use of the GATCA, a martial arts demonstration, is again not being presented for enjoyment as a concert.
Okay, I'm sorry, but it seems that we are now agreed that COP95 can be applied to non-amplified music where it achieves the thresholds, or just it can be applied because it meets that definition of music event. I hear what you say about your view that it doesn't meet the definition of music event, but
yes,
that's a
no,
slightly
I
different
think-
point, isn't it?
Yes, there is a middle ground that this could be applied to a non-amplified event if it were to be presented as a concert, for which the Code of Practice for Noise Control Act concerts.
Okay, so if it meets the definition of music event, notwithstanding the absence of amplification, COP95 can be applied.
Yes, it could be
Thank
applied.
you. Okay, I'm grateful for that. Good. Okay. Now we're going to go on now to the approach to assessment, and I just want to pick up on points about the sound pressure level. And I think we obviously do know where the battle lines are on this in terms of 106, 105, but there are a few points.
Sound power level?
Sound power level. Forgive me. So, sir, I know that you know where our positions are on this, but there are some points that I do need to go to. Can I ask you, please, just to take up the original noise statement of common ground? And we're going to go to, first of all, paragraph 2.14.
2.14. Yes.
Okay. And in this document, in that paragraph, you do agree that the Nagara's drum does have, as a matter of fact, a sound pressure power level. Forgive me, I keep getting it wrong. I'm just going to say SPL. An SPL which is between 106 and 115 decibels. Yes.
Yes.
And so you accept that, as a matter of fact, the Gurdwara's Nagara is capable of producing noise at that level. That's not in dispute.
A drum of that size is capable of producing that sound power level of the upper range. Yes.
And you also agree in paragraph 2.17 of that the travelling Nagara is likely to have an SPL of around 123 decibels.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
I did qualify the previous statement in 2.15 to say depends on playing style, effort from drummer, and duration.
Yes, but it is capable of producing that sound level pressure, SPL.
But yeah, based on Mr. Duncan's measurements for a period of 10 minutes, I don't think there's any evidence that it's played at that level for, sustained, because obviously it takes a lot of effort to play a drum at a very high level.
We're going to come back to that. Yeah. We're going to come back to that point. And actually, just to be clear, I mean, the 115 was based on Mr. Scrivener's measurements, wasn't it?
Yes, but again, Mr. Scrivener doesn't define anywhere in his proof of evidence how long his measurement was taken for.
Now, we obviously heard from Mr. Adan, and he wasn't challenged on it, that the travelling Nagara with that higher SPL is used within the Gurdwara's estate on the relevant Guru Day. That's right, isn't it?
As I understand it from Mr. Adan, it's used once per year as part of the travelling ceremony because it's normally affixed to the back of a transit loader van.
But it is used within the Gurdwara estate on that occasion.
On that occasion.
Yeah. Now, we can agree, can't we, that when one is looking to carry out any kind of environmental assessment, including noise, one's looking to undertake a robust assessment. You don't need to think about where the question's going.
No, I know. I'm not trying to think where I'm trying to. It's very easy for me to say yes or no, and there'd be a yes or no answer doesn't play the complexities of undertaking an assessment.
And we can come to that. But
so yes,
but
you would need to undertake a robust assessment in that it is, it is repeatable, it is suitable for the environment and the assessment you're undertaking, and importantly, it is representative.
Yeah, but you would never look to undertake an assessment that wasn't robust.
No.
Good. Okay. And the consequence, the usual principle that one applies is that an assessment is undertaken on a reasonable worst case basis.
The assessments and the criteria are based on typical operation. That is the requirement of the standards.
Okay, and so you don't think that's a reasonable worst case basis?
Like I say, the drum is capable of paying that level, but as Mr. Scrivener agrees,
so I'm just trying to ask you whether you think
the more realistic value to use for this drumming playing in this event and the assessment is the lower end of this range.
Okay, I understand, and I know what Mr. Scrivener's position is. Yeah. I'm asking you about your position, and I just want to understand whether you say that the typical the typical position is the same as the reasonable worst case basis.
The drum could be played louder. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's representative for use of an assessment.
Okay. And do you think that the louder playing is the reasonable worst case basis then?
No, I don't think it's reasonable.
Okay.
Because there's no evidence that it's played like that in normal use. And so you end up, if you follow that trail, back to the quote in Pre-PG, which I gave previously, that you end up gold plating and over designing suitable mitigation.
Well, you say it's not played like that in normal use, and this is just a point I did want to pick up. So actually, no, I'll come back to that. I'll come back to it because I think there are some other points I need to look at that. Okay, so you say you do distinguish between the typical representative use and the reasonable worst case basis. Your case is
you've said the word reasonable. I didn't say the word reasonable.
No, sorry. I said you distinguish between the typical representative position and the reasonable worst case basis. I haven't applied any limits to those yet.
No. So my position is that the lower end is both reasonable and typical. The upper end is not.
Okay, but do you say that your lower end is a worst case assessment?
I'd say my lower end is an assessment of how the drum is used as part of the ceremony.
Is that a worst case assessment?
It's a robust assessment. It may not be worst case. They could play the drum louder, but there's no evidence to say they would.
Okay, so it's not a worst case assessment. Yes, is that right? Well, yeah, you need to say it. I can't just see you shake or nod your head.
I think I've given my position, but
well,
no.
Can you just repeat it for my note then, please?
So, for assessment could be undertaken with the higher level of the drum.
That's not the question. Is your assessment a worst case assessment?
No, mine is a representative assessment.
Okay, thank you. Now, can we just look at the condition 15 again for a moment, please? I just want to look at this.
Could you give me the CD, please?
Of course. It's CD 8.5.
Condition 15.
Yeah, and it's just part C.
Yes, I'm there when you're ready.
Yeah, sorry, my computer's frozen. Got it. CD 8.5. Okay, and it's condition 15. And what this talks about is prior to the development being occupied, internal ambient noise level tests shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the LPA. Do we see that?
I do.
And then it says noise tests shall be carried out considering typical daily noise considered associated with the adjacent Gurdwara. So for the Gurdwara, it's saying it will be based on typical daily noise, yes?
It does.
And we noted earlier that excludes events altogether. Yes?
Yes.
And then it says worst case environmental conditions will be considered, such as easterly operations at Heathrow, peak time traffic flows, wind speeds. And so when it's looking at all the other conditions, we're taking a worst case basis there, are we?
For Heathrow, the worst case basis.
And so it's fair to say that we are taking a different approach to the assessment of noise from the Gurdwara than from the Heathrow. Is that right?
Heathrow is a...
So is that right? You can qualify it in a second, but is that right?
Are we taking a different position for the Gurdwara?
I said you can qualify.
Yes and no. To qualify, Heathrow is a permanent fixture. It is.
Well,
I'm not suggesting the Gurdwara is not,
I was just
but
going to
it's
say
there daily,
Okay.
in and out daily, and obviously it is dependent on meteorological conditions and loading. But aircraft noise is a feature of the soundscape every day.
Yeah, but
Therefore, that's why it's used the daily noise of the Gurdwara as experienced daily. I understand it says the worst case operation mode of Heathrow.
Yeah, Heathrow is experienced daily. The Gurdwara is experienced daily. One we're looking at quote a typical basis. The other we're looking at a worst case basis.
It appears to be a disparity.
Okay. Thank you. And then can we just look at your proof, please?
Yeah.
It's page 3, I think we need.
Page 3 of 68. Yes.
I think it's paragraph. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing there. Okay, forgive me, I think I've just got the wrong reference down. Bear with me. It's actually paragraph 2.9 of your proof.
Yes.
So in there, you describe your evidence and what it covers, and you talk about your evaluation of the resulting noise level at the affected noise sensitive receptors, and you describe yourself as having done it on a precautionary basis, don't you?
Correct.
And a precautionary basis would ordinarily be a worst case one, wouldn't it?
What I mean by that is technically robust in that I've undertaken a significant section of noise measurements,
Yes.
including Gurdwara events,
Yes.
and precautionary in that I have referred my data sample to that of others. to qualify my evidence.
Okay, so you don't say that you've undertaken a precautionary assessment of the noise levels based on an
I'm not
precautionary
saying I've
approach.
undertaken an assessment based on the maximum drum level that is possible to be played. By that statement, no.
Okay. Short points, I think, Mr. Leach. You can't say that the upper range of the agreed SPL of the Nagara will not be achieved whilst in use for the Gurdwara's events.
No.
And you
But
can't.
based on my evidence, it's unlikely.
Okay. You can't say that the higher SPL that's achieved by the travelling drum won't arise within the Gurdwara estate.
Again, it's potential, but that larger drum was used in the Clear Acoustics Design Survey on the 14th of April 2022, which resulted in a sound power level for the event, which was similar to myself. So for me, to qualify the larger drum, although it can produce an even higher sound power level if played at a very energetic level, it's for the purposes of that ceremony. And it's not just the drum being played in isolation, it features as part of a service where people are singing, there's worship and praise. An appropriate level for that drum is the one that I have measured because it enables the service to continue. Okay.
Sorry, you've just agreed with me that you can't say that the upper SPL won't be achieved whilst in use in those events. And I'm going to come back to
no,
the 14th
I can't
of
say
April,
that it's not, someone, if they wanted to, couldn't play the drums at the very high levels.
Yes. Now, in terms of your measurement, you've only undertaken a single attended measurement. That's correct, yes?
Yeah, I've witnessed one event for the full duration myself, yes.
Okay. And on that single occasion, we're agreed that the Nagara was in an unusual position.
Yes.
Okay. And you made the point in chief that it wasn't raining at the time, but we can agree that it had been wet. And of course, that's why the Nagara was being played on the balcony, yes?
It had rained in the morning, yes.
I think you said the event had only been delayed by half an hour.
Yes, the rain had abated before that period, but I think everything was being pushed back during the day. Yeah. So the scheduled time for the service was 11, and I believe they started at 11:20.
Okay. So 20 minutes.
I believe I can check for you if you'd like an explicit number.
I don't think it matters whether it's 20 or 30. No. Now, you also said that the drummer didn't appear restricted by his position. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's my interpretation of the event.
Yeah. I'm going to ask, sir, that we watch CD 14.16 now. We're able to play it. Yeah, it's very short. It's not even that. It's one of the core documents, sir, and we're going to arrange for it to be played on the screens.
Yes, I have seen it, but
Yes.
By all means, play it if it's short.
Thank you.
I can watch on that one. It's on all of them.
Thank you. And can we agree then that's the position from which you observed the drum being played?
That is my video, yes.
Yeah. So you were in the adjacent site or in an adjacent
I was
site.
in the car park for the Hounslow business, but I'd previously gone into the Gurdwara site in the morning to discuss with them what the program for the day was, when the flag raising ceremony was, but out of sort of cultural respect, we removed ourselves from the premises during the service.
So you didn't go onto the balcony and you didn't see the the drum and the drummer on the balcony?
No, I didn't think it would be
No.
appropriate
No,
to.
that's fine. It's not a criticism. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to establish what had happened. And in that video, we can see, can't we, that you're both behind a wall and looking through a wire fence, yes?
Yes.
And the drummer, as far as one can see from that video, is concealed by the pillars of the balcony, isn't he?
In that position of the video, but that's not the only position I stood in during the day. I walked around. I also witnessed the event from the appeal site and listened to it there. So
Okay.
it's of that limited video clip,
Yeah.
and I've provided a sample of 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Your observations are correct.
Yeah. And you've never seen the drummer playing the drum otherwise been on the balcony with the drum there?
So I've never seen the drum being played in person, but I have seen the photos of the events
Right.
previously.
Yeah.
And I've seen video footage of the procession, the yearly procession, to draw analogy and assurance in that my measurement data was correct.
But in circumstances where you've never yourself seen the drum being played otherwise, or been on that balcony, and having regard to the vantage points from which you observed the drumming, you cannot reasonably say, can you, that the drummer was not constrained by that position? You just don't know that.
No, I do not know. But in qualifying my answer, I referred back to the noise evidence in the acoustic design of different events which had a similar sound level, and also my measurements on the 8th of November on 2022, which resulted in a lower noise level at the facade. So,
yes,
I've got a wide data sample than just a 10-minute demonstration of the Nagara in the car park, which is what the higher noise level comes from.
Yeah, but okay. But you accept that you don't know that whether the drummer was constrained or not. You said you don't know that. Okay.
He did not appear to be, but I can't
No.
tell you that he wasn't.
And in circumstances where that was in an unusual position and where you don't know whether he was constrained, you cannot say, can you, that this was a typical event?
It was typical of one of the two events that year. So it was a 50%.
But we heard from Mr. Adan, he wasn't challenged, that was the only time in his memory he could remember it being played on the balcony.
Okay, so
based on that evidence that was unchallenged, it's not a typical event, is
it's
it?
not a typical event, but it is equivalent to other typical events measured by others.
Well, just in terms of that clear acoustic design measurement, I think the point was made in chief with Mr. Duncan, and I think you addressed it in your own evidence in chief, that in fact you were highly critical of the measurements that were undertaken on that day, weren't you, in your original proof?
I was highly critical of the presentation of 101 dB being representative of up to 800 events per year.
No.
I also provided criticism on the measurement position. I didn't say it was incorrect. I just said it wasn't in accordance with some of the standards, and the uncertainty that arose from that measurement position hadn't been quantified in the report.
Okay. So you were suggesting that that figure wasn't reliable, weren't you?
I didn't say it wasn't reliable. I said the 101 dB wasn't
Right.
reliable.
What's the point in you criticising the measurement position, etc., if you weren't saying that it was unreliable? Why would you have been saying that
the
otherwise?
101 dB was unreliable because there was no evidence to demonstrate where the drum was during the playing. I also provided commentary to say that the measurement position may have had some influence on the results, but those I don't believe that to be significant in terms of now I've qualified that data with my own data.
Right. But if the measurements, sorry. Yeah. Just in terms of that event, you were saying that the 105 wasn't reliable. You were sorry, can you just repeat to me what you said? Because it was the last part and we didn't get a clear note of it.
Sorry, which part?
So you said that 105 wasn't reliable.
No,
and
101.
101 wasn't
101
reliable.
dB sound pressure level as represented at the facade. So there was a couple of points why I said it was unreliable. It was the measurement position was on the position of the boundary, and it was presented as a level representative of the facade without any correction for distance attenuation. So which is why it was unreliable.
Yeah.
And then the fact that the measurement was undertaken while it was unwitnessed with no understanding of where the drum was would mean it was unreliable to an extent compared to the event where the drum was known and there was an image. So that was my point, to say that to represent 101 dB sound pressure level as being instant on the facade and representative of potentially 24-hour events and certainly up to 800 events per year was not reliable.
But if you were saying that the measurement that was you had doubts about the measurement that was undertaken at the time and the reliability of that based on some of the approach that was taken to, for example, the location of the microphone, it's not reasonable for you now, is it, to be saying that that is just because it suits your case, that actually is an accurate measurement?
No, because there's two data sets there. There's two separate events, and I've taken my own measurements over two events and qualified them against the clear acoustic design.
But we've got one event that you accept now wasn't a typical event, and then you're corroborating that against an event that you had doubts about the reliability of the method that was used. That's what you're doing, isn't it?
No, I suggested that the uncertainty of the measurement precision hadn't been discussed in the report, and the report didn't consider the lower noise level for the event that was witnessed. It just progressed the higher noise level.
Okay.
And that was my criticisms.
Okay. And as a consequence of the uncertainty that wasn't addressed, that measurement you considered to be unreliable.
There is a margin of error. Yes, correct. Okay. There's an uncertainty budget within that. I wouldn't say it's unreliable because it's been qualified by other evidence.
Well, and one of the things that it's been qualified is a non-typical event by you. Yes?
Potentially. And then also a secondary event on the 8th of November.
And you didn't attend that, though, did you?
No, that was unattended.
Okay. Now, in terms of the measurements that were undertaken by Mr. Scrivener, we can agree, can't we, that the measurements there were derived from the Nagara being played in its usual location during a Gatka?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's not one of the festivals, but it is one of the events with which this inquiry is concerned.
It is, yes. And on reflection, Mr. Scrivener, in his evidence and across, considered that noise level that he'd measured may be unrepresentative, based on his understanding of the use and the noise levels as presented. I mean, to quote Mr. Scrivener, when he measured it in the car park, he stated he thought the drummer was hitting it too hard, and therefore he returned to site to measure a Gatka event, of which the sound power level was a very similar value.
Yeah. And so he then went back and measured an actual event. And that's what I'm getting at here. This is an important point for the inspector to understand. There is a real event that was undertaken. And can we just agree that obviously Gatka is the most frequent of the events with which we're concerned?
Gatka is the most frequent event on the Gurdwara site, but it has a lower impact on the development.
Yeah, but there is a real event where an SPL of 115 decibels has been measured. We can agree that, can't we?
Yes, but as Mr. Scrivener alluded to, he couldn't eliminate bias from his measurement because it was an invited measurement, a demonstration put on by the Gurdwara. And so, on reflection, he decided that measurement, his own measurement, may not be fully reliable.
Well, I'm going to ask you about this bias point. I mean, the reality is that the noise level that was produced is what it is, isn't it? The noise level, there's no dispute that the noise level that was produced during the event, which is an event that takes place every month, was actually achieved. That's not in dispute, is it?
So for that particular event that was measured by Mr. Scrivener, that was the noise level.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, given that was actually achieved at an event, one of the most frequent events that we see, there is absolutely no basis to say that there won't be another person, another week or another month, who plays it at exactly the same level.
Potentially, that could be happen, but obviously the caveats that would potentially put the audience or the congregation at risk of potential adverse health effects.
Okay, well, let's pick up on that point.
Okay.
Bear with me. I'm just going to divert some other notes.
How long do you think you have left, Ms. Clodden? Because that's the 2 hours that you'd estimated.
Yes, unfortunately, sir, we haven't got as far as I'd have hoped. I think I mean, I think I've got another half an hour. I'm afraid that we've made very slow progress on that section. We are nearly done with SPL. That's 2 points, but I do just need to pick up on this point about noise at work. So just dealing shortly then with this noise exposure point, you made the point in your rebuttal proof about the control of noise at work regulations, and you talked about the upper action value of 85 dB, and you made the point that if the Nagara was played at the SPL of 115, the upper action value would be exceeded, yes?
Yes.
We can agree, can't we, that those regulations do not apply to members of the public who are exposed to noises from non-working activities?
No, but they would be applicable to the staff of the Gurdwara.
Well, any employees. But, there's no evidence that the drummers are employees.
No.
No. And it also doesn't apply to members of the public who make an informed choice to go to a noisy place, such as a concert or a nightclub or a football match, does it?
No.
Thank you. People are entitled to attend events like those if they choose, aren't they?
They are entitled, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Now, I just want then to deal with a point about the Gurdwara being reasonably expected to play at a SPL of 106. Your case is that we're not dealing here, and indeed it's agreed, that we're not dealing here with noise that's controlled through a sound system because the music's not amplified, yes?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Yes. In the case of drumming from the Nagara,
Yep.
we're not dealing with noise that's played through a sound system, it's not amplified, so there's no ability to use a sound system, for example, to control the noise level.
No, the noise of the drum is controlled by the drummer.
Yeah. And I mean, how is a drummer who's playing, and he may be used to playing the drum in whatever way he likes, how is a drummer practically able to confine himself to playing at 106 dB SPL?
I'm sure the drummer would be aware of a suitable level of playing to enable the activities to be undertaken. So, for example, if he was playing at such a level that instructions couldn't be given because speech was being masked or ceremonies couldn't be heard, then that would be inappropriate and he would modulate his own playing.
But a drummer wouldn't know, would he, at what dB level he was playing?
And no, and I'm not suggesting that a noise at work assessment's being undertaken in my rebuttal. It was just to highlight sort of the differences between the two sound power levels in a real world situation.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's been suggested that the drummers, that the Gurdwara's drummer could confine themselves to an SPL of 106. And I think you agree with me that there's no obvious means by which a drummer would know at what decibel level he was playing.
No, just like in your marching band or brass band.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know the decibel level you're playing at, but you would play to an appropriate level for your audience, and also so that, for example, the trumpets and the cornets weren't masked by your own playing.
Yeah. Imagine a situation though where the Nagara is being played by, let's say, they happen to have got a particularly burly drummer on an occasion, or one who's particularly enthusiastic, and let's say they play above the level, the 106 dB, and they find themselves served with a noise abatement notice. If that scenario arose, and I'll no doubt you'll say that it wouldn't, but if that scenario arose, there's no guarantee, is there, that the outcome of any proceedings would be that the Gurdwara was required to reduce its drum SPL to 106 The outcome of that event might be that they're required to restrict their events altogether. We've just no way of knowing that.
If they were served with complaint and it was upheld to be nuisance, although if they are operating the drum at 115 dB now, there's obviously no evidence of complaint. And also I expect an environmental health officer to consider the frequency of such events and where they're located. And if the drum could be played at a lower level.
Okay, but subject to those qualifications, we don't know what the outcome of those proceedings would be, were we? And we can't say that it would only be that they should reduce the level at which they play it. They might be required to restrict the events to particular times or altogether.
Potentially.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we're now on to outputs, so we are on the home stretch, so to speak. Gurdwara event noise then, please. I want to turn to deal with the outputs of the measurements and assessments against the criteria and the various standards. And I know there's disagreement. We'll come on to that. We're going to need,
where to start looking.
well, I'll tell you, we're going to need the addendum statement of common ground. We're definitely going to need that. But there is, I understand that there's disagreement about whether these apply. And there's obviously disagreement about how they apply in some cases. So what I'm going to do is ask questions on express basis. I don't think we don't need to go through what our respective positions on those are. The inspector knows.
Yeah, I'm aware of the time that I've been sat here. So
exactly, yeah, we all want to move on. So I'm going to address them on different bases, but we all understand your position now. I've just got to find my own copy of the addendum. Okay, I'm going to look at internal levels first, please. So can we take up table 4? And this addresses internal noise levels based on both the 16-hour average and also based on different construction methods, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm going to assume for the purposes of these that the condition is adequate. We've been through that already. So we can agree, can't we, that on an LAEQ 16-hour basis, there are no issues with the internal noise levels if the drum is played at 106 dB.
So are you looking at the ambient noise level or just the noise level from the drum in isolation?
16-hour.
Yeah, but the bracket or the unbracketed figure?
The unbracketed figure.
Yes.
Now, if we play it at the 115 limit or level, there are exceedances of, on the basis of construction 1, there are exceedances of 6 and 7 on that 16-hour level, aren't they?
For the car park and the balcony?
Yeah.
Yes. But for the GATCA, the more regular event,
okay. And we've already...
That's below the long.
Yes. And we've already talked about the situation, whether that's appreciable or not. Now, you've dealt with Lowell with Miss Taffer on that, so I don't need to do that. Now, if we are right to, and can we just actually, just so that we've got it in mind for now, in terms of Lowell and Sol, for internal levels, you set that at 35 dB for Lowell and plus 10, 45 dB for Sol. Okay.
Yes, based on the 16-hour.
Based on the 16-hour, but we've already seen with Miss Taffer that you've applied it slightly differently to that in your own evidence. And Can I just ask about for external levels? Because for external levels, you refer to the the LOL, sorry, I think as being 55. Would you say that so then presumably the SOL is 10 above that again? Is it 65?
I don't think there is any definition of SOL for external amenity spaces in any of the guidance documents.
Okay. In terms of your judgment, my understanding of where you'd set SOL at 45 was that's because it was 10 dB above the LOL.
No, it's not just an arbitrary figure. It's based on research from the WHO and health effects. Okay. So it's not just an arbitrary value of 10 dB higher.
So is there a threshold of SOL for the external noise?
Not that I'm aware of for this.
You haven't sought to identify one.
But I haven't defined a SOL. No, there's no guidance on SOL for external amenity spaces.
Okay, so it's a matter of professional judgment then, is it?
Yes. I would refer back to 8233 where it talks about these levels can be exceeded and also may not necessarily be appropriate. So that would indicate that the SOL there is an upper range somewhere, but it's not defined. Okay,
and what would your professional judgment be as to where the SOL is?
I think it would have to be assessed on a case-by-case basis as required under the MPSC. I don't think.
So you can't assist the inspector with a SOL for.
I don't believe that noise criteria are appropriate for these balconies.
I know you don't. Okay, so
that's
therefore
there's no LOL or SOL.
But if you have, I think, mentioned in your rebuttal that 70 dB you regarded as a level in external amenity areas that was likely to generate complaint. Would you accept that that was a SOL for the purposes of external amenity areas?
Is that the point that I clarified this morning in my errata?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
The point I was trying to make there was looking at the internal noise levels, and that if 70 was exceeded regularly, obviously that was a 1 hour event noise level, not a 16-hour average. That may lead to complaints, but obviously there's no indication that it does lead to complaints because there haven't been any. The point I was trying to make with that point is that the noise level of the facades of the existing properties is around about 65, and they don't have any acoustic, they have a reliance on open window ventilation. There's no acoustic glazing, and therefore noise levels inside may be higher than the SOL that I've defined.
Let's perhaps deal with this on a different basis than Mr. Leach. If you've got a threshold of 55 dB, that's what's suggested to be the upper guideline for external amenity areas in the WHO guidance. If something is 10 dB above that, that would be likely to give rise to a significant adverse effect, wouldn't it?
It would give rise to an adverse effect. Whether or not it be significant would be. I don't think that's been defined.
Okay. What about 15 dB above that? That would be a significant adverse effect, wouldn't it?
Again, these are just arbitrary values. There's no guidance or research to define these values.
Well, hang on, but Pro-PG talks about 5 dBs being unreasonable and plus 10 dB being unacceptable. We looked at that earlier.
That's for internal noise levels, and that's based on research.
Okay. And you don't think they can be used as a proxy?
No.
Okay. All right. But certainly plus 10 dB or plus 15 dB would be an adverse effect on your level over 55.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
Okay, right. Now, let's look then at the 1 hour event level in this document.
It's table 4 again.
Table 4, yeah. And actually, picking back on that point, we looked at 10 and 15. Plus 5 dB would also be adverse, wouldn't it, over 55? Obviously,
for a traditional amenity space?
Yeah. Okay. Now, if Mr. Duncan is right that it's relevant to look at the 1 hour event level. Under construction 1, your proposed method of dealing with the building fabric, we have exceedances of the 55 dB threshold at all SPLs, don't we? Both SPLs in all areas.
Sorry, I don't follow. You suggested construction 1 implying internal noise levels?
Oh, apologies. I am still dealing. I haven't got to external noise levels yet. So I'm sorry. I'm looking at the 1 hour event levels for internals. And then for on construction 1, for courtyard and courtyard in both will be under, but we have exceedances in the car park and balcony at both, don't we?
Yes, if one was to take the 1 hour event and apply it to the 16-hour criterion, there would be exceedances of the LOL.
Yeah, and at 106 dB, it would be 6 dB above. And at 115 dB, we'd be looking at nearly, well, 18 to 20, 18 and 19 dB above, yes?
Yes, your math's correct. Yes, yeah.
And even on construction 2, we would have exceedances at the 115 SPL, and they would both be more than 10 dB above background.
Again, if you were comparing the event noise level to a 16-hour criteria,
Yeah.
yes.
And that is something that you did in your own table 5, isn't it?
Yeah, so you're talking about table 5 of my proof.
Yeah.
So what I did is I compared the event noise level, the 16-hour average as per the standard and the defined criteria, and also the 5-minute, which is done by Clear Acoustic Design. I didn't say that was the correct method. I just provided a full table.
You said it was low. You did it by reference to LOL and SOL. You went through this with Ms. Taff, and you accepted that earlier.
On reflection, maybe I shouldn't have color coded all the numbers.
Well, you did though, and you accepted. Sorry, and you accepted in cross that it was above LOL and SOL. Yeah.
Yes, if you can compare to a 1 hour event.
Thank you. And in those cases, given that they're both more than 10 dB above, in the terms of Pro PG, that would be an unacceptable level, wouldn't it?
Sorry, for 115 dB.
Yes.
Yes, if the Nagara was played at 115 dB in the car park or on the balcony, then that would result in those levels.
And even at 106 with the 6 dB, that would, on the Pro PG analysis, that would be unreasonable. Yes.
Well, Pro PG refers to a 16-hour criteria, so you'd have to apply the 16-hour criteria as if it was a 1 hour criteria. So it's not directly comparable.
Okay. Now, in terms of external levels, we'll look again those on the same basis. Obviously, I say we know that we don't agree that the 16-hour LAEQ basis correctly characterises the noise impact, and we also note that you don't apply this because you think they're occasionals. But I'm just going to set those aside. We've talked about the 55 dB point a moment ago. Now, in terms of the external noises that are set out in column 3, we've then got those. We had those adjusted for a 16-hour level. Do you recall? We took 12 dB.
Yeah,
off them.
we've been through this.
Yeah, we have
times.
exactly. And just in case, sir, did you write the values down on your copy of your addendum?
I have got some of them, but
Perhaps
if you
shall
run
I just go through
them,
them,
let's make
sir?
sure
I
that
thought
I've
it
got
might be
them.
helpful to make sure you had, because I went through it perhaps slightly too quickly in chief. So starting at the top, 67 would be 55 over the 16 hours. 82 would be 70 over the 16 hours. 80 would be 68 over the 16 hours. 59 would be 47. I'm assuming that you're agreeing with these, Mr. Leach.
Oh,
If
yeah,
you,
your
you'll
maths is
shout if I
correct.
don't.
Yeah, no, sorry, I thought you were going to say for the inspector to take notes.
Yeah, 72 is 60 and 71 is 59. And on that basis, so even on the 16-hour basis, at your SPL, the external event level is above Lowell, or is above 55, the threshold level, both on when played on the car park and the balcony, yes?
Yes, although it was agreed in cross with Mr. Duncan that those 3 events per year would be considered occasional, and therefore those criteria may not be applicable to those particular events.
Well, that's if they
Just
aren't
the
considered
courtyard.
characterful events, and we went back through whether they're characterful events in re-examination, as you'll recall. Now, in those circumstances, they are, on the basis we've just looked at, they're 4 and 5 dB above. They are adverse effects, aren't they? They would be experienced adversely by people using their balconies, even on your SPL.
Just before I answer, I just want to refer back to 8233. Sorry. Yes, if those 3 events per year were considered frequent enough that they would be applicable under the standard, then yes, they would exceed the 55 dB criteria that I set as a low.
And that would be adverse.
It would be adverse, yes.
And in those circumstances, they should be mitigated as far as reasonably possible.
If deemed applicable, then yes.
Thank you. If we're applying 115 SPL, as is our case, we can agree, can't we, that even on the adjusted figures, that would be it would be on the cusp of your LOL in the court at the GATCA, so it would only just meet that.
Compliance, yes.
Yeah, and then for the others, it would be significantly above LOL. It would be 13 and 15 above.
That is correct.
Okay. And again, they would be adverse effects.
If the standard was applied to them, and yes, they would be adverse effects.
And indeed, at the level of 13 and 15 above, they would be significant adverse effects.
As I previously qualified, the significant adverse effect level is not defined for external amenity spaces.
Okay. We're using your professional judgment, given that they're 13 and 15, and noting that you don't think this applies anyway, they would be significant adverse effects, wouldn't they?
No, I've given my answer previously. There's no research or guidance to suggest that they would be. They would be adverse. There's no definition of significant adverse effect for balconies from noise of this source.
So you say that the inspector just can't tell whether there's a significant adverse effect when he's dealing with a balcony?
What I'm suggesting is that balconies such as these, small residential balconies, are quite often placed in positions where the noise level will exceed, 10 dB above the LOL, and it's just a part of residential development in a busy urban environment. It's likely that the balconies on the Bell Road developments out the window just there, which all face onto the main road there, will be an exceedance of those values.
These aren't residential balconies though, are they?
No, I'm talking about the development and construction in the background, just as an illustration.
Do we know what measures, if any, they've taken to mitigate to as far as low as reasonably practicable?
There was no requirement apart from to provide balconies. So they provide a cantilevered balcony, but there's no specific additional mitigation required in that instance.
Okay. So you accept that they're adverse. You're not willing to say that they're significant adverse because you say, who knows what significant is in this context?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, though, they should be mitigated as far as reasonably possible.
And again, I refer back to my previous answers that if you were to consider that 3 hours per year is an adverse or significant adverse effect, or adverse effect, I should say, then yes, they would need to be mitigated as far as possible. Okay. But in my interpretation of the standards, they fall outside the standards, and therefore there's no requirement
Yeah.
because the impact is not,
Okay.
portrayed.
Now, if we're not right to look at the 16-hour average on those, and if it's right to look at the 1-hour event level, being how people actually experience it, we can agree, can't we, that in no situation, wherever the Nagara is played, and on whatever SPL1 is looking at, there is no situation in which it's beneath your LOL of 55.
In that scenario, then yes.
And indeed, there would only be one, and that's the 59 dB level. That was, well, only 4 dB above background. Everything else is, we've got 12 dB above background,
Sorry,
above the 55. So for the courtyard, we've got an excess over the LOL of 12 for the courtyard on 115.
Again, if you were to take the 16-hour standard and attribute
No,
it to a 1-hour
We're not.
value.
Yeah,
So what you're doing is you're
Okay.
taking a 16-hour
Yeah.
criteria, attributing
Yeah.
it to a 1-hour
as
period,
you,
and then
as you
saying
did
that
yourself
there's
in,
exceedances.
as you did yourself in table 5, you applied a different time period and you still accepted it was LOL.
I believe I did that for the external amenity areas.
Well,
You can
What would the
correct,
dif- what
correct
would
me
the
if I'm wrong,
difference-
sorry.
what would the difference be? Table 5 of his proof. And I've put these on the question. I know that you don't accept the premise.
Well, you just told him he's applied this in his proof. Right?
He's applied a shorter time period against a threshold level. He's done it for internal areas. He's right to say that he hasn't done it for external. Well, actually, yeah, but why would that be any different?
Because it is different,
Okay.
and that's because the external amenity areas are subject to high levels of noise. It fluctuates during the day. The internal amenity areas are designed to a suitable lull for part in part speech intelligibility and resting,
Okay, but
not for amenity.
Here you seem to be saying that a LOL is not appropriate for external amenity areas, rather than that.
No, what I'm saying is
The
that on a
exercise that
balcony,
you've gone
on a
through in
balcony,
table
I don't
5.
believe that. So I have undertaken that assessment internally. I haven't undertaken it externally. I don't think it should be done externally.
Okay, all right. I say, accepting that you don't consider that we should be looking at the 1-hour event noise level. What I'm saying to you is that in circumstances where we are looking at that 1-hour external event noise level, and we're taking a LOL of 55 with limited exception, and that's the courtyard on the 106 level, 59 dB, which is still above the 55 LOL, we have values that are very much in excess, very far in excess of the 55 threshold, don't we?
Based on 1 hour and using a 55 value over a 1 hour, yes.
Okay.
I would also draw attention to point 3.8 of that statement of common ground addendum.
Yeah.
These values are based on just the facade instant noise levels. They don't consider the effects of the balconies or the additional effects of screening that may be introduced as part of other mitigation. So that's not been considered.
What other screening? There isn't any other solid screening, is it? Is there?
No, but there was reference previously to visual impact in some of the documentation
Right.
in the proofs, and how that could be potentially mitigated.
Okay, but is any of that being proposed by your client?
Not in my statement of common ground.
Well, is it in your case? Is there any part
No,
of
but
the
I'm just
appellant's
highlighting
case?
that
Okay.
if other aspects were modified, these values would change.
If other aspects that aren't being proposed were modified, they would change. Well, of course, but
Yeah, sorry.
just to be clear.
Okay, I withdraw the point. Maybe it's confusion.
I'm grateful, thank you. And in terms of the acoustic effect from the solid balconies, I think Mr. Duncan addressed that in his proof of evidence and said that the effect would be minimal or something worse to those effects. I don't recall any challenge on that. I can check that.
It's not a massive effect, no, but neither is, for example, providing soffit liners.
Well, you're not proposing that.
No, we're not.
Either,
but they were
you?
given as an example of suitable mitigation that could have been explored.
Well, if you did propose soffit liners, that would be an additive effect, though, wouldn't it? You'd get the benefit of both, not just one.
Again, it's a marginal effect. It's not. It wouldn't provide a. You're in a position where you're not reducing the noise levels to any significant degree, such that it would comply with a low threshold.
Okay, so with your solid balconies, you accept that that is not reducing the event noise level on the balconies to any significant degree?
It will have a effect on some balconies, but not all balconies.
Okay,
I agree
it's not reducing to any significant degree.
It's within the 1 to 3 decibel reduction range. It's not the 5 to 20 decibel reduction range.
Okay, and just out of interest, if you added the soffit lining, would that also be within a 1 to 3 decibel range? And would the two of those have an additive, cumulative effect?
So I can't give you a defined answer because we'd have to refer back to the calculations and undertake those. But from what I understand, it would be, again, a minimal increase or decrease in noise. It wouldn't be the 5 to 10, it would be the 1 to 3.
But would it be cumulative?
It depends on the angle of incidence, and it depends on the grazing angle and the relative angle of the balcony and source. It's a complex.
Okay.
It is a complex calculation.
And it's not something you've looked at then yourself?
No, other than to look at the effect of providing a solid balcony.
You haven't looked at the effect of the other possible mitigation?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We've got 2 points, and then we're done. The first of those is COP95, and we looked earlier, obviously, at table 12.1. I know you don't think that it applies, but
still here in front of me.
Good. We're going to look at the application of it in Mr. Duncan's proof. So that's page 44, paragraph 6.6.9. So page 44, 6.6.9. And whilst I'm finding out, first of all, we've got the music noise level that's set out there. And we heard Mr. Duncan's evidence, and I don't recall him being challenged on it, that the music noise levels there accord pretty well with the 1 hour event levels that are set out in the addendum statement of common ground. Is that right?
Correct. Those 1 hour LEQs are yes. Yeah.
Yes. Background now agreed at 49 dB, and 49. So we can agree, can't we, that the excess over background here for ceremonial area events is 32.
Yes.
And for 18 for courtyard events.
Yes, this has all been agreed previously.
Okay, and so we are agreed then that they are both above 15 dB over background if the threshold of 4 to 12 events in COP95 is applied.
If you were to apply the 4 to 12 criteria to 15 events, then yes, they would be. I still take the position that the events are dissimilar. Just because they use the same drum doesn't mean they are the same event. Yeah. They're experienced at different levels, and therefore perhaps different guidance should be applicable. But based on the analysis you've presented to me, it's numerically correct.
Okay. And in terms of the absolute event levels, if we were looking at the levels for 1 to 3 events, we're agreed, aren't we, that, well, can we agree, if we haven't agreed already, that this is not an urban stadia? We can see Twickenham and Wembley out the window. We're not dealing with that here, are we? We are dealing with an other urban or rural venue.
No, I would agree with Mr. Scrivener on this one, that the higher noise level would be appropriate.
Well, let's look. I want to look. Okay, you say it would be
I was going to
appropriate.
explain my reasonings, but I
Okay,
think you're going to question me on it.
Well, I'm going to, yeah, let's look at the definitions.
Yeah.
Go back to those. And we have a definition of urban stadia or arenas on page 5, yes?
Yep.
And that is a regular venue for major sporting or similar events in an urban area. This is not a regular venue for major sporting or similar events in an urban area, is it?
Your position to me, these were more than occasional, therefore regular.
No. Right. So you accept they're regular, do you?
Under your premise, this
Okay.
is your application of the COP. This is your premise.
Okay.
Under your premise, it is regular.
And they're major sporting or similar events, are they? I don't say they're major sporting or similar events, do
major
you?
sporting events, but they're described by Mr. Adan as attracting thousands of people. That is to my event, a major event in the premise of religious worship.
Well, when they're talking about something like an urban stadium, let's think about the capacities of somewhere like Wembley or Twickenham or Old Trafford. Let's use that. That had a capacity of like 55,000 people, didn't it?
It does, yeah. It does.
Wembley has a capacity of 90,000 people.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Even if the Gurdwara is attracting 5,000 people, that is nowhere near the levels of attendees that one gets at an urban stadia or arena, is it?
No, but for example, if you were to put on an event in Regent's Park, that could attract similar levels of numbers of people, and that would fall under an urban park or similar area.
Yeah.
It sort of highlights the point that maybe COP95 isn't appropriate.
Sorry, no, that's the whole point. It would fall under other urban or similar venues. So let's go back
Well, no,
to
'cause what
to
the point I was
other
trying
urban.
to
Ms.
make-
Cladden,
sorry.
perhaps this is something that you can make submissions
I'm
on. I
happy-
think theoretical questioning on a standard
Well,
that Mr. Leach doesn't
okay.
agree with isn't very helpful.
I
don't think.
understand, but sir, I'm going to say it is incredible, in the literal sense of the word, to suggest that the Gurdwara is an urban stadia or arena. Do you
Sorry, we're looking
accept
for
that?
comment. I thought that was
Yes.
your statement. That's your position.
All right. Finally, then, on 4142, I just want to deal with the kitchen extract fan.
Yes.
And I'm going to try and shortcut this. And I'm going to see if we can do. Now, we're agreed that 4142 would apply to the assessment of noise from the kitchen extract
We
fan.
are in agreement, yes.
And Mr. Duncan's proof sets out his assessment of the potential impact over background, yes?
Yes.
And I think where we got to was that even if we made an adjustment of reducing down to your
The agreed background sound level and then
and then the
potentially lowering
reduced
the rating
penalty,
penalty, it would be
we
plus
would
7
have
dB,
a 7 dB impact. Yeah, okay.
which is adverse impact,
That's an
depending
adverse.
on context.
Exactly. And so we've agreed already that, well, first of all, in terms of internal conditions, you've dealt with glazing specification, etc., and building fabric, and said that would render the internal conditions acceptable.
So to re-qualify a previous point, the where I talked about changing the glazing specification for other facades in relation to airport transportation noise. So the glazing is principally designed
Yeah.
for those levels, which are a higher level
Yeah.
than the predicted level from the extract fan.
Yeah. And can I just ask a question though? Mr. Duncan made the point yesterday that he wasn't clear about whether those that Block D relied on openable windows. Do you know whether it is?
So 4142 does not consider summertime overheating. It looks at rapid and purge ventilation, which are defined in Part F of the building regulations as sort of short periods of time where you would expel water vapor or paint or burnt toast.
Okay.
It doesn't consider with summertime overheating.
Okay. But just as a matter of fact, are those windows, do you have to open the windows for purge ventilation, or
They're
is
provided with an
MHVR
MVHR
proposed?
system. So the Part F background ventilation rate is provided by mechanical means.
Okay. Now, in terms of the external area, obviously building fabric doesn't accept that, and we can agree, can't we, that the adverse impact that we've identified is one that would be experienced every single day of the year throughout the daytime hours when residents might wish to be using their balconies.
Yes.
And that is an
although
adverse.
to qualify, it will be below. It'd be below the ambient noise level from transportation noise sources.
Okay, but because it's not below background,
No,
it would still be
there is-
appreciable.
There is some impact. It is adverse. It's not significant adverse.
Yeah, we don't suggest it is.
No,
It's an impact that is not presently mitigated.
no. And I agree. I do agree with the other consultants that it could easily be mitigated if it's considered to be a concern. Although I don't believe it's a reason for refusal.
We don't
So
suggest
I
it's a
think
reason
that's
for refusal.
where you were going.
But no, it's not. We accept it's not a reason for refusal. But if it's an adverse impact, it
could be mitigated.
It should be
yes.
mitigated,
It could be easily mitigated.
and it
if
should be
considered.
mitigated.
I mean, I've presented, talking about internal noise levels, absolute noise levels, which is what 4142 suggests.
We're dealing with an external impact on the balconies, which you accept would be experienced every single day of the year when those residents might want to use it. You accept the impact will be adverse. It's an impact that's not mitigated. We've previously agreed that that all reasonably practicable steps should be taken to mitigate impacts.
Yep.
In this case, there should be mitigation for the impact of the kitchen extract fan, shouldn't there?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Leach. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your tolerance in terms of the time. I think we're going to have a break.
Yes.
Anyway, aren't we?
Okay, let me just ask Mr. Strawn, how long do you think you'll need in re-examination?
I don't think very long, 10 minutes.
Okay, we will take the break before that if Mr. Leach needs to do that now.
Wait.
Can I just check? We're going to be moving on to daylight and sunlight matters. Ms. Malik, is your witness here and ready? Hello. Right, okay. So you'll need to join the main parties, I think, but we're going to have a break now so we can organise everyone getting into.
Sir, just before we go for the break, and sorry, I think Mr. Leach might really need to leave. So
Yes, please go if you need to.
You okay? I'm really sorry. So obviously for daylight and sunlight is not part of the Goodwires case, and we're going to leave for that part of the session. And that's no discourtesy intended to the Magnolia residents, but they can then obviously come and take our space at the table, which will help. The other point though, sir, is that because I'm not going to be here when the day finishes, there is an issue I want to raise now. It seems obvious to me that we are not going to get to Mr. Robinson in chief. We now have many witnesses to go. I would be grateful, because it really affects my preparation, for us to agree now that we will not get to him and to have him on the Tuesday when we come back. I just think it isn't going to happen. We might as well accept that. And I said I would be very grateful in terms of my preparation otherwise to know that.
Okay, well, I think realistically you're probably right. Does anybody have a different view about whether we're likely to get to?
Well, in any event, I did regard it as inappropriate that he would give evidence in chief and have
I
3
understand
months.
that, yes.
Yeah.
Does anybody have a different view about us making that progress on that?
Well, I think I can't speak for everyone. I'm rather hopeful things will speed up a bit, particularly on daylight and sunlight and other matters. So I wouldn't have been quite as pessimistic about catching up later this week. But perhaps we
let me
see how
ask.
things go. But I don't.
this then. We've currently got the site visits planned for the 16th of November. That isn't one of the reserve days that we had originally put aside, but our advocates, you may not be able to tell me now, but our advocates are available for the morning of the 16th of November if everything moved back. So perhaps you'll need to check your availability and let me know after the break. Yes. Okay, right. We'll take a short break now then until 5 to 4, please. Okay, perhaps we could pick that up tomorrow then, if you could.
I might struggle to get a definitive answer in that time period, because obviously it involves speaking to a different client and/or tribunal.
Okay,
But I'll
by the end of the week.
I'll do
think?
my best. Yes.
Yes. All right. Okay. Ms. Mallock, what's your availability on the morning of the 16th? You are available. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just asking the inspector if the 17th would be any good for him, just in case you did have difficulties, or for you, in case there are difficulties on the 17th instead of the 16th of November.
Well, Mr. Strawn, is your other engagement a one-day event? Or?
It's effectively it's high speed to railway in Parliament, and it's effectively a rolling programme of select committee hearings, and I'm booked for those.
Okay, so would you be available
the flexibility?
on the 17th?
Well, at the moment it's saying I'm booked.
Right.
For any time that I'm not here for those allocated days, I've got these other hearings. What I might be able to negotiate is, because they're two King's Counsel on the case, is whether I can swap.
I see. Okay, well,
so I'll do my best.
Let's deal with it later in the week, and if you could look at the 16th or the 17th, preferably the 16th, please. But
we'll hold it in our diaries for now.
Thank
then
you.
I'll contact our clerk.
Okay, so we'll see by the end of the week where we go with that. Right. Let's deal with re-examination then, shall we?
Sorry, I've got distracted. Let me just get my notes.
So whilst my learned friend's just getting his notes up, then can I just ask whether we are? Can I mean, not physically, but effectively stand down Mr. Robinson for this week? I just cannot see us getting to it. And
yes, I think it's unlikely we're going to get to him.
I'm very grateful for that.
Can I start? Thank you, sir. Right, Ms. Leach, long day. You have to cast your mind back to questions at the very beginning. I think for the first hour or so, you were asked questions about good acoustic design. Do you recall those?
I recall the questions, yes.
Yes. And without turning up all the documents, we went through a number of documents and guidance on what constitutes good acoustic design. You recall that?
I do, yes.
Yeah. Just taking the table 4 results that the inspectors got in the statement of common ground addendum.
Yep, I'm there.
And the evidence you've given. Taking first of all the sound pressure levels of the drum of 160 dB, and the results that I've discussed both with Mr. Scrivener. You recall Mr. Scrivener's content with the results, yes. And Mr. Duncan. Are there any results in that table which you consider require further mitigation by way of good acoustic design?
No.
And do the same exercise for the sound power level at 115 dB. Take, for example, the courtyard events, 55 dB for, assuming it were played at 115 dB, 55 dB external levels, 34 dB 1 hour event internal, And then for the car park and balcony played 3 times a year at those levels 54 and 70 external. Are any of those results, in your mind, require further good acoustic design changes?
No.
Thank you. Going back then to London plan that you were asked about, policy D13. I should just ask you, Mr. Leach, because the nature of the question that was asked of you, are you a planner?
I am an acoustic consultant.
Right. Although you were asked extensive questions about the London plan and its meaning, can we just deal with 2 points? First of all, Ms. Clutton put to you that London plan policy D13 and D14 contain no reference or application or reference to standards. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
Yeah. Just turn up, please. London plan policy D14 and underneath 3.14.3. See if you agree with that, but see with the danger of these questions being put to a non-planner, just see if that's correct. 3.14.3.
I'm sorry, they are contained in his proof and he addresses them extensively, and you put questions on D13 and D14 and policy to our acoustic witnesses, so it's perfectly proper to do so.
Mr. Leach, could you just address the question? You were asked, it was put to you that the London plan has no reference to standards or how to go about assessing noise environments for standards. Can you just look at...
Sorry.
I'm getting a lot of what I'd call feedback. It's quite difficult to ask my questions if there's back chat.
Right, so let's just try to deal with re-examination as quickly as possible, please, and without interruptions.
Sorry.
Right.
Paragraph 3.14.3 refers to standards.
Right. Which standards does it say one should have regard to in relation to residential development?
8233 2014.
Thank you. And go back up the page to London Plan Policy D13. You were taken to Part A. We skipped over Part B and C, and we then went to Part D. Can you just look at Part B?
Yes.
And having regard to that, if Block A were to be constructed in the way that's been suggested and the noise levels that you've predicted, whether on the higher sound power level or the lower sound power level were to result, do you consider any unreasonable restrictions will be placed on the Gurdwara?
No, I do not.
You were then asked a whole series of questions about knowledge of Gurdwara's events at the time of carrying out the noise acoustic report. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And I've asked about what was contained in the pre-application letter. And you explained the way in which the noise survey had initially been carried out. Do you recall that?
I recall that, yes.
Having submitted the planning application with your noise assessment, which would have occurred in 2021, I think, August or September.
Are we talking about the initial assessment?
Yes, the first assessment that went in with the planning application.
Yes.
Can you please turn up the Gurdwara's response to that planning application? And
sorry.
Yep, that's in CD 4.1.
Yes, I'm there.
So in the index, I think it's referred to December 2022. The letter's 2021. You got that?
I have, yes.
Yeah. So having submitted your noise assessment, have you had a look at this letter?
I have.
Did the Gurdwara raise any concerns about the noise assessment that had been produced by you in terms of noise generating uses at the temple?
They did not.
Did the council?
They did not.
And you then described how subsequently in June 2002, the issues were raised, albeit you weren't provided with the clear acoustic design report. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Yeah. And if you need to turn it up, please do. The acoustic report CD 4.4 did the Gurdwara raise any issues of concern about events taking place in the courtyard for the Gatka martial arts ceremonies?
No, the report is solely concerned with events in the car park.
You also then, in answers to questions, described that after reasons for refusal 1 was advanced in the determination, contrary to the planning officer's recommendation, the appeal was submitted, and in response to that reason for refusal, various other surveys were undertaken. Do you recall that?
I do.
They're listed in CD 8.3, so I'm not going to go through them again. They're not in dispute, I don't think, Mr. Leach. But a number of other surveys over various periods were carried out.
That's correct.
And in one of your answers, you pointed out that in the course of that survey, no issue arose, no noise event issue arose from Gatka events that were occurring during that period.
That is correct.
And please can I get your understanding, Mr. Leach, as to whether that is consistent or inconsistent with your or the agreed position that's now set out in Table 4, where the noise events from Gatka ceremonies have been separately considered and result in levels that you can see in Table 4. So, for example, that's the entry under courtyard. At 106 dB, you have a 25 dB LEQ 1 hour level.
That's internal.
Internal.
Yeah.
And you have a 47 dB 16 hour LEQ for a 59 dB 1 hour event.
Yes.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with your previous noise readings that the Gatka events, when being carried out, were not causing any noise issue?
That is consistent.
Thank you. And then I'm going to lump a whole load of questions together just to get your response on this. There was a long debate, you recall, about whether to treat events as occasional events or not for the purposes of BS 8233.
Yes, I remember.
Okay, and you were taken to see the Old Trafford decision where the inspector looked at 14 events for concerts. Do you recall that?
I recall that.
And you explained in your answers that I think, like Mr. Scrivener, distinguished between events for the Gatka and the 3 ceremonial events. You made that point several times.
Yes, for the purposes of if I were to apply a COP95 assessment, I would treat them as 2 separate events.
Yeah. And Mr. Scrivener, I think, does the same.
He does.
Yeah. Can I just check whether how your understanding as to how the inspector in the Old Trafford decision treated noise-generating events for Old Trafford? You were taken to what he did with concerts, and you made the point that they're all of a similar nature. Do you recall that?
I recall that, yes.
Yeah. Did the inspector treat the cricket events and lump them together in the way that Ms. Cutton was proposing you should do for the Gatka and the ceremonial events?
No.
And you were asked about consistency of inspector's decision. Would it be consistent with that inspector's decision for this inspector to treat the Gatka events as equivalent to the ceremonial events which occur 3 times a year?
No.
And just taking the analysis in Table 4 that you've identified, the different noise levels that occur from the different events. You've got the courtyard, and then you've got the car park and balcony, they're referring to the different events, as you've explained. In terms of actual noise levels generated from those two events and the frequency, are they the same events?
No.
Now, leave it for the inspector to decide how to treat those events under BS 8233. You, just to be clear, the way you explained it in answer is that you're treating the 3 ceremonial events as occasional events outside the scope of BS 8233.
That's correct.
Yeah. And whether or not one does that, or whether or not one includes the GATCA events as well and treats them as non-occasional, does table 4, do the results in table 4, are they affected by whether or not you treat them as occasional or not?
No.
And just standing back for a moment, I think even in the consideration of outputs that you went through, you were taken to the courtyard events on measured against LEQ 16-hour, whether under the 115 dB and 106 dB levels. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do any of those events measured against British standards exceed the LOLs for either external or internal noise levels?
No, the courtyard GATCA events would comply with the defined LOL.
So on that basis, Mr. Leach, just applying BS 8233 and treating the results of the noise levels, I may have misunderstood, but does it matter whether they are treated as occasional or not?
For the courtyard events, no.
And you've then, like Mr. Scrivener, treat the ceremonial events as occasional events.
I do.
And I think Mr. Duncan as well, as I recall his answer.
My recollection.
Those have different levels. Whether one excludes them under BS 8233 under the note as occasional, or one includes them, but then carries out the assessment that you talked about of looking at frequency, duration, character, etc. So let's include them. Does your conclusion change as to the acceptability or unacceptability of the location of Block A with its flat?
No.
Thank you. And then Ms. Tafur took you fast forward a long way. Paragraph 5.17 of your proof of evidence. Ms. Clutton went to the same table. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Your color coding.
5.15.
Is it, sorry, 5.1, my apologies. 5.15, and said that here you're applying setting LOLs and SOLs for 1 hour events. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall.
Can you just read what you, I don't think you were taken to this, but what you say after the tables in respect of those results and the application of Pro PPG in the paragraphs that follow, including paragraph 522 and 523?
I tried to qualify this in my answer under cross. So under 5.16, as noted in the table, I've calculated the equivalent average daytime internal noise levels based on a correction for the percentage on time reference to the BS 8233 2014 daytime base period of 16 hours. It should be noted the guidance in 8233 is based on the ambient noise level, which includes contributions from other noise sources, not just the event noise level in isolation. However, as is the worst case, the corrected 16-hour event noise level is circa 9 dB below the daytime low criteria of 35 dB LAQ 16 hours. It will not have any significant impact on the daytime internal noise levels, LAQ 16 hours, within the apartments when assessed in full accordance with BS 8233 2014.
So pausing there and just helping the inspector, you've done both calculations, 1 hour and 16 hour, which is, in your professional opinion, the correct approach to use, applying BS 8233, the 16 hour or the 1 hour?
As stated in my proof, 16 hour is the correct assessment.
And just taking it a little bit further forward, I think then questions were put to you, well, 1 hour, if you look at it on a 1 hour basis, then you've got some figures which are above LOL if you assume LOL's defined by 1 hour. You recall that? And you've given some orange figures. And it was put to you, well, therefore, they needed to be mitigated. Can I just, I don't think this was put to you. These are, as I understand it, based on construction 1, aren't they?
These are all based on construction 1, yes.
Just look at the equivalent figure for construction 2 in table 4.
Yes.
There are the 19, 34 and 35, as I've understood it.
That's correct.
So even if, and I know you don't think this is the right way, even if the inspector applies a 1 hour event level as representative of the way in which to test these flats, internal noise, can you achieve figures which are low or below?
Yes, it's
with
perfect.
in the construction of these flats, if that was the standard that was going to be set?
Yeah, if you were to apply a 1 hour standard, then it is achievable to achieve internal noise levels for all of the events based on the 106 dB sound power level within the apartments, as shown with construction 2.
And although I know you weren't necessarily allowed to explore CD 1311, but just in terms of dealing with concert noise, can you just give us a bit of a perspective whether the inspector there, in dealing with noise from concert events, was considering noise levels that were low and below?
So as I made reference to in my cross, the inspector was looking at maximum, well, event noise levels that were above the SOL in the worst case departments. And that was with the that was with a differential from the side of 51 dB RW, which is a further 7 dB above the performance of construction 2, detailed in table 3.
And then just taking table 4 results again, please, Mr. Leach, for the inspector. You asked some questions about noise events from the Gurdwara, do you recall, assuming the 1 hour.
Yes.
And you were taken to the 106 dB level, 1 hour event, when it's being used for the GATCO, it's 25 dB LEQ 1 hour. So I know you say you shouldn't apply that level.
Yes.
But let's assume one does. You explained that that would not, in fact, be materially audible above the ambient noise level in the flat.
It's likely to be masked by the ambient noise level in the apartments.
Right.
Yes.
And I think even if it's paid at sound power level of 115 dB, it's 34 dB.
So again, the averaged event noise level would be just below the baseline noise level in the apartment.
And then you've given your answer separately about the other 3 ceremonial events. and your views on those. So I don't need to repeat that. Can I just ask the question I asked Mr. Scrivener of you? Mr. Scrivener agreed, based on these levels, as I recollect, you'll have your own notes, sir, but Mr. Scrivener agreed that any person complaining to the local authority who experienced these noise levels externally for the events or internally wouldn't have a proper basis for complaint. Do you recall that?
I recall that.
Do you agree or not?
No, I agree with Mr. Scrivener.
External amenity space. In relation to the Gatka in the courtyard, you explained that you were looking at LEQ 12-hour levels, 47 dB, 60 and 59 for the courtyard and balcony. Do you recall that?
I do.
And then there are equivalent ones for 55, 70 and 68 for the higher sound pound level. Can I just get your answers in relation to the one ceremony per month resulting in 47 or 55, depending on how loud you play the drum? In terms of the pro PPG advice about being able to enjoy the balcony amenity space as intended, would someone be able to enjoy their balcony amenity space as intended if once a month the LEQ levels, 60 now, were 47 and 55?
In my opinion, yes.
And then for the 3 ceremonial events where clearly for that 1 hour, 3 times a year, maybe 2 hours on the procession, the person would experience those higher external amenity noise if they were on their balcony at the time. Can I just get your view on the pro PBG as to whether, in terms of the residents' use of their balcony throughout the duration of their life of enjoying it, whether they'd be able to enjoy the amenity space as intended?
Again, I believe they would be able to enjoy the amenity space as intended.
And then just, I think Ms. Clutton's examination this afternoon focused on question, do you recall reasonable worst case and worst case? Do you recall that, Mr. Leach?
I remember.
The first questions were asked about whether you had looked at a realistic worst case or reasonable worst case.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah, and you said, yes, I have, because playing the sound power level at 115 dB is not reasonable worst case. Do you recall that?
I do.
And can I, just to help the inspector on that, you've explained why that's not a reasonable worst case, and questions weren't pursued further on that. In the measurements that either Mr. Scrivener produced or indeed Mr. Duncan has produced, where they say, well, you can get a level of 115 or higher from the drum, has anyone produced any data of being able to play it at that level for 40 minutes or an hour?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you were cut off, but you were explaining a point about being able to sustain the drum being played at that level. Can you just explain what you were going to say about that?
So if the drum is played for a shorter time period than 1 hour, or is played at different noise levels during that 1 hour, or is paused for instruction or celebration, then the equivalent sound pressure level over the hour period will therefore be lower, and consequently the sound power level of that period will be lower. So
can I just get you to comment, Mr. Leach? There isn't, as we know, any evidence of it being played at that level for any of those durations. Can I just get your view as to whether it's realistic or reasonable to contend that it could be played at that full level for the duration of 40 minutes or an hour?
I don't believe there's any evidence to demonstrate that it is or could be.
And then a whole series of questions were put to you on the basis, well, your assessments are on the basis of 106 dB. Do you recall that?
I do.
and you said, yes, that's my assessments. Can we just turn up table 4 just to see if it's accurate, to see if there are in fact assessments played at the higher sound power level? What does table 4 have in the entries 115 dB?
If I'm following you correctly, it does provide an assessment of the higher sound power level.
And if it were played at the higher sound power level, I think you've already just explained, but do you have any concerns if that were to occur, that it would cause complaints or unreasonable restrictions on the Gurdwara?
I do not believe it would result in complaints or restrictions, no.
And almost there, sorry. I think I've... Sorry, sir, just my computer has switched to the different document. Apologies, I'm just getting there. And yes, one final question. You were asked a series of questions about the reliability of, sorry, two questions. One was about the reliability of the data you've used for the sound power level. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I recall the line of questioning.
And
yes.
you were asked about the 14th of April 2022 and the 14th of April 2023.
Correct.
And questions were put to you about the reliability. You then referred to the event of the 8th of November 2022 as well.
Correct.
And it said you didn't attend it. You said, no, I didn't attend
No,
it.
I didn't attend it.
Earlier in your evidence, you said that these events were recorded.
Yes.
Have you viewed the recording?
I've listened to the audio recording. Audio recordings have been listened to extensively to try and identify operations within the Gurdwara that may have any significant noise output.
Thank you. And then the last question was about a whole series of questions. I think you probably answered this already. The whole premise of the last set of questions were about comparing the 1 hour LEQ with a LOL based on a LEQ of 16 hours. Do you recall that?
I recall that, yes.
So you're asked to compare external 1 hour events against a LOL of 55 dB for external events. Do you recall that?
I recall, yes.
Or for 35 internally, and a SOL of 45.
No, I recall.
Just to be clear, can you give your assistance to the inspector your professional view as to whether that comparison is a valid comparison to make?
That is not the correct application of the standard, and therefore it could be potentially misleading.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to put down a marker there. That is the very exercise that Mr. Leach has undertaken in his evidence, not subject to any corrections, and he's just told you that his own evidence is liable to mislead you, and you'll have heard the questions that were put to Mr. Scrivener on that basis. So if that was something that was liable to mislead, one would have expected a correction to be made, and it wasn't.
Well, so I make what one of the first questions I went to in re-examination was to take Mr. Leach to the paragraphs that follow that table, which weren't referred to. He wasn't taken to.
Which end with paragraph 5.19, in which he expresses the view that they would temporarily increase ambient noise levels within the living room of that apartment to 40 dB LAEQ 40 minutes, which is above LOL and well below the SOL. That's
okay,
what that
well,
led to.
Understood, and you can make submissions about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you for that, Mr. Leach. Been a long day for you. It's now 4:30, and I do want to deal with Ms. Cook today because she's attended. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. We'll take a 5-minute break just for everybody to take their places, and then we'll come back to hear your evidence in chief. Magnolia Park calling its witness, Ms. Cook. So, Ms. Mallock, if you're going to take Ms. Cook through her evidence, will you be asking questions of her?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. When you're ready, then please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon and welcome, Ms. Cook. Thank you so much for your time today and being very patient. Just to confirm, you are Alice Cook and you have a BA Honours degree from the University of Exeter. You are a Right of Light surveyor at Right of Light Consulting, which is regulated by the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors. And I understand you consult in terms of for developers as well as for residents.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You have over 5 years' experience dealing with matters relating to rights of light, daylight, sunlight, and overshadowing. Is this correct as well?
Yes, that is.
Thank you. I want to focus today on your proof of evidence and your professional opinion on the A2 Dominion proposal, specifically its impact on the amenity of residents in Perkin Close blocks 13 to 28 and 29 to 44 in regard to daylight, sunlight, and overshadowing. So in terms of the documents, the principal ones you will need and which I will be referring to is your own proof of evidence, which is CD 14.1.1, the London Borough of Hounslow Statement of Case, CD 8.4, Mark Kidd, who's the principal of Aberson Young, proof of evidence, which is CD 14.4.1, CD 14.17, rebuttal proof of evidence submitted by Mark Kidd, Paul Robinson of Orbis Planning, his proof of evidence, which is CD 14.8. There's quite a few.
I think perhaps we'll just turn them
Shall
up
we
as
just
get
go
to them,
ahead?
shall
That's
we?
fine.
Thank you.
I just wanted to be clear. Thank you. On page 3, paragraph 1.2.3 of your proof of evidence, you consider Hounslow Council's reason for refusal to set out in its decision notice relevant to your opinion regarding the impact of daylight and sunlight on block 13 to 28 Perkin Close and block 29 to 44 Perkin Close. For reference, this is, and I quote, "The proposed development, by reason of its proximity to the boundaries of the site and the positioning, number, and design of windows and balconies, would be an intrusive and unneighbourly addition, resulting in a loss of privacy by way of actual and perceived overlooking enjoyed by occupants of neighbouring properties within Perkin Close, as well as the users of neighbouring Gurdwara Sri Guru Singh Sabha Sikh Temple." Can I first start with the council's decision notice? Whilst daylight and sunlight were not cited in the council's grounds for refusal for planning permission, in its statement of case, page 30 to 31, paragraph 4.34, in reference to daylight and sunlight assessment, Hounslow Council has subsequently acknowledged that, and I quote, "Whilst these transgressions are not considered to warrant a reason for refusal in isolation, the reduction in daylight and sunlight to the neighbouring properties at 13 to 28 and 29 to 44 Perkin Close is considered to be a further adverse impact on the amenity to existing residents that should be weighed in the balance against the appeal scheme. The appeal scheme would result in a reduction of light to the northern neighbours that exacerbates the issues in relation to overlooking and privacy, and this is considered to further reinforce reasons for refusal too." Do you agree with the council's view here? And do you have any further comments?
Yes, so I do agree that in isolation, daylight and sunlight impact is unlikely to be a reason for refusal, but it is balanced into the overall impact of the scheme.
Thank you. In the council statement of case on page 26, paragraph 4.21 onwards, it focuses on application of the reasons for refusal too. The council quotes the National Planning Policy Framework, NPPF, as paragraph 130 of the National Planning Policy Framework requires developments to be sympathetic to local character and history, including the surrounding built environment and landscape setting, and to not undermine the quality of life for existing residents. Specifically, in discussing the impact on the amenity of residents and the degree of flexibility which can be afforded in urban spaces, it goes on to say in paragraph 4.23 that the appeal site is not considered to be located within an urban area. Rather, it is considered to be suburban in nature. The layout proposed by the appellant fails to ensure adequate separation distances to protect privacy and avoid overlooking in this location. Additionally, the Senior Planning Officer for Hounslow Council, Nathan Ringer, reiterates in his proof of evidence, CD 14.5, the Council recognises that a degree of flexibility can be afforded when considering the impact of homes in terms of privacy in urban areas. However, the appeal site is not considered to be located within an urban area, rather it is considered to be suburban in nature. Paul Robinson's proof of evidence also states, in terms of broader scale, form and mass.
Ms. Malik, I don't know how helpful it's going to be to repeat what other
Okay,
parties
that's
said, but
fine.
perhaps you could
I just
ask
want to
the
be
question
really
of,
transparent. That's fine.
of your
Okay.
witness and see what the answer is.
So, given the location of the site is in a suburban area, do you consider the design of the proposal is sensitive to the local context and surrounding residential spaces?
So it's obviously that it comes down to more than just daylight and sunlight factors, but it is an empty site, and they've put the bulk of the massing right against the boundary where there is main habitable windows facing that direction. So it's difficult to say in terms of overall, but for daylight and sunlight, there would have been more appropriate design options.
Thank you. Okay. I'm just going to turn to David Abaka's proof of evidence, where he also references the design of the A2 Dominion proposal as having impacts on daylight and sunlight to existing properties. I'm not going to read it out, sir. Do you have any comments on David Abaka's opinion?
Do you mind if I just read it quickly? Sorry.
Yeah.
I've got it in front of me. Yeah, I think, again, it comes down to the site's suburban context in that the impact and the design, whether that is going to be suburban in nature. And again, I don't think that's for me to necessarily decide on. It's taking daylight and sunlight in isolation is not going to be enough of a reason for refusal, but it is demonstrating the overall impact of the scheme and should be balanced against other material planning considerations.
Thank you. Focusing on the design of the proposal, in your opinion, do you consider the proposed design is the most appropriate design in reference to daylight and sunlight, taking into account the broader character and context of the local area? And can you explain your reasoning, please?
Yeah, so again, putting the bulk of the massing against a boundary where there is main habitable room windows facing that part of the site is not going to be the most appropriate. That doesn't necessarily mean it's inappropriate, but again, with free reign of the site, it being currently empty, there may have been better options in terms of daylight and sunlight impact.
Okay, thank you. The BRE guidelines provide advice on site layout planning to determine the quality of daylight and sunlight within open spaces between buildings. I refer to Mark Kidd's proof of evidence, CD 14.4.2, where he recognises and states that the BRE guidelines are not fixed standards, but only guidance to be applied flexibly. And you have to take into account, the default criteria in the guidance are also reflective of a low density suburban context, and you can apply different values in different locations. So I won't quote him verbatim, but do you consider the A2 Dominion design for the proposal to build 124 new homes, specifically one 5-storey block opposite block 13 to 28 and one 4-storey block opposite block 29 to 44 Perkin Close, both of which enjoy south-facing views, satisfies the BRE daylight recommendations, particularly given the site is not located in an urban area but a suburban one?
Yeah, so we acknowledge, and I think Mark Kidd does as well, so Atkinson Young, that there are breaches of the BRE guidelines, and it comes down to the context and the degree of flexibility with which you allow for the breaches. Obviously, in this instance, there are VSC losses of over 40% to some of the habitable room windows at the Perkins Close properties. And again, that should be balanced against other material planning considerations.
Thank you. I want to turn to the specific point about the baseline condition of the site in that it is currently vacant. And I refer to Mr. Lee Mainwaring's proof of evidence, CD 14.2. And in his concluding paragraph, he states he's in no doubt that the site layout, proximity to boundaries and positioning of windows and balconies are appropriate for the site, and context is set out in the response. And the Atkinson Young technical briefing note of 17 February 2022 states, greater effects than the default targets in the BRE guidelines are considered inevitable. Notwithstanding the baseline condition of the site, do you consider the appellant's proposal will have an adverse impact on the daylight and sunlight levels of flats in block 13 to 28 and block 29 to 44 in the current design form?
Yes, so with the BRE guide, it sets out that if those targets are breached, there will be a noticeable and adverse reduction in light. So I would agree. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you also consider the effects of the appeal scheme are acceptable in relation to habitable rooms and amenity space for occupants of 13 to 28 Perkin Close and 29 to 44 Perkin Close?
Yeah, so acceptable. It's acceptable to who? I probably wouldn't like it if it was my flat. And it's difficult to say balanced against other material planning considerations. But again, there will be a noticeable reduction in the light to these properties.
Thank you. And finally, do you agree with the residents of 13 to 28 Perkin Close and 29 to 44 Perkin Close that the appellant's extensive daylight evidence cannot distract from the fact that there would be a noticeable impact on living conditions for occupiers of these flats?
Yes, I agree. So as I said, the results show that there will be a noticeable reduction in the daylight and sunlight to these properties. And there are some mitigating factors that do apply, but the result is it will be noticeable in terms of the reduction.
Thank you very much. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you for that. Mr. Strawn, then, your cross-examination, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Cook. Is it Ms. Cook or
Ms. Yeah.
Ms. Sorry. And thank you. I read your evidence and listened carefully to your responses. You've repeated in those responses you've just given something that you said to the inspector, that the question of daylight and sunlight effects are not a reason for refusal in themselves in this case. That's right, isn't it?
I would agree, yeah.
Yeah. The way you put it is the effects are to be taken into account as material considerations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to be balanced against other material considerations.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just doing that exercise, can we just agree what I think you have explained in your evidence? You have, well, first of all, you explain your qualifications. You're not a planner.
I'm not a planner, no.
And your evidence it's not a criticism, but it doesn't purport to consider all of the other planning factors relevant to a good design of this site.
Of course, no, it's not within my knowledge to be able to do that.
No, but making efficient use of the site and optimizing its use as a brownfield site in a location in London, we'll come to whether it's an urban area in a moment. But you've got no dispute with that as a principle.
No, not at all.
And you leave that for others, as I understand.
Yeah, we can only comment on the daylight and sunlight aspect of the design.
And in your comments on the daylight and sunlight, can we agree the following, which I think you've explained, but I just want to confirm. The appellant, through Avison Young and Mr. Kidd, had put forward a proper and thorough daylight and sunlight assessment of the effects of the development.
Yeah, there's nothing that we have critiqued in terms of the methodology, no.
Yeah, proper and thorough.
Yeah, proper and thorough, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And they have done that in the application process. And what I mean by that is that the council, the local planning authority officers, have been able to scrutinize those effects in order to make a judgment as to whether it's acceptable.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
And they concluded it was.
As far as I'm aware, it wasn't a reason for refusal, or was it referenced in the officer's report, but it has come back through Hounslow's statement of case.
Yes, well, you're right. There's a reference in their statement of case. That's not from the members, is it?
I'm not too sure, sorry.
No, nor am I. And not from the officers either.
Yeah, again, I don't think the officers wrote that report, no.
No. But going back to what Mr. Kidd has done, he's applied the correct methodology. And I think you're in agreement with him that he's also applied the BRE guidelines correctly.
Yes.
And what I mean by that, the fundamental principle of the BRE guidelines is that they need to be applied flexibly.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're nodding and saying, but
Sorry, yes.
the inspector may, I think if you just say yes, that would be
Yes, they are
clearer.
designed to be applied and interpreted flexibly.
Yes. So you keep on talking about transgressions and breach. In fact, that language is probably inappropriate. They're guidelines, and then one has to apply them flexibly to a case-specific and site-specific location. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And in a location such as this, a brownfield site in whether you call it urban or suburban, but in any event in London, allocated for development, you'd expect flexibility to apply.
You would.
Yeah. And so you wouldn't expect all of those BRE guideline levels to be met for a scheme of this kind, would you?
I wouldn't suggest that full compliance for a site like this is going to be achievable. It's just the degree of flexibility that you then take.
Yes, I would come to the judgment about that. You wouldn't be achievable, and it wouldn't be making best use and efficient use of the site.
In terms of daylight and sunlight, probably not, no.
No, that's fair. And then in terms of daylight and sunlight, you talked about the most appropriate or appropriate. That's not the approach adopted in the BRE guidelines, is it?
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
No. And in relation to the effects on Perkin Close, which your client's concerned about, I was reading your proof of evidence and your recognition about applying the standards flexibly, or the guidance flexibly, and recognition of that. But I don't read anywhere where you have done that in your proof of evidence.
Sorry, do you mean in terms of where we've commented about?
Well, you just repeat the results that Mr. Kidd's already reported, but you then don't go on to qualify, quantify, or explain where the flexibility is that you're applying.
Yeah,
what level of flexibility are you giving it?
Well, I don't think it's for me to decide. I think it's for the planners, again, to take the results on balance and decide based on the site context what degree of flexibility they would apply.
Right. So would it be fair to say, the appellant's got its own view about that, but the London Borough of Hounslow planners who wrote the committee report and were satisfied with this level would be very well placed to make that sort of judgment because it's their local planning authority area?
Yes, I would say that, yeah.
And so the inspector can attach a large degree of weight to their view that this was an acceptable balance, applying the guidelines flexibly.
Yes, I understand that, yeah.
And would you also agree with Mr. Kidd's analysis that when he's looked at each of the affected windows, he's also gone on to look at, because he knows the layout of the internal units, he's gone on to look at the no sky level, which in those circumstances provides a more reliable way to assess?
Do you mean more reliable in terms of the vertical sky component test?
Yes, he's identified vertical sky component has its limitations because it doesn't take account of the size of the window, or it's a rather crude tool. Yes? Yeah,
so the guide does outline that the two tests are very separate. So you have to look at the results of both. One doesn't mitigate the other.
No, but if he identifies where you know the layouts, the no sky assessment enables you to get a good idea of what's going on in the unit itself.
It does, but yes. I wouldn't say that overrides any loss of vertical sky component either in terms
Well,
of
you
how
say,
the guide.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry, it says how the guide applies it. You have to look at both as separate entities.
Yeah, you apply both tests, which is what he's done.
Mm-hmm.
But then he's gone on to look at the no sky levels and the units.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that the no skyline results mitigate for the losses of vertical sky component in terms of how the guide applies the tests.
Right. You then need to apply them flexibly.
You do.
Yeah,
Yes.
which is what he's done.
Yes.
Yes. And in that respect, he's right, isn't he, in principle? I don't think you take issue with this. But when he identifies the effects on the bedrooms, and they're recorded, and we don't need to go, so I'm not going to go through each of them, but you've got the results, that those are treated as being less sensitive, and that's right, isn't it?
Yeah, bedrooms under the BRE guide are considered less important in terms of the no skyline test.
Yes.
Yeah.
And likewise, he's also right, isn't he, in his analysis to take account of the rooms where they're in effect secondary windows with additional, say the living rooms with additional windows that allow light in.
So the BRE guide sets out that you have to test the main habitable room window. So I know that at one block it's the secondary living room windows that are affected, but at the other block it is the main living room window. And I wouldn't say that them having a smaller side window would compensate for the loss to the main window.
Right. So where he's tested secondary windows, he's gone above and beyond what's required under the BRE guidance.
Yes, but that is standard to just test all windows.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you say it's standard. It goes above and beyond what's required in the BRE guidance.
It does.
Yeah. And likewise, where he's tested kitchens which fall below the definition of habitable room size, he's gone above and beyond the guidance.
Again, yes, tested it as part of the complete assessment, but there is some sort of debate. The BRE guide does treat kitchens as habitable, and it comes down to local authorities' view as to whether a small kitchen is non-habitable or not.
Well, it's the London Plan SPG guidance,
Yeah.
which is applicable here.
Yes,
And these kitchens fall below that size, don't they?
they do, yes.
And so in terms of what you would regard as breach of the BRE guidance, if you apply it with the correct development plan, the kitchens in question are not treated as habitable rooms in this locality, are they?
No, but when I refer to breaches, I would be more focusing on the living room, dining rooms at the other block,
Right.
where it's the main window that's affected.
So, okay, so no, in terms of the kitchens, you're not treating those as breaches?
I wouldn't treat them as breaches,
Okay,
no.
good. And just one other point. You've read Mr. Kidd's proof and rebuttal, I hope.
I have, yes.
Yeah. I don't actually identify. You're not making a judgment on what the acceptable level is, are you? You've
No, I
avoided
don't.
doing that.
Yeah, I don't think it's for me to say what is acceptable in this
Yeah.
instance.
Mr. Kidd does offer such a view.
Right.
You don't. But other than that view he's offered, I don't think I've identified any point of disagreement with what he's saying in his evidence.
No, it's more about the mitigating circumstances that were identified. It's the degree of which they are to be considered a mitigating circumstance. So I can give an example where there's mentioned of the a bit of a projecting wing next to some of the windows. An additional test hasn't been carried out to assess what influence that projecting wing has had on that window's daylight.
Right. And he says he doesn't need to do that for this case. He's just referred to it. He's not relying upon it.
No, I understand that.
Right. So is that the extent of the disagreement with Mr. Kidd's evidence?
No, so there's also the reference to one block sitting close to the common boundary, that being a factor in its sensitivity, which it is. But again, you can't comment on what degree that is a factor in the sensitivity without undertaking an alternative test,
Right.
which is allowed for in the BRE guide.
Right. So, okay, those which he's also responded to in his rebuttal.
Yes.
Yeah. So those are the only two. I don't want, tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't want to ask you unnecessary questions. My understanding is, save for those 2 points, and to which he's responded, there's no other disagreement with his
I would
assessment.
also argue, again, it comes down to the suburban and urban context.
Oh, okay, we'll
There's a
come-
lot of reference to the retained values of VSC are demonstrating a good retained level for an urban context. Obviously, there's the debate around, is this a suburban or urban site?
Right. So on that point, Ms. Cook, so those 2 points and the debate about urban and suburban, I was reading your evidence that if this is treated as an urban site, you don't have any difficulty with what Mr. Kidd has said.
With the retained values, no, they would be good for an urban development site.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. If you refer to this as being suburban,
Mhm.
is that right?
Yeah, I would consider, based on my humble surveyor's opinion, it to be a suburban site.
Okay. You say that. Have you seen the latest character study by the London Borough of Hounslow?
I haven't, unfortunately, no.
Right. And have you read any of the evidence from the planning witnesses, such as Mr. Tickle, on urban and suburban?
I have, yes. Oh, was it the councillor's report on it?
No.
No.
There is a proof from Mr. Ringer, but I'm talking about the appellant's evidence.
No, I haven't seen that either.
And are you, do you have any particular qualifications in relation to character areas and studies?
I don't know.
On the question of urban and suburban, if it's urban, you agree that these are good values. If it's suburban, however, even if it's suburban, you would still need to apply the BRE guidance flexibly, wouldn't you?
You would.
And you haven't identified what flexibility you would give.
No, it comes down to a site-by-site basis. And in this instance, again, it has to be balanced.
Right. And in relation to the question of whether it's urban or suburban, have you looked at any of the definitions that would help you on that? For example, the Mayor of London's housing SPG.
No, but again, I don't think it's for me to decide if it's suburban or urban. You know, I see the merit in both arguments, but we would normally default to the local authority's definition of the site if there is a question.
The local authority's definition?
Yeah, so in this instance, the local authority have qualified or quantified it as a suburban site.
Where?
It's in one of the reports in the, I've got it somewhere. They've said it's a suburban site in relation to one of the impacts that they were assessing.
Oh, I think that's well, it's said in a proof of evidence, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, well, that's contentious, obviously.
Right, okay.
But you're saying that's the local authority assessment. We know the local authority's view.
Mm-hmm.
The local authority's view is the officers in the committee report and the members who set out their reason for refusal, they weren't saying that the levels were inappropriate, were they?
I don't know. I can't.
Well,
recall,
you do know because you were taken to reason for refusal 1.
Reason for refusal 2.
2, sorry.
Yeah.
They weren't suggesting that the daylight and sunlight results were inappropriate, whether it's urban or suburban, were they?
They weren't, no.
No. So I don't want to ask you questions about something you don't know, but you said you offered a humble surveyor's opinion view. Are you offering a view that it's suburban?
In my opinion, when I think of an urban site, I would think of something that's in a city with high-rise buildings, a more densely populated, more densely, closer together houses. That's what I would think.
Right. So you've not used any standard or policy to reach that view?
No.
Have you looked at the housing SPG of the Mayor of London that applies to this area?
Not recently, no.
Well, have you read Mr. Kidd's rebuttal? You said you had.
I have read Mr. Kidd's rebuttal, yes.
Sorry, I'll give you the reference. CD, SPG. Sorry, I'm just apologies.
No problem.
14, CD 1417. No, sorry, 10.2. I'm so sorry. I didn't give them the reference. I shouldn't listen to people. 10.2.
On
Paragraph 1. CD 10.2 is the housing SPG, supplementary planning guidance for London, which we can agree we're in, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sorry.
Yes. And paragraph 1.3.7 of that.
Sorry, Mr. Strawn.
I'm so sorry.
Which core document are you in?
CD 10.2, if my numbering system is correct.
10.2.
0.9. Doubting myself now. Let me just get it up.
10.2.9, yes, the housing SPG.
Is this applicable here?
Is the document applicable?
Is this applicable to this location?
Yes.
Yes. And if you go, have you got it in front of you now?
I don't apologize. I don't have a copy of that with me.
It's available on that
in the rebuttal. Is it?
Don't know. It's available on the inquiry documents website.
I don't have that, I'm afraid.
You'll need to have it.
Yeah.
If you're offering a view on urban and suburban.
Anyone got a copy I could have, or I can try and log
Let's
it on my
just
laptop?
try and see whether we need to go down this route. Are
Okay.
you relying on the fact that that it's been suggested by the council's witness that this is a suburban area, or are you putting forward that that's your professional view or non-professional view?
In my professional view, it would be it is contentious, but we would default to the local authority's definition. I can see the merits in both arguments for suburban and urban.
Well, you say local authority. The Mayor of London is responsible for this area from a strategic sense as well, isn't he?
Yes.
And he's issued SP. So I'm going to be guided by you, but there is a definition of
There is.
of urban and suburban in that housing SPG, which I think you accept is relevant.
Yes.
And have you looked at it?
I haven't got it in front of me.
Well, that's
wouldn't
what.
be able to
Shall I
recall
see
it.
if I can?
Sorry.
No,
Ms. Cook, I think if you're going to put forward an opinion that this is a suburban area, then it's fair that Mr. Strawn asks you questions to test why you say that.
I understand. Yeah.
So you're going to need that document.
Okay.
Shall I try reading
that is
it
your
out?
opinion.
It might. So I might be able to short circuit. I don't want to be unfair to Ms. Cook, but it's a very short definition. And let's see if I can. If you take my word for it, others can check when I read it out that I'm reading it the right thing, Ms. Cook. Urban is defined as areas with predominantly dense developments, such as, for example, terraced houses. There are terraced houses in this vicinity, aren't there?
There are around the site. Yes.
Yeah. Mansion blocks, Perkin Close.
Okay. Yeah.
You agreed?
I agree.
A mix of different uses.
Yes.
There's industrial, there's a Gurdwara temple. Medium building footprints.
Okay.
Do you agree?
I do.
And typically buildings of 2 to 4 stories.
Right.
That's typical of this area, isn't it?
It is. Yes.
And located within 800 meters walking distance of a district centre or along main arterial routes. Do you know the distance that we are from Hounslow Town Centre?
I don't know.
If you take it from me that it's less than 800 meters to the, it's actually a metropolitan centre, isn't it, Hounslow?
Okay. Yeah.
Were you aware of that?
I wasn't. No.
Or along main arterial routes. Can we agree Hanworth Road is a main arterial route?
Yeah, I don't understand the definition of a main arterial route, but
All right. Well, if it is a main arterial route, or any of those other definitions apply, it ticks all the boxes for a classification of as an urban area, doesn't it?
I would say so. But can you also read the suburban definition, please?
Suburban areas with predominantly lower density development, such as, for example, detached and semi-detached houses, predominantly residential, small building footprints, and typically buildings of 2 to 3 stories.
Yeah, I'd say it could fall into both categories.
Let's just, you say that, Ms. Cook. What's the story height of Perkin Close, which is immediately adjacent to the
There's
site?
4 stories.
Right, so that wouldn't fit, would it?
Not with that specifically, but the other points within that, it does fit.
Well, lower density development. So the definition of dense development is terrace houses, mansion blocks, and a mix of different uses. That's characteristic of our site, isn't it?
That is.
Yeah, so it's not, in comparison, lower density development, is it?
No.
Right. And then small building footprints. Perkin Close aren't small building footprints, are they?
But it's relative, but there are buildings around the site that would fall into that category.
Right. And typically buildings of 2 to 3 stories. That's not typical of Perkin Close, at least.
Perkin Close, no, but
Right.
around the site as well.
And can we agree? I mean, I don't know if this is the first time you've looked at this. It shares more of the characteristics that we've identified. In fact, it shares all the characteristics of an urban area that we've identified, doesn't it?
I would say so, yes.
Yeah, that's fair. And if that's the right conclusion, we'll leave others to explore that. Ms Cook, then you've got no quarrel with Mr Kidd and indeed the results that are achieved for an urban site
No, if it's classified as urban, I would agree with Mr. Kidd's results and report.
and his analysis
And yes, the analysis.
as to the good nature of what's achieved for a site in an urban location.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Malik, do you have any re-examination? You understand what I mean by that?
Yes, I do. But I would like to state that Hounslow Council is actually, I think it's just recently closed a consultation on.
Well, I don't want to hear new evidence. I want to know whether you've got any re-examination.
No, I haven't. No.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you for that, Ms. Cook. Right. Okay. Well, I think we'll stop there for today. We are now behind the programme again. We'll deal with Mr. Kidd for the appellant tomorrow.
So would it be sensible just to take stock briefly of what's likely to happen tomorrow? Well, put it this way, so it would certainly be helpful to me if you wouldn't mind if we could take stock and see what's realistic tomorrow. And I then also had one slight request stroke apology to make at an appropriate moment. But so as I understood it, you allowed for some residents to come tomorrow morning at 9:30.
One resident.
One resident, was it?
Yes.
Okay. And then we have Ms. Malhotra, the MP, coming at 10 o'clock. And
Lord Ranger at 11 o'clock and Lord Singh at 2 p.m.
Yeah. Did you anticipate that you would like that you would like the evidence of Mr. Kidd to be heard between the resident and the MP at 10 o'clock, or would we wait?
Well, I don't know how long the resident's going to take.
No.
So I'd like to make use of the time that we've got available. So yes, I think we should start with Mr. Kidd if there's a reasonable amount of time.
Understood. Okay. And fine. So then there's an estimate of an hour for evidence in chief.
I think in light of where we've got to, it's going to be much shorter.
Okay. That's.
I would say much shorter. I mean, I hope I can get it done in half an hour.
Thank you.
So maybe we can fit it in the time between local resident.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
And the cross-examination estimates, the council you had suggested 30 minutes. Do you think that remains about?
I think around that, sir. Yeah.
And Ms. Malik, you said 30 minutes as well.
Is that still your estimate?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. So are we still anticipating, sir, that we will get through Mr. Ubaka's evidence in chief and cross-examination tomorrow, and Mr. Mannering in chief and cross-examination?
Yeah, so I haven't looked at it in any detail now that I know where we've got to today. But yes, I think we'll be aiming to do that.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Right. Are there any other matters to raise this evening then? Okay, I'll just say now that there is a colleague of mine from the Planning Inspectorate going to be attending tomorrow. So if anybody does see me talking to somebody, that is who it is. And they'll play no part in making the decision here, but it's something that happens from time to time. So just to make everybody aware for transparency reasons. Okay, so we'll adjourn now until 9:30 tomorrow.